Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents Pocketful of You and Pocketful of Us by Chloe Walsh, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. Blurb. Nothing in Pocketful is as it seems. Evil is lurking all around us, and Sketch and I cannot escape the secrets of our past, a past that, up until now, neither one of us knew existed. Torn apart by our cruel, vindictive fathers, we face our biggest challenge yet, staying alive. Pocketful of You is the third in a 4-book series. Therefore, the storyline continues into the 4th book. Because of its explicit sexual content, mature themes, bully themes, potential triggers, and bad language, it is suitable for mature readers. Series in order: Pocketful of Blame, Pocketful of Shame, Pocketful of You, Pocketful of Us.
Preface. Long after the bullet perforated my flesh, whiskey-colored eyes continued to materialize just beyond my reach. In the emptiness of nothing, only one face kept me company: Romy. And still, I couldn't fight my way out of the darkness. I couldn't get to her. The hauntingly honest lyrics of Selena Gomez's song Back to You looped through my brain continuously. I knew there was a reason my brain insisted on this particular song. Junior year, the winter formal. Romy was my brother's girl that night, but for one song, one 3-minute dance, she was mine. At the time, I had felt like I had died and gone to heaven. Maybe this time I really had.
Chapter 1. Romy. You're making a terrible mistake. Pull that trigger and all hell will break loose. You'll start a war you can't win, Cal. A sense of déjà vu washed over me as Mr. Capaldi's words of warning poked at some part of my subconscious. I'd heard these words before. In a dream? A nightmare? I couldn't be sure, but this was different. This was reality. I'm already at war. I recited the words in my mind moments before my father uttered them aloud. I'm already at war, my father sneered. And then he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, loud and shrill, leaving a hole in his chest that ricocheted straight through mine. I watched the blood drain from his body and, at the same time, felt the life fade from mine. It was in that exact moment in time that I was certain that my heart did indeed beat for Sketch Capaldi. He was dying, and so was I. Maybe it was for the best. Death would keep us safe. Life was too dangerous. The world we lived in was full of betrayal and horror. Paralyzed, I observed the madness with a detached sense of reality. I was floating above my body, my soul lifelessly levitating above Sketch as he bled out on the floor of the motel room with his father beside him, while my own father carted me away from the scene. Was it the shock of what I had just witnessed that rendered me motionless, or could it be the alcohol still flushing through my veins? If you love him, why are you leaving him? A persistent voice echoed over and over inside of my head. Fight back, Romy. It's happening, Romy. Chris's voice pierced through my mind, full of remorse and regret. I told you they were coming for you. I told you to run. Now it's too late. I'm sorry it's come to this, my father said in the least sincere tone I'd ever heard, while he roughly shoved my now hysterical frame into the back seat of the awaiting Hummer. But it was always going to end this way, Ramona. Oh my God! Jolted back to reality by the sound of my name, I scrambled for the opposite door, desperate to get back to Sketch. You shot him! I screamed, yanking in vain on the locked door handle. Sketch! Sketch, hold on! I'm coming! Get the hell away from me! My words broke off when my father dragged me away from the door. Scratching and tearing at his hands, I tried and failed to free myself from the danger hiding beneath the surface of the man that raised me. "Relax. Chris is too sentimental to let the boy die," Dad snarled, keeping a firm grip on my throat. "More's the damn pity," he added in a petulant tone. "He should have been killed years ago." Shoving me against the leather interior, he barked orders to the driver, listing off a vaguely familiar address before turning back to face me. "You have no idea of the danger that boy represents to our family." His voice was laced with venom, his eyes icy cold, as the car I was trapped inside pulled away, taking me further away from the one person I was sure of in this fucked up world. "You have no idea who he really is." Releasing his hold on my throat, he sat back and adjusted his silk tie. "But you'll soon find out." "What are you talking about?" I strangled out, heart palpitating. Trembling from head to toe, I desperately fought against the panic and fear threatening to consume me. "That boy has never done a thing wrong to you, Daddy, and you shot him." "Hasn't he?" My father roared back, grasping my throat once more. "Wake the hell up, Ramona." "I am awake," I screamed, "and Sketch is innocent." All of a sudden, a memory of a conversation I'd shared with Chris trickled through my mind. "Chris, we need to call our parents." "No, don't call them." "What? Why the hell not?" "Because we can't trust them." "Oh my God," I breathed, panic-stricken, as awareness dawned on me with crushing strength. "Chris said Sketch and Presley, but not them," I repeated, "when he really meant not you." "Not me what?" my father demanded. "I'm not what, Ramona?" "Trustworthy." I exhaled a ragged breath. "I can't trust you." "No," he quipped, lips curving upwards in a cruel sneer. "You can't trust the man that raised you?" "No," I shook my head. "I can't." It all made perfect sense now. Chris's words of warning, the dreams that had always haunted me, the faded memories of another lifetime that refused to disappear. "Don't you think it's strange that we live there? Pocketful? Come on, Romy. Our fathers are important people. They're successful and rich beyond most men's wildest dreams. They have businesses running the length and breadth of the United States. So why are they living in a town that hasn't progressed beyond the 70s? Why not live in Lake Charles or some other city? Why Pocketful, Romy?" "Nothing in Pocketful is as it seems." Sniffling, I curled my fingers around his and yanked his hand away from my throat, scrambling to the far end of the seat in my pathetic bid to protect myself. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The pain inside of me was crippling. It's all a cover-up. Panic gripped me in merciless talons, forcing me to relive and revisit every red flag warning that I had purposefully pushed to the back of my mind. "You're going to run on home to your daddy and forget everything you think you saw tonight. Forget everything you think you heard. You're going to park your sweet little ass in your daddy's mansion and stay there. You got that, princess?" "Is it the crying?" Sketch asked. "Do you still hear it too?" "In the dream, the floor wasn't moving. We were on a boat." "I didn't leave you, Romy. I stopped you from leaving me. Your dad wanted me out of the picture. She knows about the trade." "What trade?" "The trade. Think, Romy." "You can't be in Pocketful after your 18th birthday. They're coming for you." The boy, the boy, the boy. "They're coming for both of you." "You killed Chris," I accused, breathing hard and fast. "You tried to kill Sketch and Katochi." Shuddering from the irrepressible memories tormenting me, I shook my head and forced myself to continue. He works for you. Swallowing another lump in my throat, I squeezed out. You ordered the hit, didn't you? Both hits. Those men that shot up the diner, they're the same men you ordered to kill Chris, to toy with him like a cat hunts its prey and strike him down. Narrowing my eyes, I accused. You're the boss man, aren't you? You should conserve your energy. Oh, just fucking admit it. I screamed back at him, body vibrating with terror. You had Chris killed. My voice rose as my reality threatened to break me. Was I supposed to die too? Chris remembered too much. He replied simply as if he was reeling off the time. You, on the other hand, couldn't remember a thing. Only one of you posed a threat. So you killed him? My father shrugged off my question. I took care of the problem. By having him killed? I cried out hoarsely. By eliminating the threat. He bit out, hands balling into fists at his sides. Chris was a liability. He was a compulsive snoop, too damn smart for his own good, and he got himself killed. Had he stayed out of my damn business, the boy would still be alive, but he stuck his nose where it didn't belong. How could you do this? Wake up, you little fool. He snapped, his tone morphing into one of anger. For once in your life, take off those rose-tinted glasses and look around you. I don't. Who do you think I am? He demanded then. Who do you think you are? His eyes darkened with frustration. Are you honestly this obtuse? You're a murderer? I spluttered, tears trickling down my cheeks. Pain, more pain than I'd ever felt, pummeled my heart. You killed Chris. Oh, for Christ's sake, I didn't want the boy to die. He countered impatiently. He was like a son to me, but he wouldn't stop digging. With a sigh, he added, In our world, you pay for curiosity with your life. In our world? I gaped in horror. There's only one world, Daddy, and the last I checked, murdering people was illegal in it. You're such a child, he said with a tut. I blame myself for your naivety. Perhaps I sheltered you from the business too much. Who are you? Sniffling, I shook my head, unwilling to acknowledge this madness. Desperate for reassurance I knew deep down I would never find, I reached a hand out to touch his cheek before quickly yanking it away. Eyes that had once looked warm and loving were now vacant, unforgiving, and staring back at me. The man I call my father isn't. Heartbroken, I gestured to the stranger sitting opposite me with my father's face. This monster. Then maybe you don't know your father as well as you think, he replied, condemnation flickering in his eyes. I'm a very powerful man, Ramona. Of course, you would know this if you opened your eyes just once in the past 18 years. Powerful or dangerous? I foolishly challenged. What's one without the other? Was his emotionless response. Does Mr. Capaldi know what you did to his son? I asked, sniffling through my tears. Was he in on it too? My father gave me a "how stupid do you think I am" look. Of course not, he growled. Christopher was his heir. He was as precious to him as you are to me. I'm only precious to you because you need me for something, I cried out, cheeks burning from my scorching hot tears. You didn't want me to die when I fell from the tree because you need me alive. I knew I was right. It was all coming full circle in my mind, but crucial pieces were still missing. Hard as I tried, I couldn't see the full picture yet. Terrifying as it was to face up to, I knew I had to. Something very bad was happening, and my father was at the helm. Admit it. You were relieved that I was okay, not because you love me, but because you need me for something. Do you want full disclosure? He asked then, giving me a peculiar look. You won't like what you hear. Did I? Jesus, I didn't know. Swallowing deeply, I forced myself to be brave. Just tell me. I am a powerful man, Ramona. Richer than most men can only dream of being in 1,000 lifetimes. Pulling out his cell phone, my father tapped on the screen, his tone of voice matching the emotionless expression etched on his face as he spoke. However, the majority of my wealth was amassed in what many would perceive as unscrupulous activities. What kind of activities? I dared to ask, heart hammering violently in my chest. Every kind you can imagine, and more, he replied coldly. When my jaw remained hanging open in shock, Dad shook his head in resignation. Not very perceptive, are you, sweet pea? Don't call me that, I choked out, once again yanking on the locked door in vain. You don't get to kill Chris, shoot Sketch, kidnap me, announce you're a criminal, and then call me your sweet pea. Sniffling, I blinked away my tears, fingers still fruitlessly searching for an exit from this world that I knew in my heart didn't exist. Let me go, Dad. Please, please just let me out of the car. I can't do that, Ramona, he replied calmly. Why not? I cried, frantic now. Why can't you just let me leave? I won't tell anyone what you did. Just let me go, Dad. A long time ago, someone took something that was of great importance to me, my father announced, sounding nothing like the man who'd raised me. Something I cared very deeply for, and you, my little sweet pea, are the key to getting it back. A small laugh escaped him then. Why do you think I kept you alive all these years? A girl, no less. How can you say that? I flinched, his words cutting me deep. I'm your daughter. Exactly. He agreed, deadpan. You are my daughter, and as my daughter, you have a duty to your family. The trade-off, I breathed, putting two and two together and coming up with a big, fat 4. The trade-off. He agreed with a nod. I'm part of the trade-off. No, he replied. You are the trade-off. Oh, my God. My whole life had been one lie after another. I wasn't safe. I needed to get out of here and away from him. Oh, God, take me back to him. My voice cracked, my pain spilling out. Please, Daddy, just take me back to Holden, my father filled in mockingly. With any luck, he'll be dead by now. If not now, then soon enough. No, I cried out hoarsely, furiously, shaking my head as the car we were driving in picked up speed. Don't say that. Please don't say that. Quit the incessant wailing, Ramona, Dad barked. It won't change a thing. This is the way it is, the way it has to be. My breath hitched in my throat. Please don't trade me, Daddy. With a reluctant sigh, Dad slid his phone back in his pocket and turned to face me. You really should have stayed at Tully House, Ramona. His tone was gentler now, with a hint of sympathy, and I hated it. The transition after the trade would have been so much easier with a little sedation. Transition to what? I croaked out, fearing the answer but knowing that I needed to be prepared. What's going to happen to me? Nothing good was coming. My dad turned his head toward me and arched a brow, like he couldn't believe I was asking such a stupid question, And maybe it was stupid, but I was clinging tightly on to denial because acceptance of this fucked up reality wasn't an option. I just want Sketch, I sobbed, curling my arms around myself protectively. Please, just take me back to Sketch. That won't be happening. Please. Don't beg for him, he snapped. It won't change a thing. Our eyes locked, and for the first time in my life, I truly saw it. The distance, the lack of emotion and love, the wonderful lie that I had been led to believe my entire life. And just like that, a life full of repressed memories bombarded me. The room was dark and full of tension. My body was swaying. I was struggling to remain on my feet as I watched the horror unfold in front of my eyes. You're making a terrible mistake, a much younger version of Mr. Capaldi warned in a low, hard voice. All hell will break loose. You'll start a war you can't win, Cal. I'm already at war, Daddy told him, and then he pressed the piping hot branding iron against the little boy's hip. No, the 3-year-old version of me cried out, eyes locked on the blue-eyed boy enduring horrendous torture at the hands of my father. Daddy, stop hurting him. Daddy, please. He's my friend. No, I sobbed into my hands as my mind continued to play tricks on me. No, God, no. Now you're getting it, my father said. Finally. The boy behind the door, I squeezed out, shaking so hard I could hardly breathe. It wasn't just a dream. Teary-eyed, I stared at my father. It was real, wasn't it? Yes. One word, one small concession of truth, and my whole world crumbled around me. Oh my God, Dad, I choked out when the car came to a sudden halt. I was there, wasn't I? And I saw, oh God, I saw everything. We don't have time for this, he snapped, pressing a button and unlocking the car. We have business to attend to. He was real, I repeated, mind reeling. The scar. Stunned, I racked my brain, desperately trying to piece together a puzzle I knew I held the pieces to. The T on his hip bone? It's a burn mark, not a birthmark. The door flew open, causing my words to trail off as we were faced with what looked like a small army of men. The liner is waiting, sir, one of the men announced. Did you bring the boy? Better again, my father replied, climbing out of the car. I brought the girl. Sketch, I whispered, numb to the bone. It wasn't a dream. I'm not going crazy. The boy behind the door was Sketch. No, Ramona. With a dispassionate look etched on his face, my father turned back to answer my frantic ramblings, and in doing so, he caused my world to crash down around me. Because my father, the man who raised me, then spoke the name that would irrevocably change my world forever. The boy was Jacob Toretto.
2. Sketch. I died 3 times on the way to the hospital, and twice more on the operating table, while the doctors furiously fought to remove the bullet from my chest. I knew this because I was a witness to my own death. It was the creepiest damn experience I'd ever endured, watching from above as my own heart flatlined and then jackknifed back to life over and over again. Where I was now, I couldn't tell. Alive or dead, heaven or hell, purgatory or limbo. I had no clue if my heart was still beating or not. All I knew was long after the bullet perforated my flesh, and long after the doctors began their frantic race to save me, whiskey-colored eyes continued to materialize just beyond my reach. In the emptiness of nothing, only one face kept me company. Romy, And still, I couldn't fight my way out of the darkness. I couldn't get to her. The hauntingly honest lyrics of Selena Gomez's song Back to You looped through my brain continuously. I knew there was a reason my brain insisted on this particular song. Junior year, the winter formal. Romy was my brother's girl that night, but for one song, one 3-minute dance, she was mine. At the time, I had felt like I had died and gone to heaven. Maybe this time I really had. I guess it made sense that dancing with Romy Dillon would be my version of heaven. After all, she'd been the only good part of my life when I was alive. And just like that, every memory I had of Romy flooded my mind, replaying in vivid technicolor and keeping me company in my darkest hour. "Hey, I gotta kiss her," Danny Cortez goaded from his perch in the treehouse. It was Saturday evening, and we were all sitting around, playing a game of spin the bottle. Unfortunately for me, the bottle Danny just spun had landed on Romy. "Sorry, Sketch," he added with a grin. "But it's the rules, dude." He wasn't sorry, not one damn bit. I knew he looked at her the way I did. All of my friends did. God damn it. Anger bubbled up inside of me, causing my flesh to grow hot and my palms to sweat. "Put your lips on her, and I'll throw you out of this tree," I warned, glowering at my football buddy as he shuffled closer to Romy. "I mean it. I ain't fucking around here." "Language, Mr. Capaldi," my brother's dopey best friend teased from his perch next to Chris. "Fuck off, Press," I shot back, entirely uninterested in dealing with his motor mouth. Besides, Quentin Presley touched her knee earlier, her bare knee. That officially put him on my shit list. That's okay, Danny." Romy flushed bright pink and shifted away from him, eyes wide and full of embarrassment. "I'd rather skip." "You ain't skipping," he huffed, leaning towards her. "Rules are rules. Now pucker up, Dylan." "And you sure as hell ain't kissing my girl." Pointing my finger at him, I said, "One more inch, and you're a dead man, Cortez." I didn't care when all of our friends snickered and made whipped gestures. I was hella jealous, and not afraid to admit it. Besides, it was pointless trying to hide my feelings. When it came to my heart and Romy Dillon, I was an open book. Hell, the only reason I had agreed to play this stupid game in the first place was because she was playing. "Romy's your girl?" Steffi Gunderson demanded with a huff. "Since when?" "Since forever," Chris chuckled, answering for me. "Ain't that right, bro?" Damn straight, I thought to myself, but didn't have the balls to say aloud out of fear of Romy rejecting me. Yeah, I might have no problem admitting I was jealous, but public rejection wasn't fun. After all, I endured it on a daily basis when it came to my folks. "Well, is it true, Romy?" Steffi asked, causing all eyes to land on Romy. "Are you Sketch's girl?" I held my breath, fucking terrified of her answer, and desperate to hear it all at once. Say yes. Say yes. Please, God, make her say yes. "Yes," Romy replied sweetly. "Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, universe." "Since when?" Steffi demanded, narrowing her eyes at Romy. "Since forever," Romy replied, reciting Chris's earlier words, as she straightened her spine and glared back at her friend. "He's mine." Snickering loudly, Presley muttered something in Chris's ear, causing them both to explode in a fit of laughter. "Prove it," Steffi pushed, glowering. "Kiss him." Romy's eyes widened at the same time my brows shot up. With tongue, Steffi goaded. You think I won't? Romy challenged, face set in determination as she pulled herself onto her knees. I know you won't, Steffi countered. You're too chicken. You're gonna break your own heart watching this, Romy growled before crawling across the circle and onto my lap. He's mine, Gunderson, she declared, wrapping one skinny arm around my neck. And don't ever forget it. And then Romy Dillon kissed me for the first time, with tongue. Dead or not, I could feel my lips smiling as I mentally recanted every single moment of our first kiss. Jesus, the girl took the air clean out of my lungs that day, and I hadn't been able to breathe easy since. A flood of warmth hit me straight in the chest then, making every part of me feel light and free. Romy, Romy, Romy. Clear? Suddenly, the flood of warmth felt like a bolt of lightning surging through my flesh. Pain encompassed every inch of my body, and I could hear voices again. One more time. You sure? He's flatlining again. Yes, I'm sure. Keep going. Yes, doctor. Clear. Goddamn. These voices needed to stop distracting me from Romy. Oh my God, Ro, don't panic. Leaping to my feet, I grabbed her arm and yanked her out of the creek. But I think you're bleeding. Bleeding? She squealed, eyes wild with fear. Where? I think it's coming from your butt. Spinning her around so that I could examine what I thought I spotted when we were in the water, I bit back a sob when my eyes landed on her white bikini bottoms that were tinged with blood. Holy shit, Ro. Your butt is definitely bleeding, I told her, feeling queasy at the sight of the pinkish water droplets trickling down her inner thighs. Holy fuck. Did something bite you when you were in the water? What? She screamed, hands moving to her butt. No, I mean, I don't think so. I didn't feel anything bite me. Her words broke off when she caught sight of her blood-stained bikini bottoms. Oh my God, Sketch. I'm dying. No, I ain't gonna let you die, I promised, while internally losing my goddamn mind. Grabbing my bike from its perch against a tree, I hurried back to her. Come on, Ro. Hop on my seat. I can pedal real fast. 45 minutes later, we were sitting side by side in the treatment room of Pocketful's lone doctor's office, both barefoot, both still in our swimsuits. And then it just started coming out of her butt, I said, having given Dr. Barry a detailed rundown of my best friend's near-death experience. I got her here as fast as I could, sir, I added, breathing hard and fast, still completely freaked out. Is she gonna make it? Dr. Barry, an aging man in his mid-60s, asked. Bleeding from her back passage, you say, Holden? Yes, sir, I replied honestly. It was so gross. So gross. Romy agreed with a sniffle, still clutching my hand. And it's still coming. Yep, I nodded solemnly, and then leaned over and blocked Romy's ears before whispering, And I think it's coming out of her, front butt, too. A choked noise tore from Romy's throat at the same time Dr. Barry began to cough profusely. And you're, 10 years old now, Ramona? 10 and a half, Romy sobbed. I'll be 11 in the fall. Yeah, it's her birthday first, I agreed. I'm younger. I see, Dr. Barry said with a sympathetic smile ghosting his lips. Oh, God, Sketch, Romy wailed, throwing her arms around my neck. "I am dying." "No, you ain't," I vowed, hugging her back as tight as I could. "Right, Doc?" Dr. Berry cleared his throat and wiped each lens on his glasses before speaking. "Has anyone spoken to you two about the facts of life? Your mother's, perhaps?" "She ain't got one," I told him, feeling defensive. "And I ain't... My mama... Well, he doesn't have one either." Romy sniffled. "So, neither one of you have any clear understanding of the human reproductive organs?" he asked kindly. "Or the body's transition into puberty?" Confused, Romy and I stared blankly at each other before facing the doctor and shaking our heads in unison. "What about the female menstrual cycle?" "You mean like a bike trail or something?" I asked. "Excuse me?" "You asked if we knew anything about the female and men's trail cycle," I reminded him. "Is it near Pocketful?" "Oh, Lord," Dr. Berry said with a weary sigh. "I don't get paid enough for this." "Come on, kid. Stay with us," someone shouted in what felt like my ear. And just like that, I was, once again, ripped away from Romy. The son of a bitch struck me with another bolt of lightning, sending me spinning into another memory. This time, an ugly one. "Angel?" I whispered, staring at the tiny fingers poking through the crack under the door. "You were gone a long time." "Sorry," a little voice called back. "But I got you a cookie." Moments later, a cookie slid under the crack in the door. "You like cookies?" "Uh-huh," I sniffled, sinking to my knees and snatching up the food. "Don't go away for so long next time, okay?" "Okay," she replied, touching my fingers with hers. "Hey, you got another picture for me?" "Uh-huh," I replied, munching on my cookie. "And it's a real good one." "Show me," she demanded excitedly. "I want to see." Proud of my hard work, I carefully pushed my drawing under the door to her. "You got it?" "I got it," she squealed happily. "Oh, wow. It's a real pretty lady." "It's my mama," I replied proudly. "Mama says it's called a sketch." "A sketch?" she repeated, sounding confused. "What's a sketch?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Ain't sure, but Mama says that's what I do when I make her pictures." "Sketch?" she giggled. "I like it. Is that your name?" "Maybe," I mumbled, frowning. "I ain't sure no more." "Where'd your mama go?" Tears filled my eyes, and I tried not to remember. "Ain't sure." "Huh. Well, I'ma call you Sketch, 'kay?" She giggled again. "Sketch likes to sketch." I grinned. "And I'ma call you Angel, Angel." "You already call me that," she laughed. "That's 'cause you are," I replied with a sigh. "Just wish you got some wings to fly me out of." "Ramona Priscilla Dillon, what did I tell you about staying away from that door?" A louder, angry voice boomed. "He's a Toretto, for Christ's sake." "Sorry, ma'am," she called back. "What did you call me?" "Mama," Angel squealed, sounding frightened. I meant Mama." "You better start running, child, because if your father catches you playing with the enemy's son, he'll strike you down." "Gotta go, Sketch," Angel mumbled, her words coming out in a rush. "I'll come back soon, 'kay? okay?" I whispered, feeling sad again. "Bye, Angel." No, I did not like that memory. Not one fucking bit. Another jolt from the lightning cables, and I was nosediving into the darkness at full speed. Ah, hell.
Chapter 3. Romy. If I had been waiting for some sort of terrifying climax when my father carted me onto one of his awaiting haulage liners the night of the shooting, then I would have been in for a major letdown because nothing happened. Instead of a dramatic showdown or a gruesome rape before death, I was taken under deck and shown to a cabin before being locked inside without comfort or explanation. Hours had turned into days, maybe even weeks, and I was still trapped inside the same tiny room, cold and hungry and without a soul to keep me company. My meals were scarce at best and always delivered by a man who only spoke in Arabic. I hadn't seen my father since that night, and I was glad. I couldn't stand the sight of him. Knowing that my father was responsible for Chris's murder and having watched him put a hole in Sketch was too much to handle. And well, knowing absolutely nothing about where he was taking me was even more terrifying. I could only presume that we were a long way from Pocketful by now. God knows we'd been at sea long enough. I knew we were still at sea because, just like my so-called dreams, the floor continuously swayed beneath me. The waves crashing against the circular windows of my cabin were also a dead giveaway. Oh, and the cries of wailing women? The sound that had always tormented my dreams? Yeah, not a dream. They were all around me now, so close I could hear their breathing. Alone with only my thoughts and the women's screams to keep me company, I tried to piece together everything I knew up until this point. I desperately tried to make sense of the madness unfolding around me. Breaking it down into bullet points on a mental list in my mind made it easier to comprehend. I wasn't crazy after all. Nothing in Pocketful was as it seemed. My father was an evil lunatic. I had been brainwashed or drugged or freaking hypnotized into forgetting my past, presumably by my sadistic, evil criminal dad who had murdered Chris, or at least ordered the hit. Katochi and his men did work for him, making my asshole dad the boss man they spoke about. Dad plotted to swap me for something important that had been taken from him. He had kidnapped and then stowed me away on one of his haulage liners, destined to God knows where. I wasn't the only prisoner on this ship. The women's screams and pleas assured me of that. When the ship docked at its final destination, there was a big chance that I wasn't going to make it off alive. Churning through small chunks of information at a time was the best way of not sending myself into catatonic mode. I had a block in my brain, one that grew taller and stronger whenever my anxiety set in. Therefore, I tried to remain as calm as possible and keep my wits about me. It was the only way I could piece the puzzle together. It was my only chance of getting out of here alive. In the midst of my inner turmoil and plotting, I decided that Sketch had survived the shooting. He was alive somewhere, recovering from what that monster did to him. I forced myself to believe that Sketch was safe, and that notion gave me comfort. I refused to think about the alternative because a world without him in it was a world I wanted no part of, which brought me to my next set of jumbled thoughts to make sense of. The boy in my dreams had been real all along. Jacob Toretto was the boy behind the door. Jacob Toretto was Sketch. The T-shaped scar on his hip must stand for Toretto. That meant Sketch wasn't a Capaldi. He wasn't Chris's twin. And I was there the night they had given him that scar, the night my father burned a defenseless child. which meant that I hadn't just loved Sketch since I was 5 years old. I'd loved him my whole life. There was no denying it, not when my father had as good as confirmed it to me that night. The boy was Sketch. My dreams had always been about Sketch. That's why he shared the same dreams, memories. We were reliving our past. The Capaldis locked Sketch away until he was 5, kept him hidden, and treated him like a dog. In my dreams, memories, Mama called him a Toretto, the enemy. No, she called him the enemy's son, my mind corrected. Was it some sort of sick revenge, or a way to torture their enemy? If so, why did Mr. Capaldi go along with it? Where the hell had Sketch come from in the first place, and why lie about his true identity? Why keep him at all? Why lock him away on a ship and torture him into forgetting every part of who he was? Why tell the world he was a Capaldi? Chris figured it out. That much I was sure of. He knew all about Jacob Toretto. It was written in his journal, and I'd bet my last dollar that was why my father had him killed. Was he going to tell Sketch about his true identity? Was he going to tell me? Oh, God, I had so many unanswered questions and no way of finding the answers. Unless Presley understood my pathetic hints back at the motel and managed to unearth the journal. Even if I didn't make it out of this alive, something I wasn't holding out much hope for, Prez just might manage to find a way to save himself and Sketch. Somewhere deep down inside, I knew I had lost a critical part of my sanity. My reality had turned into one of horror, and I was floating away. Numb to the bone, I continued in the darkness, ignoring the blood trickling down my face and the pain in my limbs as I stumbled through the brambles and rose bushes. Chris was dead back there, and the only feeling I could conjure up was that I should be too. Something was coming for me, and I couldn't escape it. Fuck. Leaving his body alone wasn't something I was proud of, but I'd made him a promise. In the midst of my departure from reality, I knew only one thing. I had to keep his journal safe. It was important to him. His final wish. I would make that happen no matter what. Dazed and confused, I forced my legs to push me forward, weaving through the shrubbery and trees until I reached it. Collapsing in a heap at the base of the old treehouse, I placed my hands in the dirt and remained completely motionless. Wake up, I mentally willed. Wake up, Romy. That horrible sensation of knowing that I was already awake sank my poor, deflated heart and caused my stomach to lose its battle with my upchuck reflex. Vomiting violently, I heaved and gasped for air, still willing myself to wake up from my nightmare of a life. When that didn't happen, I thought about the only thing that could anchor me. Sketch. Protect my brother. A pained sob tore from my throat, and I dug my fingers into the dirt, not caring when my fingernails cracked and bled. It didn't matter to me anymore. None of it did. All I knew was that I had to bury this journal. Keep it safe, he'd asked. Protect my brother. And I would. I would protect Sketch Capaldi if it killed me. Help me! The woman in the room closest to mine cried out for the millionth time, dragging me from my memories. Please, God, I have a family. Please, don't rape me. Oh, Jesus, I don't want to die. Shut up, I screamed at the top of my lungs, unable to listen to another second of her wailing. Nobody's coming for you. Tucking my knees into my chest, I covered my ears with my hands and rocked back and forth on the grimy floor. No one's coming for any of us. I certainly wasn't getting out of here the same girl I used to be, if I even made it out at all. With my head on my knees, I forced my mind to check out, allowing my thoughts to sweep me away. Take me back to the sweet, misunderstood boy next door, the one my father said was danger, the one I loved with every ounce of my breaking heart. Freshly cut grass, peppermint and soap, his signature scent. It was all around me now, swallowing me up. He had to live. If nothing else, Sketch Capaldi had to make it out of this. He deserved nothing less.
4. Sketch. Fuck knows where I was anymore, and, surprisingly, I didn't care. I had no pain, no fear of rejection, no hole in my heart that couldn't be healed, no grief to poison my mind. I had no worries at all. All I had was all I had ever wanted. The girl next door. "Why me?" Romy asked, fingers curving around my jaw as we lay on the bed of my truck, with the tailgate down and a blanket draped over our bodies. With my arms folded behind my head, I tilted my chin down to look at her. "You say something, Ro?" I asked. "Why me?" she whispered, rolling onto her back to look up at the stars. "Why do you love me, Sketch?" I thought about her question for a long time, taking note of the melancholy in her voice before speaking. "Because you're my best friend. How could I not love you?" "Oh." Shit. "Oh" was not good. "Best friend." Setting her hands on her belly, she churned the words around quietly. "Okay. And because you're Romy and I'm Sketch, and that's what we do," I added honestly. "We love each other. We've got each other's backs. Since forever and for always." It was a heavily loaded question for a 16-year-old to answer, one I was fairly sure I'd screwed up. "Why would you ask me that?" "I heard some of the girls talking in the bathroom at lunch today. I know they're gunning to be your date for homecoming." "So?" I counted. "If I had $1 for every time I watched some asshole drool over you, I'd be a rich guy." "So, they're determined to steal you away from me," she snapped, sounding annoyed. "One of the seniors called me frigid, and apparently she's more than willing to give you what I don't." "Which is?" "Duh, sex, Sketch." Romy huffed, scrunching her nose up in disgust. "And apparently she has a far more exotic, not to mention tested and approved, menu for the new star fullback of the varsity team to taste from." "Well, it sucks to be her because I only eat from my girlfriend's menu," I shot back, rolling my eyes. "Yeah, cool, I guess," she sighed heavily. "I just don't get it." "What don't you get, Ro?" "I'm nothing special." "Bullshit. You're fucking gorgeous." "I didn't say I was ugly," she quipped. "I said I'm nothing special. Not when you really think about it." "You are to me." "Sketch, get real. I'm being serious here. So am I." Unfolding my arms from behind my head, I twisted onto my side and stared down at her. "I love you for a lot of reasons, Ro." "Name 3 reasons that don't include the phrases, 'You're my best friend,' or 'We grew up together,' or 'That's what we're supposed to do,'" she huffed, putting on my voice. "Oh, wait, that's right, you can't, because all I am is the cute girl next door. But you'll grow out of me. Yep, you'll see. One day you're gonna wake up and realize Oh, shut up, you big dork, I growled, before smacking my lips against hers. Yes, I love you because of all the things you don't want me to list. But that's just the tip of the iceberg on my list of reasons. Tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear, I stroked her nose with mine. I love you because you are the best part of my day. Smiling, I pressed a kiss to the curve of her jaw. I love you because you are sweet and funny and smoking hot. I paused to flick my tongue over her fluttering pulse. I love you because you make me feel wanted and safe and not alone. I'm always alone, Ro. At least that's how I feel. But you make the loneliness go away. A shaky breath escaped her parted lips. Sketch, I love you because you saw me when I needed someone to, and because you keep seeing me. I quickly continued, needing to reassure my girl. I love you because I can't see straight when I'm not with you, and I see even less when I am. Most people get growing pains when they grow up, but I get roamy pains. A small laugh escaped her. Roamy pains? Hell yeah, I laughed back, because I'm racing to keep up with you. Sketch, now, I know I ain't good with words, but I can promise that I ain't never growing out of you. No? I shook my head. I'm growing with you. A smile ghosted her lips. Keep it coming full back. I grinned down at her. You don't want to hear this, but you are my first, last, best, and only friend. I pressed a kiss to her glossy lips. You also happen to be my first, last, best, and only lover. Grinning, I tapped her nose with my finger. Because you, Romy Dillon, are my only everything. She beamed up at me. Since forever? I nodded. And for always. She snaked a hand up to cup my stubbly cheek. You're getting all hairy here. A wide grin spread across her pretty face as she trailed her fingers up and down my jawline. Turning into a real good man, Sketch Capaldi. She waggled her brows playfully. My man. Fuck, Ro. I groaned, feeling too damn much for this girl. You shine. I kissed her again, deeper this time. You're so damn pretty it hurts. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shut the heck up and keep on kissing me. It's true. Tipping her chin up, I looked deep into her brown, whiskey-colored eyes. I take one look at your face, and I'm seeing everything. My entire life mapped out. I'm seeing memories. Memories your face is in. Memories and moments that built me into what I am now. You're important to me. More than you know. This face right here is the only face that matters to me. Grinning wolfishly, I pecked her lips with mine. See? You shine, baby. Say we're forever, Sketch. She begged in a wistful tone. Promise me that you'll never leave me, and in 60 years' time, you'll drag my wrinkly old butt down to the creek to stargaze with you. I winked. It's a date. 5. Presley. Loving a member of the Capaldi family basically constituted as a death sentence. I knew this, and normally had the awareness, not to mention the intellectual quotient, to avoid such disastrous situations. However, My inability to keep my dick in my pants had catapulted me into a life-or-death situation. What a pickle. Cord over street, Screw Paris took what had to be its 50th spin on the decks, a.k.a. Sketch's car stereo. And I, honest to God, couldn't take another second of the broody, angst-ridden, angry breakup music. The boy was a sunken ship. Countless rounds of Prince's Nothing Compares to You, accompanied by Post Malone's I Fall Apart, put proof to that particular pudding. Oh, and let's not forget Kings of Leon's heartbreaking rendition of Dancing on My Own that had me crying a damn river, right along with old JT himself. Every song on every playlist on Sketch's iPod was clearly directed towards Romy, and it was making me snot-blubberingly stabby. The only reprieve I had from Depress Fest was when The Weeknd's Or Nah came on, and well, let's just say that one made me a little queasy. Finally, settling on the one song Sketch had that I could relate to, Theory of a Dead Man's Hate My Life, thank you very much, and jacked up on caffeine and adrenaline, I drained the contents of my triple, venti, half-sweet, non-fat caramel macchiato, and tossed the empty Starbucks cup onto the passenger seat. If whatever remnants left inside of the cup drizzled out on Sketch's upholstery, then so be it, damn it. I was a man on the edge with a mission to complete. Trash disposal etiquette was not high up on my list of priorities right now. Finding and potentially retaining a semi-retired hitman was. Sweet mother of Madonna, what has my life come to? Snatching my phone up with jittery fingers, I took a quick glance at the last message my cousin Hayden had sent me. Try 13th Street, The Hill, Boulder, Colorado. You might find him there. Oh, and be careful, baby cousin. He's a little rough around the edges. Kiss, kiss. Be careful, I grumbled to myself mockingly, as I slid my cell back in my pocket. Not exactly the pep talk I was hoping for, Haiti. Pulling up outside the red-bricked, two-story house on 13th Street that my cousin had listed in her text, I killed the engine and sent a little reminder up to heaven. Now you just remember that I'm doing this for you, Christopher. This is your brother that I'm attempting to save. So just don't let me die, okay? Drumming my fingers against the steering wheel, I battled with my nerves, all the while willing myself to climb out of the dang truck and get this show on the road. Finally, I managed to mentally coax myself into unbuckling my belt and climbing out of the truck, only to be struck dumb at the sight of, quite possibly, the most beautiful man I'd ever seen in my life. Well, hello, 13th Street, I mused quietly to myself, reveling in the sight before me as a man who had to be in the region of 6'4" or 6'5", jump-roped on a front lawn, shirtless and adorned in tats, may I add, while a bunch of little kids cheered him on. And hello, Daddy, I purred, cleaning my glasses with my shirt to get a better look at this perfect specimen. Again, Daddy, again! One of the children, a little girl of no more than 2 or 3, squealed in delight. She had raven black hair that matched the hottie with the jump rope, and was bouncing up and down like his own personal cheerleader. Yeah, do it again, Uncle Noah. The older, blonde, curly-haired girl chuckled. You don't want Gramps to beat your record. He did 65 jumps yesterday, she boasted proudly. Puffing out her chest, she added, without stopping. Your grandfather ain't got nothing on me abs. Mr. Hardy laughed, revealing a perfect white smile. And sweet mother mercy, for the first time in my life, I truly understood what women meant when they talked about their ovaries exploding. And don't worry, Aaron, I could do this all day, he added, winking at who I presumed was his toddler daughter. Yeah, me too, I thought to myself moments before I was slammed against the side of Sketch's truck, my airways constricted to the point of suffocation. With my back pressed to the metal of the truck, I came face to face with, well, hot damn. I did it. Breathing restricted, I wheezed. I actually found you. Actually, I found you. Lucky Casarazzi corrected, head tilting to one side as he studied me with razor-sharp, pale blue eyes. And because you've caught me on a good day, I'm gonna be generous and give you 5 seconds to explain who you are and why you're watching my daughter. He spoke so calmly that it terrified me more than harsh words ever could. After that, well, let's just say I'll make my own assumptions and handle you in accordance to those. 6. Presley. Unsure whether I felt immense relief or sheer terror, I just stared up at the beautiful man threatening to take my life. I had no doubt he could, or would. How many lives had these very hands snuffed out? His blue eyes darkened. Let's go, little man. You're on the clock. Holy shit, I choked out. And, of course, what came out of my mouth next had to be the dumbest dang thing I could say to a murderous killer. You really do look like Charlie Hunnam. That's 4 seconds, kid, he mused, tightening his hold on my throat. Tick, tock. You're Lucky Casarazzi, right? 3. You have a sister? 2. Well, funny thing is, I have a cousin, and she just so happens to be 1. Hayden sent me. I'm a cousin, which makes me your cousin. Well, in-law-ish? No? Not feeling it? Okay, then. Dear Jesus, don't kill me. I strangled out, hands flailing dramatically. I'm too young to die. I want to live, damn it. Please, man, I have oats to sow and medical miracles to perform. He raised a brow. You're a doctor? Psychiatrist, I wheezed. In training. Coughing, I added. You know, once I get my high school diploma and get into college, which, FYI, is a given considering I have a 4.5 GPA and, until the last month or so, perfect attendance. You're a strange one, aren't you? He mused, loosening his hold on my throat enough for me to breathe, but not escape. You and Hayden must be related. Our mamas are sisters. Dragging in several deep breaths, I grinned and offered him a limp wave, which makes me your sister's strange and yet endearingly lovable baby cousin. A nervous chuckle escaped me. Ha ha ha! Please don't hurt me. Name? Quentin? I swallowed deeply, Adam's apple bobbing in my throat. Quentin Presley. Louisiana? Yes, sir, I said with a nod. Pocketful, Louisiana, the heart of the South. Population. Quentin? That's me. Shut up. Okie dokie. So, he mused, finally releasing me to spark up a cigarette. What's a God-fearing Southern boy such as yourself doing around my neck of the woods? Leaning against the hood of Sketch's truck, he waved a box of Marlboro cigarettes in front of me. You're a long way from home, cowboy. Yes, I am, and no thank you, I replied, as another nervous chuckle escaped me. I value my lungs too much to put toxic. Never mind. Shutting up again. What do you want, Quentin? He asked then, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Right in my freaking face. Mister, I spluttered, coughing. Do you mind? Silence. Okay, then. Smoothing the creases of my shirt from countless hours of nonstop driving, I took a deep breath and came right out with it. My boyfriend Chris was murdered. His girlfriend Romy was committed to a mental asylum by her creepy dad. And then her boyfriend Sketch, who also happens to be Chris's twin, helped me break her out. Then we went on the run where we were freaking shot at by these big-ass dudes with guns. Guns. With actual bullets in them. Can you believe it? And then both Romy and Sketch's dad show up at the motel we were staying in, and all hell broke loose. And then Romy all of a sudden decided that she remembered where she hid her boyfriend's journal. I rolled my eyes and used rabbit finger gestures for emphasis. Like someone forgets that kind of thing. Not. Huffing out a breath, I quickly continued. So, picture this. We're at the motel in Texas. Romy and Sketch have just popped each other's cherries, and everyone's freaking the hell out. Their dads are cussing and throwing around threats. Sketch is puffing out his chest and snarling like the baby version of Simba trying to protect Nala from the hyenas in the Lion King movie. Romy's rambling like only Romy can, and Mrs. Capaldi's being her usual homophobic bitch self. So I use that as my opportunity to sneak out of the motel and go get the journal when I hear this huge bang. He arched a sardonic brow, looking mildly amused. A huge bang? That's right. I nodded, eyes wide. And let me tell you that I did not wait around to check it out. No, sir. I've seen my fair share of horror movies, and I ain't that brainless secondary character who runs back in the house. Hell to the no. So, I got in Sketch's truck, which I technically didn't steal if you consider that we could have been in-laws had his brother not been decimated from the earth. And I drove back to Pocketful, and would you looky what I found. Slipping around his huge frame, I quickly yanked the door of the truck open and retrieved the dirt-covered journal. So, basically, to cut a long story short, I'm in some serious shit, mister, and I could really use your help. Panting from my verbal exertion, I exhaled heavily. Oh, please and thank you. Well, shit. Scratching his stubbly jaw, Lucky Casarazzi studied me for a long moment before putting his fingers to his lips and letting out a piercing whistle. Yo, Noah, get your ass over here and listen to this kid talk. He could give your wife a run for her money. He turned back to look at me, eyes dancing with amusement. Hey, kid, you think you can repeat all of that again for him? If it means you'll help me. I grinned. Absolutely.
Chapter 7. Romy. When the door of my temporary jail cell flew inward in the middle of the night and my father stepped inside, I knew trouble was brewing. Forget trouble brewing, a tornado was about to blow my world down. Countless days had passed since our last encounter, and I felt like I was looking into the face of a stranger, not the man who'd raised me. Barefoot, filthy, and still wearing nothing but Sketch's oversized t-shirt, I was dragged from my cell and roughly transported from the haulage liner to an awaiting speedboat. "Where are we going?" I asked, teeth chattering from the night air as it whipped at my face. We were all alone on the speedboat, and I was hoping this was my opportunity to get through to him. "Dad?" "Don't speak," he barked, not looking in my direction. Shivering, I wrapped my arms around my body and looked up at the stars as waves chopped and crashed against the sides of the boat. "Chris," I mentally whispered, "I'm really sorry, but I think I'm going to be joining you tonight. Look over Sketch for me." A lone tear trickled down my cheek at the thought. When I reached a finger up to wipe it away, I caught sight of lights in the near distance. A boat. No, not a boat. A ship. Not just any ship, the one from my dreams. "Stop, Romy. Don't think about it. Don't remember." I watched in a semi-state of horror as my father steered us towards it. "Turn back," I begged, unable to stop the tears from falling now. "Don't do this." Panic rose inside of me. If you're going to trade me off or keep me locked up like you did Sketch, then I'd rather die. Silence. Dad! I barked out a harsh sob and jerked to my feet, swaying unsteadily as the boat moved closer to what I presumed was my demise. Let me go. Sit down, was all my father replied. And wait for you? To what? Trade me off? Kill me? I choked out hysterical laughter. Go fuck yourself. His face took on an expression of pure fury. Ramona, I mean it, Dad. I screamed back at him, hands balled into fists at my sides. I'd rather die. And with that confession off my chest, I threw myself overboard.
8. Presley. Hands down, I was having both a rare and wonderful day. After the last few weeks of drama, I felt like I had come through hell and entered heaven. And in this particular Quentin version of heaven, I had been taken up the Colorado mountainside by two glorious-looking men, deposited inside a fancy-pants manor hidden away in the hills, where I was now currently wedged on a luxurious, leather couch between said men, who didn't look like they wanted to kill me. See? Best day.
Thank you, skanky Aunt Nora.
Well, shit. Noah, my cousin's killer half-brother's BFF, said, blowing out a breath when I finished reciting my tale of woe. You're absolutely right, Luck. Thorne's got nothing on this kid. Right? Lucky chuckled, thoroughly amused at my expense. I feel like we need to put them in a room together and watch them fight it out for airtime. It would be a bloodbath. Noah agreed thoughtfully, before turning his brown eyes on me. You up for it, kid? Question, I said, holding up a finger. What the hell is a thorn, and will it hurt me? Because I've got to tell you now, the strongest muscle in my body is my tongue. Both men erupted in laughter, and I laughed right along with them, a nervous cackle of sorts, while I mentally schemed about how to get these two beasts to help me. Thorn is my wife, Noah replied, smirking. And that's one hell of a story you just told us, kid. But I've got to ask, does monogamy not exist for teenagers anymore? His brows furrowed. Does everyone just date everyone nowadays? Hell if I know, man. Lucky mused. These millennials are a new breed of human. I'm just trying to get this all cleared up in my mind, Noah continued, still frowning. So, you're dating this Chris dude? Was, Lucky corrected. Past tense. Chris is the dead one. Keep up, Noah. You were dating Chris, the nerd, Noah said, changing tenses. Who was dating Romy, the former popular cheerleader. His brows pinched together. Who used to date his twin brother, Sketch, the varsity jock. Still dating, I offered. Well, they're still sexing at least. They only sexed once, Lucky corrected. First time in the motel room, witnessed by pervy cowboy here, remember? Sexed? Noah arched a brow. Is that a word now? Who the fuck knows? Lucky shrugged. Millennial slang. Shaking his head, Noah turned back to me. And you and the cheerleader. Ugh, only in her dreams, baby boomer. I groaned with a shudder. Gotcha, Noah chuckled. And what about you and this brooding jock? Sketch, I filled in with a wistful sigh. Sketch, you ever hook up? Passionately, provocatively, and frequently, I sighed, and regretfully. only in my dreams. Jesus Christ. Chuckling softly, Lucky stood up and moved for the door. I need a smoke. All this teenage drama only reminds me that it's coming down the track for us. The hell it is, Noah growled. I'm homeschooling. Think that's gonna stop your sons? Lucky laughed. They're like chips off the old block, Messina. I'm not worried about the boys, Noah called back. Finn and Jace can't come home pregnant. The girls, on the other hand. He shuddered. Hell no. They're staying home with their daddy until they're both 30. Aaron, maybe. But good luck trying to tell Taylor what to do. Girl's the reincarnation of her mother. Are you saying I can't handle my wife and daughter? That's exactly what I'm saying. Fuck you, douche. It's happening. Homeschool is on the cards. Clearly pissed, Noah stood up. And I wouldn't be so fucking smug if I were you, Mr. I only make daughters. Narrowing his eyes at the blonde god in the doorway, he added, That's how many girls now? And still no sons for Lucky? Yet. Lucky chimed back with a wink. My woman didn't cut my balls off in my prime like some people I know. Ha, ha, asshole. Noah flipped him the bird and stalked after him. And still no ring for hope either. Wow. Do I sense commitment issues? I hate to interrupt this delightful pissing contest, but could y'all please return your focus to me? I blew out a ragged breath. Can you help? Can my friends and I hire you? Sorry, cowboy. I can't help you, Lucky said, sobering his features as he flicked his gaze to me. I got out of the game a long time ago. My heart sank. Can't or won't? Both. That's bullshit, I groaned. That's fatherhood, Noah corrected, before following Lucky out of the room. Wait! I stood up and chased them both outside. Now, I recognize that I'm in no position to demand favors from either one of y'all, but please, you've got to help me. Smoothing my shirt down, a nervous trait, I quickly continued. I'm in over my head in some seriously murky waters, and nobody taught me how to swim with sharks. Still clutching Chris's faithful journal, I thrusted it at them both. Now, I haven't read it yet. Truth be told, I'm afraid of what I might find out. But my friends are in trouble and, damn it, I need a white knight to ride to their rescue. And since I clearly ain't qualified for the job, I was hoping one of y'all could do it for me. Please. I've already lost Chris. I can't lose Romy and Sketch too. I sighed in defeat. Take pity on a poorly proportioned pubescent with a penchant for academics and self-preservation. You done? Lucky quipped. Exhaling heavily, I nodded. Yeah, I think I am. Did I sell it to you? Say y'all again, Noah instructed. Y'all. One more time. Y'all? He looked at Lucky and shrugged. What? I like the accent. Then go listen to Lee. Lucky shot back impatiently. Listen, cowboy. I'm really sorry to disappoint you, but I've got kids to think about. I'm not looking for any more trouble. Neither am I strangled out. But it's looking for me, and if you don't help me, there's a good chance I'm not going to make it to that fancy pants college I was telling you about. Swallowing my pride, I pushed on. I am really scared, and I am begging you to help me. Please, I'll do anything. Lucky stared me down for what felt like an age before inclining his chin. All right, kid. I guess I can do you a solid. You can? My eyes lit up. You will? Oh, my God. Thank you so much. I'm not making any promises, he continued, taking a drag of a cigarette. And you're gonna owe me, cowboy. And you can bet your ass I'll cash in that favor someday. That's amazing. Wonderful, Mr. Lucky. Fantastic, sir. No problem. Wow, I can't believe this. Laughing with sheer relief, I stepped forward, arms extended. Should we hug it out? No. Okie dokie? Now, give me that damn diary, he ordered. We've got work to do.
Chapter 9. Romy. My attempt at evading capture was an unsuccessful one. Fished out of the water by my father before I had a chance to get 10 feet away, I was wrestled to temporary safety. Once on board the ship, my hands were tied behind my back, all while surrounded by a liege of armed men. Keeping a firm hold of my arm and totally uncaring of my bad knee, my father dragged me under deck. Drenched to the skin, I stumbled along corridor after corridor, not stopping until we reached an achingly familiar door. One with a crack underneath big enough for a child's hand to fit through. Oh my God! My breath hitched at the sight of the brass door handle. Is this— Quiet, Dad warned, tightening his hold on my arm so hard that I winced in pain. He's inside? He asked the giant brute guarding the doorway. One stiff nod was all he received in return. Listen to me, my father said in a hushed voice, turning to look at me. Keep your mouth shut in there. You know nothing. You remember nothing. Do not speak to anyone, not one goddamn word. Daddy, please don't do this. It's already done, Ramona. He interrupted, and then he pushed the door inwards. My breath left my lungs in an audible gasp when I was faced with a front-row view of my past. The room, the men. I remembered their faces. I remembered what happened in this room. Sketch. Callisto Dillon, a man with a thick Italian accent acknowledged from his perch behind an enormous oak desk. Flanking him on either side were 4 men, all dressed in finely cut black suits, all stoically silent. It has been too long, no? Terrified and yet morbidly curious, I let my gaze trail over the formidable-looking stranger and couldn't help but recognize the resemblance he bore to the actor who played Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind. He was tall and strong, with dark hair and a mustache. Heck, the guy was even puffing on a cigar. But it was his eyes that struck a chord deep inside of my subconscious. I'd seen those eyes before. Every day of my life. Was this the man I was being traded to? If so, what did he have that belonged to my father? Not nearly long enough, Raphael. My father bit out, tone laced with venom. Where is he? A low, rumbling laugh escaped the man my father had called Raphael. Ah, as direct and to the point as always. His eyes twinkled with mischief, and a shiver rolled down my spine. Oh, yeah, I definitely knew this man. You have not changed, old friend. He continued to speak, his accent thick, his tone light and airy. Of course, old friend is not the appropriate term for a traditore. My Italian was non-existent at best, but I could recognize the word traitor in almost any language. Danger, Romy, you're in danger. My father remained uncharacteristically silent, but I could feel through the tension emanating from him as he stood beside me, hand still roughly gripping my arm. Tell me, Cal, the Raphael man continued, sitting down in his chair and setting his cigar in an ashtray. After all these years, how does it feel to look the man you betrayed in the eyes again? A wide smile spread across his face, enhancing the lure of his attractive features. This man was as beautiful as he was dark. I can only imagine it feels like seeing a ghost, no? Dread settled deep in my stomach. Something very bad was about to happen. It was at that exact moment the man's attention flicked to me. His piercing blue eyes locked on mine, and I sucked in a sharp breath as a deep feeling of familiarity swept through me. Ramona. He surprised me by saying, curling the R in my name as he spoke, "You have grown." Stunned, I could do nothing but stare right back at him. In fear, in horror, in admiration, I couldn't tell. Maybe all three. "You do not remember me," he mused, more to himself than anyone else. "That is not what I was expecting." He offered me a roguish smile. "I am told that I am a hard man to forget." "It was a lifetime ago," Dad interjected. "She remembers nothing of your reign." 15 years, to be exact, Raphael countered evenly. "And do not fear, Traditora, I remember enough for all of us." Stroking his jaw, he tilted his head to one side, his razor-sharp eyes still studying me. "Do you know why your father brought you here, child?" "No." Trembling, I shook my head. "But please let me go," I croaked out. "Please, sir, I don't—" My words broke off when my father's hand connected with my face. "Silence, Ramona," he warned, spitting out the words. "Don't speak again." Ignoring the tears burning in my eyes, I dropped to my knees, more out of shock than pain. My father had never struck me before this moment, not even once. I suddenly realized what I had always known deep down. I was alone in the world. Without Sketch, I had nothing. Sketch. "And you wonder why your world is falling down around you," Raphael mused softly. "You have forgotten the code." "Power is everything," Dad snarled, tone defensive, as he roughly dragged me back to my feet. "I remember the code just fine, Raph. Loyalty, family, and then power," Raphael corrected in an eerily soft tone of voice. "Although I cannot say that I am surprised to hear you list power, when loyalty was never high on your priorities, was it, comrade?" His smile deepened and it chilled me to the bone. "You betrayed your Il Capo, your first in command, and you left him for dead," he tutted softly. "And then you took what was not yours to take." With a small shake of his head, Raphael reached for his cigar and placed it between his lips. "That was most dishonorable." "We both know why I did what I did," my father replied, tone emotionless. "I stand over my decision." Raphael's eyes darkened in challenge. "Is that so?" "A conscience has no place in our world, and yours was blinding you," Dad countered evenly. "Face facts, Raphael. You got soft and let that pretty little wife of yours sway your head." He narrowed his eyes. "You let her lead you astray from the family." "Which is why you took matters into your own hands?" Raphael offered coolly. "Why you betrayed your couple and sent me to prison to put right all of my wrongdoings." "Everything I did was for the good of the family," Dad countered. "I brought in more money." "We do not deal in women," Raphael roared, slamming his fist down on the desk. "We never dealt in women, not in 5 generations. But what do you do the minute you overthrow me? You piss on our ancestors." Furious, he grabbed a golden ornament off his desk and threw it against the wall, barely missing my father, who, to his credit, didn't flinch. I am not a good man, Callisto. I have never claimed to be. I am a bringer of death, just as every man in this room is. However, I am a fair man. I am a man of the code, but you... He paused to give my father gun fingers. You bring shame on all of us. Everything you did was for greed. The Italian continued, a greed you will soon pay for. Raph, was it painful? He asked then, leaning back in his seat. When I returned from prison and took back my power, when men who you were so convinced of their loyalty, returned to their rightful capo, did it hurt just a little, Callisto, to learn that power is nothing without loyalty? I imagine it could not have been easy to sleep at night, knowing that I was out there rebuilding my army by dismantling yours. What is this? I choked out, horrified. Are you part of the mafia or something? Or something, Raphael chuckled, eyes lighting up. I like this one, Traditora. I think I will keep her for my own personal entertainment. Her innocence is very endearing, no? And I must say, it doesn't hurt that she takes after her mama in the looks department. My father's face turned purple. Fuck you. No, Raphael laughed. Fuck you, Callisto. You are a foolish man, he added, gaze flicking to me, to bring this beauty to me after all you have done. Red-faced, my father cleared his throat. You agreed. I know what I agreed to, Traditore. Raphael interrupted, gaze sweeping over me. I am, however, surprised to say the least that you agreed to the trade. This one? He waved a hand in my direction. You raised from birth, and yet you give her to your enemy so easily. If you think this is easy for me, then you don't know me like you think, Dad bit out, shaking with temper. I love my daughter. You love the daughter you strike down? Raphael arched a sardonic brow. You love the daughter whose life you offer in exchange for your own. That is not love, you fool. That is the act of a coward. I'm his bargaining chip. The words spilled from my lips as I made a split-second decision to trust the devil I didn't know in a sick game of cat and mouse. Indeed, you are, Ramona, Raphael agreed softly. Except in this instance, your father is not the fat cat. Turning his attention back to my father, he asked, How is my dear cousin Christopher, or should I say, your partner in arms? Mr. Capaldi? I spluttered, trying to piece the madness together. Is your cousin? Oh, yes, Ramona, the Italian replied. My beloved and favorite cousin, until he vanished when I needed him most. Balancing a cigar between his lips, he leaned back in his chair and played with a tumbler of amber liquid. Word on the street is that my dear cousin Christopher shacked up with the man who betrayed me. His eyes darkened. Word on the street is dear old Christopher became your right-hand man. Chris, Ramona. Please, I begged, quivering. Don't hurt me, please. I need to get out of here. He did that to Chris, Katochi, because of him, and then he shot my boyfriend. Ramona? Dad roared, rearing his arm back. Not another word. For every finger you lay on your daughter, Traditora, I will return the favor tenfold on your son. Raphael warned when my father moved to hit me again. I have nothing left to lose. You saw to that when you burned my family alive and attempted to take my throne. Therefore, I would strongly suggest you lower your hand." "Son?" Shaking my head in confusion, I looked between both men. "What son?" "Your father has kept many secrets, Ramona," Raphael replied, never once taking his eyes off my father. "He is what you would call a dark horse. Am I correct, old friend?" "Where is he, Raphael?" my father demanded. "Have you ever felt like a piece of you was missing, Ramona?" Raphael spoke directly to me, like my father wasn't even in the room. Like something you couldn't quite put your finger on was absent in your heart? Or perhaps you felt a void deep inside of your soul?" Like a fool, I nodded, feeling like this man could somehow see directly into me in this moment. "I have a brother?" "You have more than just a brother," Raphael said softly. "You have a twin. And, unfortunately for you, the man whose loins you were born from has decided you are of lesser value than him." Lesser value? What? How could this be possible? Trembling, I tore my gaze off Raphael and gaped at my father. Is he lying? I felt like the ground had opened up and I had fallen through to an alternative universe. "Dad, what's he talking about?" Ignoring me entirely, my father balled his hands into fists at his sides and glared at the Italian. "Enough of the small talk, you son of a bitch. I'm here. I came without my men or protection as you demanded. I brought you what you wanted. I have done everything you asked of me. Now I want to see my son." "What makes you think that I have any intention of returning your son to you?" Raphael taunted. "When you so callously took the life of mine. Because I may not be a man of my word, but you are," Dad replied, sounding a little desperate now. "I am not a begging man, Raphael, but I have been searching for him for 15 years. Do whatever the hell you want with the whore who took him from me. Damn it, but I need to see my son." Raphael tilted his head to one side, considering my father's words. "No," he finally said. "I think not." "I want my son, you bastard," Dad roared. "He's my heir, damn it." "And what about my heir, Callisto?" Raphael demanded. Our families were to be joined. He waved a dismissive hand in my direction. "This could have been all theirs, but your thirst for power blinded you." Raphael continued to muse. "It is ironic, no? That I now intend to do exactly to your heir what you did to mine." My father reddened. "We had a deal." "Did she scream?" Raphael hissed, rising to his feet. "Did my darling Carmela beg for her life before you took it?" His voice took on a deathly cold tone as he walked around his desk and leaned against it. "Did my boy cry for his papa before you snuffed his life out?" "Raph, answer me, you piece of shit." "You wanted her," Dad ground out, shoving me forward. "She was the price you set. Here she is. I brought her to you, so just take her. Take the girl and give me back my boy." Raphael shook his head. "Your daughter is beautiful, yes, but not nearly enough of a consolation prize or incentive to clear her father's debts." "She's an innocent," my father blurted out then, causing my mouth to fall open in sheer, unadulterated horror. "Never been touched. Made damn sure of that." Raphael arched a brow. "A virgin?" "Yes." My father nodded eagerly. 2 years ago, when I learned of your release, I knew you would seek vengeance, so I made alternative plans for her. Kept her clean. Had her date a goddamn gay just to keep her out of trouble. What I did to your fam, and when I learned you knew of their whereabouts. He stopped short and shook his head. Listen, you can make a new heir with my daughter. His voice took on a pleading tone. She is of pure Catalina bloodline. You know this. Ramona is a great-great-granddaughter of one of the original families. You cannot discredit her worth in our world. I know all about her bloodline, Callisto. Raphael drawled in a bored tone. It is why I agreed to her betrothal to my son 18 years ago. When I was a baby, I demanded, tears stinging my eyes. You gave me away to his son when I was a fucking baby, Dad? What are you guys, some sick sort of perverts? Ah, Raphael chuckled. There is fire buried deep inside the ice that surrounds you, Ramona. You are not the delicate flower you appear, more like a hard-boiled egg. That is good to know. It will keep you strong. Fuck off, I sobbed. The both of you can go to hell. Are we not already there, sweet girl? Yeah, I was beginning to think we might be. Please, I begged, heart plummeting. Don't do this. Tears blinding me, I swung around to grasp at my father's shirt. Daddy, don't give me away. My words were cut off when the door swung inwards and a liege of black-suited armed men marched inside with a young man and an older woman in chains stumbling after them. Ah, just in time for the show, gentlemen. With a clap of his hands, he reached for another cigar and sparked up. Callisto, may I take this opportunity to reacquaint you with your loving wife, Arabella, and, lest we forget, your long-lost son, Seth.
10. Presley. Later that night, I was slumped in the corner of a makeshift bar in a warehouse located inside an abandoned quarry in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, minus Noah, who had to go home for dinner. Apparently, the big guy was on a curfew, courtesy of his ball-busting wife, which left me alone with the pretty hip man, who seemed more interested in sexting his baby mama than talking through my feelings. Typical. Sweet mother of Madonna. Pushing my glasses up my nose, I gazed down at my former lover's neat handwriting and bit back a sob at the horror unfolding on the pages. It's so much worse than I thought. Sure is, cowboy. With his feet resting on the table, highly unhygienic, may I add, Lucky continued to scroll through his cell while nursing a bottle of Budweiser. I have never, nor do I ever plan to saddle up a horse and play giddy-up around the pasture, I blurted out, having had quite enough of the aloof sex god. So, sir, unless you have nicknamed me Cowboy as some sort of hilarious, jokey reference to Brokeback Mountain because of my sexuality, which, FYI, is totally shitty, not to mention homophobic, I strongly urge you to stop with the dang cowboy comments. He stared at me for a long moment before tossing his phone on the table. When I call you cowboy, I'm referring to your accent, he finally said, giving me his full attention for the first time tonight. I couldn't give two shits what team you play for, kid. Good. Glad we cleared that up, I huffed, fixing my glasses. Now, can we please get back to me? I tapped on the journal before sliding it across the table towards him. And the fact that I've just read some very traumatic information, not to mention exceedingly intimate confessions regarding the affairs of the mob. It was all there in writing. Everything my boyfriend had unearthed and was then murdered to keep hidden. Chris, Romy, and Sketch were all children of criminals. And not just any criminals, oh no. They were the baby spawn of mobsters. Their entire lives had been a complete lie. Chris Sr. and Cal Dillon were both members of the Catalonian Mafia, one of the 3 oldest and most powerful mob families in Italy. Worse, Sketch and Chris weren't twins. They weren't even fucking brothers. Dear Sybil and Medusa Snakehair. Sketch's real name was Jacob Toretto, and he was the son of some mobster god or other, snatched away during an overthrow of power, and then raised by the Capaldis. Lucky eyed me curiously. I'm not sure if you want me to respond to that shit you just spurred, or let you throw a fit. Fit! Wailing loudly, I dropped my head in my hands. Dear God, let me throw a fit. Then, by all means. He held up his hands. Go right ahead. I sniffled. Thank you. No problem, cowboy. They killed him, I mumbled, trying to get my head around what I had learned tonight. Because he figured it out. So much for loyalty. Lucky snorted, taking a drag of his smoke. Huh? Loyalty, he explained with a shrug, means everything in their world. You ain't got loyalty. You ain't got nothing, cowboy. Taking another drag of his smoke, he butted it out in an ashtray, attention turning to something behind me. Bolillo, a man of Mexican descent with a thick accent, acknowledged. It's been a while. Gee, Lucky acknowledged, cool as a dang cucumber, completely unaffected by the shiny freaking gun, not nearly concealed enough inside the waistband of this guy's jeans. It sure has. Pulling out the stool next to mine, the man lowered himself down, and holy hell, it took everything in me not to gag from his B.O. Hello? Did these people ever hear of a little 20th century invention called deodorant? Chuckling, this G creature set his gun on the table, right freaking in front of me, and grinned, revealing a set of yellow and gold teeth. Tired of the family life yet? Looking for some adventure to sink your teeth into? The big man slapped a beefy hand on the table. Just say the word, comrade, and a cut with your name on it will be ready and waiting. I'm not here for work, G. Lucky interrupted, offering the man a warm smile. I'm in for intel. G's bushy black brows shot up. I see. His attention flicked to me. Don't tell me he's another damn Carter. This one's a friend of the family. Lucky interjected, before I could answer. Sister's side. Stroking his grizzly beard, the paunchy giant considered this for a long moment. What do you need? Everything you have on the Catalonian mob and more. Lucky replied calmly. I'm talking location, net worth, contacts, men on the ground. Pausing, he swung his gaze back to me. What year was your buddy born? Who? Sketch? You got any more friends that were stolen as babies? I threw my hands up in a panic. Well, shit, I don't know, mister. I wasn't aware I had a single one until less than an hour ago. Lucky rolled his eyes. I want the name of every baby boy born between 1998 and 2003. It's a tight-knit community, so it shouldn't be too hard. I'm looking for a kid, Jacob Toretto. I need every damn detail you have on this kid. Whoa, Bolillo. You asked for too much. G shook his head. I ain't got time for this shit. I have a business to run. You know how I roll, G. Lucky shot back, eyes locked on the man. Do me a solid, and I'll owe you one back. Grizzly Adams was back to pondering. I will get you what you need, and in return, you will handle 3 of my contracts. Get me what I need by the end of the week, and I'll make it an even dozen. G grinned. Oh, Bolio, how I have missed your crazy ass. Meh. Lucky shrugged. I could use the workout. Well then, the other man replied with a chuckle. Consider us back in business, old friend.
Chapter 11. Romy. Nothing in Pocketful is as it seems, Chris had said, and after 18 years of living a life of lies, I knew that he had been putting it mildly. He hadn't just meant Pocketful, he meant our entire world. I had a brother I never knew existed until this very night. I'd watched my father shoot the boy I loved. I witnessed a confession that was mind-blowingly painful. Things I could hardly comprehend were coming to life right in front of my very eyes, and I was powerless to stop it all. What was I supposed to do now? How did I get out of this? You can't, a voice hissed in my head. What? I breathed, eyes locked on the male version of, well, me. With his back to the wall, he stood proudly, chin up, blonde hair cut short, brown eyes staring right back at me. An eerie shiver rolled down my spine, and I felt my feet take an unplanned step towards him before being quickly dragged back by my father. Dad, what's happening here? My words broke off when I locked eyes on the wafer-thin blonde woman. A wave of familiarity swept through me, and I winced, brows furrowed in a mixture of shock and confusion as a tingling warmth spread over me. Mom? Whoa, what in the hell was I calling this stranger Mom? She didn't even look like my mother. Besides, my mom was dead. She died when I was 6. I remembered because I attended the funeral. Sketch held my hand when they lowered the casket into the ground. Sketch, the boy behind the door. Jesus Christ, what was happening to me? Ramona, she replied, sobbing quietly as one of the guards stood her against the wall beside my apparent twin. Do not speak to that whore, Romy, my father commanded, tightening his hold on the back of my neck. She abandoned you. Abandoned me? Frantic, I looked around, desperate for answers. I don't understand what's happening here, I screamed, taking leave of my senses. Someone start explaining, please. Why does he look just like me? Why do I know her? She is your mother, and he is your identical twin. Dad seethed. She left me, Romy. That worthless cunt left us both, and she took my son with her. I must say, Traditora, it took me a very long time to recover your little family. I have had men hunting them down since the day you turned my family to ash. Raphael took a drag off his cigar before adding, Your pretty wife hid your heir, well, almost well enough. She didn't hide him, Dad snarled, visibly shaking. She stole him away from me, right beneath my damn nose. Pot, kettle, black. Raphael mused, exhaling a cloud of smoke. No, I shook my head, refuting his words. My mama died when I was 6. She was not your mama, fool. Dad roared, livid. She was your night nurse, the woman I hired to give you nourishment when that whore stole my son and left you behind for me to deal with. I didn't leave her. I was trying to save our son from becoming you, a monster, the woman screamed back. She was 8 weeks old, you cunt. Dad roared, pointing a finger at the woman. She would have starved to death if Loretta hadn't stepped in. Ah, Karma is indeed a true bitch, Callisto, Raphael chuckled. However, unlike me, you will have a chance to say goodbye to your beloved family. Raphael smiled, before I turn them into ash. No, the woman sobbed, clutching her son, my brother. Don't hurt him." "Oh, so I should hurt her?" Raphael asked sweetly, gesturing to where I was attempting to remain upright. "No!" the woman screamed while my father remained rigid and silent. "Raph, you can't. You loved that little girl like she was your own. She and... If you're really my mother, then why didn't you take me too?" The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to register what I was doing. Trembling violently and not one bit sorry for my outburst, I stared at the woman who was supposed to be my mother, and a sob broke through. "Why'd you pick him over me?" Sniffling, I looked to my father. "Why'd you pick him over me?" Tears trickled down my cheeks as I stared at my so-called twin. "Why didn't anyone pick me?" "I'm so sorry, Ramona," the woman sobbed. "I tried to get you out, I swear I did, but I..." Sniffling, she took a deep breath. "I couldn't cope with 2 children, and I thought you'd be okay. You were sworn to..." "Don't talk to her," Dad bellowed. "Ever again." Remaining completely emotionless, Seth continued to stare straight at me, ignoring everyone else around us. His stare was so impassive that it frightened me. Did he have any feelings at all? "I am growing bored of this reunion," Raphael drawled in a lazy tone. As graceful as a lion, he strolled over to where my brand-new family were cornered and pulled a gun from his holster. "Now, who's first?" "Not my son," Dad begged, eyes bloodshot, as his frantic gaze flicked between Raphael and the boy. "You agreed, Raphael. My daughter for my son. You swore." "Fair enough." Moments later, one of his armed men stepped forward and dragged me away from my father. "Dad!" I screamed, trying and failing to break out of the relentless hold the man had on me. "Daddy, don't let him do this to me. Help me." "Shh, little pet." With my back to his chest, Raphael wrapped his huge bicep around my body and hissed, "This is what you want, Callisto?" I felt the barrel of the gun dig into my temple. "Your daughter for your son." "Ramona," my father spluttered, awareness finally dawning on him. His heart finally seemed to reconnect with his head, and horror filled his eyes as he whispered, "Forgive me." My father said forgive me. Not, "Don't hurt her," not "Stop," or "I've changed my mind," just "Forgive me." My poor fractured heart shattered into a bazillion pieces. Tears clouded my vision, and I clenched my eyes shut and held my breath, preparing for the pain that was sure to come. "I have had a change of heart," Raphael mused, lowering the gun from my temple. My breath escaped me in a sudden rush, and I felt myself grow weak. "She will not die for your mistakes today." Now, collapsing on my potential murderer wasn't the plan, but that's exactly what happened. Legs buckling beneath me, I fell against Raphael, fully expecting him to let me hit the deck like a sack of potatoes. Shockingly, he didn't. Hooking an arm around my middle, Raphael kept me pinned to his chest. "You have 2 choices, Callisto." He tossed his gun to my father. "But you have 1 bullet, so do not be foolish." As he said the words, every man in the room cocked the hammers on their guns. "As I said," Raphael continued, still holding me up, "I am prepared to offer you 2 choices. I choose whichever one keeps me alive." My father growled, hammer cocked. "Such a survivalist," Raphael chuckled, petting my hair like you would a small child. "I will keep your daughter. That is not up for negotiation. However, I will give you the chance to walk out of here with your son." My father's hand trembled slightly, and I could tell right then and there that he was intrigued. "In return, all you have to do is kill his mother," Raphael added, and the boy, Seth, hissed out a sharp breath. "Don't you fucking dare," my brother warned, showing emotion for the first time. "That's my mother, you sick son of a bitch." "Or," Raphael continued, "you can do the honorable thing for once in your life and put that pistol in your mouth." Sighing heavily, he added, "You die, and your family gets to live. All three of them." I thought it would take my father longer than 5 seconds to make his decision, but it didn't even take that. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger before Raphael finished speaking, sending a bullet of lead into the forehead of the woman who'd given birth to his children. "No!" I screamed as the woman collapsed in a lifeless heap on the floor. "What did you do?" "You fucking monster!" Seth roared, breaking free from his restraints. Dropping to his knees beside her limp frame, he pulled her into his arms. "Mom!" "Take her to Carmela's chamber," Raphael ordered, handing me off to one of his men. "And do not harm her, Alberto, not yet, at least." Crying loud and ugly, I watched, trance-like, as Seth rocked her back and forth in his arms. "Mom! Mom!" Another pained cry tore from his chest, and he turned his furious gaze on our father. "I will never go with you. Do you hear me? Fucking never." "Your precious heir hates you now, Callisto," Raphael drawled. "What a shame." Dad paled. "Son, I am not your son." Seth roared back, clutching his dead mother in his arms. "I was her son, and you took her from me." "How does betrayal feel, Callisto?" I heard Raphael goad as the man carried me from the room. "Because revenge tastes delicious."
12. Sketch. For the first time in what felt like forever, voices penetrated my thoughts. New voices. Unfamiliar voices. "You don't understand. It would be safer to say nothing, asshole. Bolillo, put a bullet in this prick already and let's go. Did Cal send you? No, God, please, just don't hurt him." The hell? Blinking my eyes open, I glanced around the sterile room, feeling both confused and blinded by the light pouring through the big-ass window. My last thought before I closed my eyes was Romy. My first, upon opening them again, was Romy. Nothing new there. "Where is she?" I tried to ask, but the words didn't come out right. "Rome. Whoa." Gagging on the tubes in both my mouth and nose, I swapped a hand up to get them the hell off me. Disoriented, I yanked my makeshift plumbing out and groaned loudly, ignoring the voices conversing around me. "You sure this is the kid?" "Yep, pretty sure." "Ay, Bolillo, the things I do for you." Feeling weak, I raised a hand to my face and touched my fingers to my temple, desperate to soothe the ache. My gaze then drifted to a tall, blond dude sporting a man bun. He was dressed in jeans and a hoodie and leaning against the closed door of what I presumed was a hospital room. My hospital room? Or was I in my bedroom? I couldn't tell anymore. Jesus Christ. Danger. I knew I was in it, surrounded by it, facing it. Problem was, I wasn't seeing the whole picture. I was blinded and at a disadvantage. Something was off. My whole damn life was off. Asking questions wasn't getting me anywhere. I needed a goddamn break. No, I needed Romy. Right fucking now. Who the fuck are you? I managed to slur, vision blurring in and out. My name's Lucky. Your buddy the cowboy sent me. Smirking, the man inclined his chin towards me. Hurts like a bitch the first time you get shot, huh? Ah, yes. Another grisly-looking man mused fondly as he appeared in my peripheral vision, armed with a sawed-off shotgun. I remember it well. Shot? What the fuck? I was too hoarse and croaky to make sense of anything. Trying again, I cleared my throat, licked my lips, and released a pained groan. Romy. I swallowed again. Where's my girl? Took me 3 days to locate you, fullback. The blond man said. Your daddy did a mighty fine job of making you disappear. Grinning, he walked over to my bed and sat down. Unlucky for him, I'm all too familiar with the underground Mexican healthcare system. He withdrew a big-ass syringe from the pocket of his hoodie and flicked the cap off. You and I are gonna take a ride, fullback. It was at that exact moment in time that I registered the man bound and gagged in the corner, and the monitors surrounding me decided to go haywire, beeping and flashing wildly. Squinting, I tried to focus on the man's savagely beaten face. Holy shit. Dad? Sleep well, kid, the blond guy said. Moments before, he stuck me in the neck with a damn needle. Motherfucker.
Chapter 13. Romy. For the second time in my life, I watched somebody take their last breath. For the second time in my life, that person had been of significant importance to me. First Chris, then my mother? Numb, I couldn't feel a thing. Not anymore. Not ever again. Having spent most of the night vomiting and dry heaving, I collapsed on the plush, queen-sized bed in the luxurious room I'd been shown to. Rolling onto my side, I curled up in the smallest ball I could and just stayed like the good girl I was. Stay, Romy. Run, Romy. Quiet, Romy. Forgive me, Romy. Lies. Lies. More fucking lies. Nothing made sense anymore, and everything was lifeless and ugly. Blood, bullets, betrayal, and destruction. It was all around me now. Sniffling, I stroked my nose against the back of my hand and closed my eyes. It's a lie. Your life, his life, all of it. And just like that, Sketch's voice filled my mind, sending a trembling shudder through my body. Hey, Ro. The ground wasn't moving. We were on a boat. And now you're back. The boy behind the door, I breathed, mulling his name over and over in my mind until I felt a wave of calmness sweep over me. Electric blue eyes. They were all I could think about, all I could focus on as the walls of my confinement closed in around me. Sketch likes to sketch. Eyelids lulling from a mixture of trauma and sheer exhaustion, I allowed sleep to claim me, knowing that in my dreams he would keep me company. Winter formal officially sucked ass. Of course, it was only junior year, so I always had next year to look forward to, not to mention senior prom. But if this was a preview of how they would go, then I might just pass. Slumped at a table while my so-called boyfriend played Cards Against Humanity with his sidekick, I felt invisible. Why couldn't Presley bring a date with him to keep me company while he and Chris did their thing? It wasn't that I was jealous that Chris spent most of his time with Prez. I understood that they were best friends. But It made me realize just how much I missed mine. Or should I say, my former best friend, who was currently skulking in the corner of the festively decorated gym with his football buddies and slugging back a fifth of vodka like it was going out of style. Watching Sketch from a distance hurt, and if I stared too long, I was in danger of ruining my makeup. A wistful sigh escaped my lips, and I quickly tore my gaze away from his back. Keep it together, Romy. You're here with Chris, your boyfriend, remember? Ignoring Chris and Presley, who were too wrapped up in their game to notice I was even present, I concentrated on reorganizing my clutch. After that, I decided to give the photo album in my cell a little clear out. Scrolling through and dumping a couple of hundred screenshots, aka receipts, of mundane he said, she said social media drama, I grew bored and tossed it back in my purse. What a waste. Daddy had paid $4,500 for my backless, yellow silk couture dress, and Chris had yet to ask me for a dance. I wasn't high maintenance, damn it, but this was freaking ridiculous. We were just shy of our 1-year anniversary, supposed to be in that loved-up honeymoon period, and yet Chris hadn't paid me more than 5 minutes of attention all night. I wasn't expecting him to serenade me. One freaking dance would suffice, but oh no, he was too busy bromancing it up with his bestie. Huffing out of breath, I reached for my cup of spiked punch and tossed it back. And then, for good measure, I grabbed Chris's full cup and tossed that back too. Eyes burning from the taste, I pressed the back of my hand to my mouth and willed my throat to stop burning. It was at that exact moment my eyes returned to Sketch, who was now looking straight at me. Fuck. Shit. Dang. Quickly averting my gaze, I reached for Presley's untouched punch and drained it in 3 huge gulps, all while my heart hammered violently in my chest. Just breathe, Romy. Don't freak out. So what if he caught you staring at him? Just dance with me. Huh? Startled, I looked up and bit back a sob. All night I'd been desperately trying to avoid Sketch, and now he was here, standing in front of me, looking divine in a tux and offering me exactly what I wanted. Selena Gomez's Back to You wafted from the speakers, and I felt another piece of my heart chip away. Dance with me, Sketch repeated, tossing his jacket on the empty chair next to mine. What, now? Well, tonight would be good. He shot back, and the smell of alcohol on his breath was potent. I, but we and you. Stop doing that with your mouth. It makes you look like a fish. He tipped my chin up with his thumb, causing my mouth to snap shut. Now get up and dance with me. Feeling slightly buzzed and completely off balance, I climbed shakily to my feet, all the while praying that my pounding heart remained behind my ribcage. You look nice, I whispered, unsure of what else to say. Besides, it was a total understatement. He was by far the best-looking guy here. The dark waistcoat and crisp white shirt only emphasized his muscles. And drunk. Oh, really? Because you look like mine. He drawled, tucking one hand into his pants pocket as he stared down at me. And bored. I look like... My heart seized in my chest, and I quickly looked around to see if anyone else had heard. What did you say? His eyes, bleary and bloodshot, still burned with heat. Let's go. You okay there, Sketch? Chris asked good-naturedly, finally noticing our tense interaction. I'm taking my girl back, Sketch replied, voice slurring a little as he reached for my hand and tucked me under his arm. The brothers stared each other down for the longest moment before Sketch grinned. For a dance, that is. Oh, Chris laughed lightly. Good one, bro. Meanwhile, my heart pumped so hard in my chest I felt faint. I could feel the tears burning at the back of my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. Chris, do you mind? Anxious, I looked to my boyfriend, who gave me the green light with a supportive thumbs up before returning to his all-important card game with Presley. Lovely, just freaking lovely. Breathing labored, I followed Sketch onto the dance floor, ignoring the wide-eyed stares we were receiving as he swung me out for a twirl and then quickly pulled me back to his chest, moving our bodies in rhythm with the music. With one hand pressed possessively to my lower back, he tenderly placed my arm around his neck and then did the same with the other hand. Tears pooled in my eyes, and I carefully kept them open, not daring to blink. I knew if I did, the dam would burst. Blinking tears away never worked when wearing mascara. Therefore, I had to stare them back to hell. My hands, resting on his shoulders, were trembling, my own shoulders rigid. My throat felt like sawdust, my heart crushed to pieces. I was 17 years old and still completely in love with the boy who broke my heart. I was still in love with my boyfriend's brother. "Pretend," he murmured in my ear, pulling my body flush against his, hands moving to rest on my hips. "Just for one dance." I didn't need to ask him what he meant by that. I already knew. Trembling, I pressed my cheek to his chest and let myself wrap my arms around his waist. This was a terrible idea, one guaranteed to crush my heart to tiny, irreparable pieces, and still, I was all in. Because 3 minutes of pretending with Sketch was worth the next 6 months I would undoubtedly spend in therapy. I felt his cheek rest on my hair, and then his breath fanned my ear. "I love you." "I love you too," I whispered back without an ounce of hesitation. A shiver rolled through him that ricocheted right through me. Resting my head on his chest, I closed my eyes and listened to every single word of the song playing around us. I counted every one of his thundering heartbeats, inhaling him deeply and wishing the song would play forever. "You're the only one who ever loved me the way I needed," I breathed, tightening my hold on his rock-hard waist. "You're the only one who ever loved me at all," he replied, so sincerely that something inside of me cracked. My face contorted in pain and a sob escaped me. It wasn't fair. Why couldn't he just want me the way he used to? Why did it have to be this way? Why did I feel like I was losing myself? Wrangling in my feelings, I forced myself to ignore the emotional war raging inside of me and slapped on a smile. "Enjoy this, Romy. Enjoy him. Be in this moment with him." "One more dance," he urged, keeping a hold of my body when the song ended and another began to play. Even though we both knew it was over between us, we continued to pretend, recklessly rubbing and grinding our bodies together to the sensual lyrics of Maroon 5's Lips on You. Swallowing down a moan, I fisted the hem of his shirt in my hands and pressed my chest flush against his. My breath was coming hard and fast, nerves and lust threatening to overtake me, and when Sketch fingered one of my curls before raising it to his nose, inhaling my scent, I felt faint again. Reckless and still buzzed from the punch, I slowly untucked his shirt. Pulling back enough so that I could watch his reaction, I discreetly slid my hand under the fabric to trace the T-shaped birthmark on his hip. His eyes rolled shut, and his hips thrust against me of their own accord. One of his hands slid from my hip to grip my ass. Hard. Fuck. Still swaying against each other to the music, I leaned close and pressed a lingering kiss to the part of his shirt that covered his heart, branding the crisp, white fabric with a red lipstick stain. Tightening his hold on my ass, Sketch yanked me closer, grinding his hips against mine and letting me feel just how much he was enjoying this dance. I knew we were playing a very dangerous game right out in the open with Chris mere feet away, but when his lips landed on my neck, I forgot to care. But then the song ended. My breath came out in short, achy puffs. The people around us stopped dancing. This was it. This was it, and I wasn't ready for it to be over. I wasn't ready for him to release me. "If it isn't my buddy," Cage Hernandez, one of Sketch's teammates, cheered, throwing his arms around us both and somehow managing to pull us apart at the same time. "Dude," he hissed in a much quieter tone, "Chris is right over there." Um, Sketch's words trailed off, and he loosened the bow tie caging him in. Pulling it apart, he let it drape on either side of his neck as he watched me with a storm-ridden expression. "Come on, dude," his pal said, steering Sketch off the dance floor. "You need a drink and a goddamn reality check." Swinging back, Cage stalked right back to me and hissed, "Don't you think you screwed that poor bastard up enough already?" What? "Go back to his brother, slut." Cage sneered before racing after Sketch. "Yo, Sketch, buddy, wait up." Thoroughly humiliated, I took that as my cue to get the hell out of there. Stopping by our table on my way, I slapped on an extra bright, extra fake smile, snatched up my purse and shawl, and made some mundane excuse about needing some air before rushing for the exit. Hurrying out of the school gym, I rushed down the hallway and slipped into one of the empty locker rooms. However, the moment I closed the door behind me, it flew back open, slamming against the wall. "I should have fucked you when I had the chance." Looking wholly enraged, Sketch stalked towards me, causing my heart to race and my legs to shake. "I should fill you up with my seed right fucking now," he growled, backing me up against the nearest wall. "See what he'd do then." Snaking a hand in my hair, he tugged my neck back, forcing me to look up at him. "Fuck, I'd kill to see the look on that smug prick's face when you're full of my cum." My breath hitched in my throat as fear, lust, and confusion all slammed into me. What? "Couldn't do shit if I knocked you up," he growled moments before hitching my dress up. "No, you'd be all mine." "Sketch, stop." Breathing hard and fast, I reached up and cupped his face in my hands. "What the hell are you talking about?" His brows furrowed like he too was confused by the question. "Fuck," he finally roared, and it was a deep, guttural sound. "I don't even know what's happening," he slurred as he dropped his head on my shoulder. "Can't fucking think straight anymore." "You're drunk," I agreed, trembling. "I'm in pain," he slurred, nuzzling his face in my neck. "Me too," I breathed, eyes rolling back in my head. "Then let's make it stop." His hands moved to my thighs. With my body crushed against the wall, I hooked my leg around his waist. "Are you saying that you want to fuck away the pain, Sketch?" Crushing his mouth against mine, he bit down on my lips so hard I was sure I could taste my own blood. "I'm saying I want to fuck you out of my head." His tongue swiped out, lapping and suckling my cut. A pained snarl escaped him when he hoisted me up and confessed, "I wanna fuck you until these feelings fade." "You can fuck me, but you can't shake me off." Aroused and awakened, I wrapped my legs around his hips, hooked my ankles together, and whispered, "I'm ingrained in you just as deeply as you're ingrained in me." Suddenly, the atmosphere around us changed. The anger dissipated from his limbs and the tension faded from his shoulders. "I still remember just the way you taste," he confessed against my lips. "How you feel when you sleep on my chest every night." "Oh, God." "It kills me," he confessed, thumb tracing my cheek. "Every day." A pained groan escaped his parted lips. "Seeing you with him makes me want to die." "Sketch." Exhaling shakily, I reached up to brush his hair off his face. A deep hum came from his chest like a lion purring in contentment. He leaned into my touch, lips moving to my wrist. Mine. Nuzzling the inside of my wrist with his nose, he pressed his lips to the skin covering my erratic pulse and kept them there. I'm so fucking in. So, this is what needing fresh air looks like, huh? My eyes widened in horror and I tore my lips away from Sketch. Presley! Sketch jerked away from me like he had been scalded and scrubbed a hand over his face. No, 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 no. Head bowed, he gripped the back of his neck with his hands and roared, "Fuck!" "What are you doing in here, Prez?" I strangled out. "You ran out of the dance so fast that Chris was worried about you," he replied coolly. "He's outside looking now. I told him I'd check in here." He arched a disapproving brow. "Good thing I did." My heart seized with dread. "I'm so sorry." "Presley," Sketch said, looking truly distraught. "I know what it looks like, man, but I had a lot to drink tonight and I didn't. Fuck. Please don't. Tell your brother that you were 2 seconds away from fucking his girl?" He offered in a tone laced with disgust. "Don't worry, Sketch. Your secret's safe with me. I don't have any intention on being the one to break my best friend's heart." He pushed his glasses up his nose. "But you should know that Chris deserves so much better than either one of you." With that, he turned on his heels and quietly left. Fuck. Sounding thoroughly defeated, Sketch dropped down on a nearby bench, elbows resting on his knees. He dropped his head in his hands and just rocked back and forth quietly. "Did you mean it?" I forced myself to ask. "All that you said?" "I can't do this right now," he muttered, head still bent in shame. "If he finds out, he'll send. I can't do this." "Did you mean it, Sketch?" I demanded, hurrying to his side. "Because I'll do it. Tell me that you meant what you said, and I'll go out there and finish it with him." "You can't," he groaned, twisting around like he was in physical pain. "Why not?" I cried out. "I want to be with you. I love you." "Well, I can't be with you," he roared back, jerking to his feet. "So just quit it, Romy. Just quit fucking talking, please." "Why not?" I screamed, shoving my hands against his chest. "Why can't we be together?" "Because I can't, okay?" he roared, snatching my hands up and stepping around me. "Because I don't want you like that anymore." "Bullshit," I snarled, trembling violently. "If you don't want me like that, then what the hell just happened between us in here?" "I was horny, and you were there," he sneered, moving for the door. "That's it." "Sketch, don't you dare walk away from me again." "Listen, I'm sorry if I led you on, Romy, but that's all there is to it." "You're a fucking liar," I screamed after him. "Wait, don't go." "I'm sorry. I swear it won't happen again," he said before walking out of the locker room, leaving me alone to pick up the pieces of my broken heart. Yep, it was official. Sketch Capaldi was the boy who murdered love.
14. Presley. L. King's rendition of My Neck, My Back blasted from the car stereo, making it difficult for me not to throw up a little in my mouth. What's with the song? Noah, whose turn it was to babysit, well, me, shrugged. "My wife made the playlist for me." "Oh, yeah?" "She's been doing it since we were teenagers," he explained, as he maneuvered his swanky Lexus through the mountain roads. dropping hints and songs, letting me know what she wants with a mixtape, playing out her feelings in a playlist. He shrugged and rested one arm against the car door. It's her thing. Okay. Awkward. I drummed my fingers on my knees, unable to stop myself from blurting, "Well, no guesses needed for what your wife is trying to tell you with this particular hint." "I knocked that woman up 5 times, kid," Noah replied with a smirk. "Trust me, I eat daily." "TMI, mister," I groaned, stomach turning. "And I thought you said you have 4 kids." I specifically remembered 2 boys and 2 girls. Finn, Taylor, Jace, and Aaron, right? "Einan was stillborn," was all he replied, and I felt like a huge douche. "She was our first child." "Shit. I'm sorry," I muttered, mentally slapping myself in the face. "I didn't mean to pry." "It was a long time ago," he replied, jaw ticking. "Still hurts though, huh?" He nodded stiffly. "Every day." For once, I managed to keep my mouth shut, letting the poor bastard brood in his thoughts. It wasn't easy for me, but I managed to restrain myself and give him a few minutes to linger in the past. "So, how do you know Lucky?" I asked, finally breaking the tension. "His wife is my niece." "I beg your pardon?" My eyes bulged in my head. "Just how old is his wife?" "Older than me, actually," Noah replied, smirking. "Jesus, I've changed my mind," I muttered, rubbing my jaw. "I don't want to know a damn thing about y'all." Noah chuckled. "We shared a cell back in the day." "Oh, synchronized jail sentences. How delightful." I rolled my eyes, repressing the urge to run for my freaking life. "So, when do you think he'll be back from his little excursion with the creepy baka with the hauntingly bad BO?" I asked when we pulled into the quarry that was aptly named the Ring of Fire. Lucky had ducked out of town with G 4 days ago, on so-called business, letting me know that he would have the information I needed when he returned. As much as I was enjoying this temporary reprieve from Pocketful, bouncing between the Messina's suede couch and the Casarazzi's leather one, I had friends that needed me back home. Besides, this place gave me the major creeps. It was clear that some seriously shady and unscrupulous dealings occurred right here in the mountains, miles away from human intelligence, a.k.a. the cops. "Now," Noah replied, dragging me from my thoughts. "Huh?" "You asked when Luck would be back," he explained, pointing to the man on a motorcycle tearing down the dirt road ahead of a van with tinted-out windows. "I said now." Climbing off his bike, Lucky kicked out the footstand, acknowledged our presence with a quick tilt of his chin, and then moved straight for the van, sparking up a cigarette on his way. "What the hell is happening?" I whisper-hissed, watching, wide-eyed, as the back door of the van flew open and several men piled out. "You asked for his help," Noah replied with a sigh, removing his Ray-Bans. "If you play with the big boys, you get big results." "What does... Oh, my pistol Annies and hell on heels. Is that..." My words broke off when my eyes landed on Mr. Capaldi? Chris and Sketch's father was blindfolded and being carted into the warehouse by a couple of shady-looking bakas. "Guess Lucky found what you needed, kid." Watching on emotionlessly were both Lucky and G, who were smoking and conversing like old freaking friends at a high school reunion. "Did I make a mistake?" I asked, jaw slack. "Asking him for help?" Noah shrugged. Hella fino, kid. I'm just a humble ex-con. Oh, Christ. Well, is he going to kill Chris's dad? Noah tilted his head, considering my question. Depends if he's offered enough cash to do it. Oh dear, I muttered, pushing my glasses up my nose while I plotted my next move. Hold the fuck up. Springing forward, I pressed my face to the window, eyes glued to the makeshift stretcher being carried out of the van. A wave of familiarity swept through me when my eyes landed on the lifeless frame being carried into the warehouse. Oh no. Please, God, no. Sketch. Shoving the car door open, I fell onto the gravel, legs like noodles, as my eyes trailed the stretcher containing my friend. Jesus Christ, Sketch! I yelled, breaking into a clumsy run. Sketch? I'm coming, buddy. Hold on, I'm coming. Whoa there, cowboy, Lucky said, blocking my way with his arm. It's all good. What did you do to him? I snarled, roughly shaking his hand off me. I promised to keep him safe. Do you get that? I promised Chris I would protect his brother. Tears filled my eyes, and I did the most reckless thing I could in that moment. I slapped the hitman across the face. You asshole! Okay, first off, ouch, Lucky replied, rubbing his cheek. Second, I didn't shoot your friend. His girlfriend's daddy shot him. And third, if you ever hit me again, close your damn fist to do it. Sketch was shot? Sweet Jesus, I felt faint. By Cal? When? At the motel, the night you heard that big bang. Smirking, he gestured with gun fingers. Looks like you were dead on the money, cowboy. My friend was shot, and do you think it's funny? I demanded. Holy fuck, that was almost 3 weeks ago. Aye, the boy was shot right in the chest, G interjected with a whistle. I have not seen too many come back from a wound like that. Lucky winked at him, before turning his attention back to me. According to his substitute daddy in there, it was touch and go for a while, but the kid's gonna pull through. Substitute daddy? I gaped in confusion. Actually, I held up a finger. Let's rewind. I'll deal with the daddy issues later. Why isn't he in a hospital? He was, Lucky replied. We took him, G added. You took him? I spluttered. So, you just what? Ransacked a hospital and stole a patient? G nodded unashamedly. Amongst other things. I rolled my eyes. Let me guess. Sachets of sugar from the nurse's station? Drugs, kid. I shook my head. I can't believe you actually just confessed that to me. Listen, cowboy. You wanted answers and your friends back. Lucky shrugged, like that explained everything. I got your answers, and I got the broody jock, and I even threw in a sweetener by bringing the dad. Scratching the back of his head, he added, I'm still working on the cheerleader. And while I am most grateful for your generous and impeccable abilities in defying odds in the criminal underworld, I must stress the fact that not 2 minutes ago, you told me that my friend, the one you got, I paused to make rabbit ear quotations with my fingers, was shot in the chest, as in the area that homes the heart. He needs to be in a hospital, not some grimy criminal cesspool of slime and body odor and degenerate. G cocked a brow, and I let my words trail off into a nervous chuckle. I'm sorry, Mr. Gangster Man. Please don't let my friend die. Or me. Relax, kid. He's not going anywhere, Lucky said, completely unfazed by what was happening around us, completely unfazed by everything. If I was being honest, Jesus, the man was made of ice and steel. I've arranged for the best surgeon in Boulder to come take a look at him. My eyes widened. You have? At that exact moment in time, a sleek-looking Mercedes rolled into the quarry. I could lose my license for this, Casarazzi. An attractive, dark-haired man in his early 30s announced. Climbing out of his car, he grabbed a bag from the back seat and walked toward us. This is the last fucking time. I stared blankly before shaking my head. Okay, it's not often that I'm out of the loop, but please, can someone explain what's going on? Presley, Noah said, coming to stand beside me. Meet Nathan Cole, resident cardiologist at St. Luke's Hospital, Boulder, and my wife's cousin. Any criminal record? I whispered. Noah smirked. Nope. Really? And no synchronized jail time? Nope. Just an honest, hard-working doctor. Well, hello, Dr. Cole, I said with a grin. Just a very married, hard-working doctor. Typical, I sighed. Just typical. Come on, cowboy, Lucky chuckled, throwing an arm over my shoulder. Let me fill up that big brain of yours. You won't believe half the shit I've unearthed. I'd prefer if you filled my... Don't push it, cowboy. Okie dokie. 15. Sketch. The sound of incessant beeping was making the ache in my right temple grow to epic proportions. Beep. 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 Motherfucker. Seriously, I did not need this shit right now. I was having a bomb-ass dream involving Romy, some lube, and that pretty little pink bullet hidden in the third drawer of her nightstand. Beep. 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 Wake up, someone whispered in my ear. Someone who sounded awfully like a fake-ass robot. Beep. 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 Any day now. Beep. 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 I need your help. Beep. 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 Hurry the hell up. Beep. 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 Would you shut that creature up, Bolio? Another voice barked. Before I do it permanently. Now, Jenny, don't be hasty. Bolio, did your new pet just call me Jenny? It's the name of a Paolo Nutini song. I was making a... never mind, another voice said, and this time I recognized it. Or should I say him? Ah, hell. With a great deal of effort, I cracked an eyelid open and locked eyes on the nerd leaning over me. You better not have taken advantage of me while I was out. Oh, maybe just a tad. Presley grinned down at me. Welcome back to the land of the living. I smirked. Asshole. He winked. Yours or mine? My laugh turned into a painful fit of coughing. Too sore to joke, Press. He winced and patted my arm. I'll refrain until you're back on your feet. Appreciate it. Speaking of back on my feet, where the fuck am I? Feeling groggy, I craned my neck from side to side, trying to get my bearings. Am I turned back to look at him. Press, am I in a bar? Technically, you're on a bar, he replied, hands flailing around as he spoke. It's a really long, really drawn-out story. I don't care. I just want Romy. Feeling hoarse, I looked around me, anxiously seeking her out. Where the hell's Romy, man? You had to go there right away, didn't you? A nervous laugh escaped his lips. Oh dear. Yanking off his glasses, Press wiped them on his shirt. Can someone step in here, please? Where is she? Heart bucking wildly. I dragged myself up on my elbows and looked around what I could only describe as a clubhouse for criminals. Where the fuck is Romy, damn it? Do you remember what happened, fullback? The familiar voice had me snapping my attention to the blonde prick sitting on the bar. You. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he smirked. Me? You stuck me with a damn needle. I narrowed my eyes. You goddamn kidnapped me. Guilty as charged. His smile deepened. But at least I didn't stick you with the bullet they dug out of your chest, kid. Bullet? I frowned and shook my head. The hell are you talking about? Without permission, my hand moved to my chest to soothe the tightening sensation, and I stilled when I felt the bandage. Like a goddamn wrecking ball, my memories came flooding back with a vengeance. Pull that trigger, and all hell will break loose. You'll start a war you can't win. I'm already at war. He shot me. Years of threats and Cal Dillon actually fucking shot me. With a loaded gun. What a dick. That motherfucker. Teeth clenched together. I dragged myself into a sitting position, breathing hard and labored. God damn it to hell. Pain was scorching me, and I felt as weak as a child. Fighting through the grogginess, I dragged in a mouthful of air and threw the blanket draped over my body away. Great. I was in a goddamn gown. Whoa, maybe you should lie back down, Miracle Man, Presley suggested, tone laced with concern. You were loaded with lead just a few short weeks ago. Presley, I growled, sliding my feet over the side of the bar. Are you telling me that I've been out for weeks? Barefoot, I attempted to climb down, but ended up toppling onto my knees. Sketch, you really should lie back down. Where is she? I sounded feral, even to my own ears, as I dragged myself to my feet. With that psycho freak? Bear asked for the world to see, and breathing through the pain, I staggered straight for the curly-haired fucker. Tell me you got her out of there. She's gone, dude, Presley blurted out, backing away from me. Gone? I continued to stumble after him, ignoring the pain in my chest. Gone where? Fluttering around like a damn butterfly, he kept backing up. Her, psycho father took her? He offered, before diving behind a pool table. What the fuck? Do you mean he took her, Presley? Adrenaline coursed through my veins, and I balled my hands into fists. Took her goddamn where? Funny story, chuckling nervously. Press reached for a pool cue and wielded it in front of his body like a weapon. Mind if I tell it from another room? Or state? Or heck, maybe another continent? I narrowed my eyes. Presley. Go back, beast. Did you just swing that thing at me? Maybe. I'm gonna fuck you up. The power of Christ compels you. You little bastard. Quit coming at me. Quit swinging that damn thing at me. I'm nervous, damn it. You minus Romy makes for an unpredictable... If you don't start talking, you're gonna meet an unpredictable and fucker. Ah, hell, Sketch. Don't put me in this position. Quentin? All right, fine. I'll tell you. Whimpering, he flailed the pool cue wildly. Hey, Lucky, you don't happen to have any more of those needles you stuck him with? Or straitjacket? God damn it, Presley. Just tell me already.
Then hold on tight, buddy, because I'm about to blow your world, and not in the fun way.
Chapter 16. Romy. Several days passed before Raphael sent one of his henchmen to summon me from my room. Cold to the bone, I allowed his guard to lead me back to the room of horror without a fight. There was no point in defying him. I didn't stand a chance against these monsters. I was underprepared and unprotected. "Good evening, Ramona," he acknowledged from behind the huge desk when I stepped inside. "Have a seat." Weary to the bone, I hobbled over to the desk and took the chair opposite his, just about ready to get whatever came next over with. "What is the matter with your leg?" he asked, eyeing me with curiosity. "You walk with a limp." "Last month I jumped out of my treehouse and tried to kill myself." His brows pinched together. "Why would you do that?" I stared blankly. "Because I wanted to die." My honesty must have taken him aback, because he leaned back in his chair and stroked his jaw, expression thoughtful. "And now?" Unsure of what he wanted to hear, I simply shrugged. "What do you want now, Ramona?" "Sketch." "Sketch?" He arched a dark brow. "You want to draw?" "No." "Then what?" "Boyfriend." "Ah." A smile ghosted his lips. "I see." I doubted it. I leaned back in my seat, feeling lifeless and numb. He might be dead by now. It was the first time that I allowed myself to think the words, let alone say them out loud. "Your boyfriend?" Numb, I nodded. "He shot him, too." "Your father?" Another nod. "He likes to do that." "Yes." Sympathy flickered in his eyes. "I am aware." "So, did you kill him?" I asked, drumming my fingers on the armrest of the chair. "Who?" "My father." "I am a man of my word," he replied. "Your father walked free 11 nights ago, along with your brother." "That was a mistake." His brow arched. "You think?" "I know." I looked him straight in the eyes. "He'll come back and kill you first chance he gets." Raphael's lips twitched. "To save his daughter?" "No." I shook my head. "He doesn't care what happens to me. He cares about his pride, and you wounded it. You made a spectacle of him. He'll be furious and vengeful." "That is true," he agreed. "And he can come when he is ready to finish this. I will be waiting to settle the score." I shrugged. "It's your funeral." What did I care anymore? I didn't. I couldn't. I didn't have anything left inside me to give. "I remember you as a much happier child," he mused in a melancholy tone. "I don't remember you at all," I replied, lifeless. "You were 3 years old the last time I saw you." I stared blankly back at him. "I am saddened by how your life turned out, Ramona." He sighed heavily. "You had such a different future ahead of you." I stiffened. "With your dead son?" "You loved Jacobe, and he loved you," he smiled. "From the moment you laid eyes on one another, you were inseparable. It was fate, a solid match. 2 of the most powerful Catalinia families coming together." A soft laugh escaped him. "You even held hands in the crib as bambinos." I narrowed my eyes. "You're sick." "You really do not remember him, do you?" "How could I?" I hissed. "I was a baby." "My wife, Carmela, adored you. Pain flickered in his eyes. She would be heartbroken to see you now. How long has it been? Raphael arched a brow. Since my father took me. I am not sure, he replied. You would have to ask your father that, Ramona. Fingers tingling, I pressed them to my temple. What month is it? December. December the what? The 12th. He's 18 now, I mumbled, rocking back and forth, still clutching my head between my hands. I've never missed his birthday before. Who? Are you going to rape me? The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to take them back. Raphael stiffened. You think I would rape my son's intended? Your dead son, I replied flatly, and I heard what my father said about you needing to make another heir. My family is not replaceable, he snarled, slamming his fist down on the table. So, no, child, I do not plan to rape you. He spat out the words, eyes burning with fire. I have no intention of creating a new family to replace my old one. What about kill me? I looked him dead in the eye. Do you plan to do that? Because if you do, I could really use a 9-month hall pass. Confusion encompassed his features. What are you saying, Ramona? I'm saying that I think I might be pregnant. Pocketful of Us. Blurb. Nothing in Pocketful is as it seems. Loyalty, family, power. A code I never knew existed until now. A code that could destroy us all. Drowning in the sins of our fathers, everything is coming to a boil. It's sink or swim time. Too bad I'm already drowning. Pocketful of Us is the final installment in a 4-book series. Because of its explicit sexual content, mature themes, bully themes, potential triggers, and bad language, it is suitable for mature readers. Preface. 3 years ago. Romy. How much do you think he'd sell her for? Holding my breath, something I found myself doing a lot lately, I remained perfectly still, eyes clenched shut, and listened to the men hovering around my bed. How much do I think Cal Dillon wants for his pretty little princess? Laughter filled my ears. You couldn't afford her in your lifetime, asshole. Then, how about a sample of the unfinished product? I felt a finger trace my cheek, and I willed myself to remain motionless while terror seized my heart. Fuck, I get hard just thinking about that tight snatch, the man with the thick accent said, her ripe little body and that virgin cunt. His fingers trailed down my collarbone and drifted under the neckline of my nightie. One little taste before he... Wake up, Romy. Wake up now. When he pinched my small nipple, I was grateful for the darkness in my room because it disguised my terror. Please wake up. Oh, God. You sick fuck, one of the men chuckled. If she wakes up, you're a dead man. I don't know, man. I reckon she might be worth it. The sound of a tree rustling filled my ears and caused one of the men to groan. That little bastard. His hand disappeared from my body. Every fucking night without fail. Looks like you're not the only one obsessed with her, Katochi, one of them mused. Come on, let's get out of here before Baby Toretto gets you skinned alive. The sound of footsteps retreating filled my ears, right along with my violently pounding heart. My bedroom door clicked shut at the same time as my window pushed open. It's okay now, Romy. He's here. Ro, you still awake? Open your eyes. You're safe. Blinking the tears from my eyes, I rolled onto my side, facing him. "Hey," I whispered, feeling a wave of anger towards the boy climbing through my bedroom window. "You're late." "Yeah, I know. Sorry about that." Carefully closing the window behind him, Sketch quickly kicked off his sneakers and stripped off his hoodie. Chris and I were playing Call of Duty, and I lost track of the time. Pushing his sweats down his hips, he stepped out of them and tiptoed over to my bed. "I totally beat his ass, by the way," he added with a satisfied snort, pulling back the covers and climbing into bed with me. I didn't wait a second, scrambling onto his chest. Burying my face in his neck, I clung to his big body for all I was worth, limbs locked tight with tension. I forced myself to relax and just breathe. He was here now. The nightmares would stop. Nothing could hurt me when he was in this bed with me. "See? You're totally safe." You should have seen his face, Ro. A small laugh of contentment escaped him. He was so pissed. So unbelievably relieved to have his arms around me, I clenched my eyes shut and absorbed the heat of his skin against mine, the sound of his beating heart as it thudded steadily in his chest. Strong and steady, fearless and safe. A sob of relief escaped me, and Sketch stiffened. In one swift movement, he was sitting up with me, straddling his lap. "What happened?" His hands were on my shoulders, and the moonlight wafting through my window eliminated the concern in his eyes. "Another dream?" "Yes. No. I don't know anymore." Sniffling, I shook my head and then nodded, feeling both conflicted and concerned. "It always feels so real, Sketch, and it's getting worse." Shivering violently, I wrapped my arms around his neck and clung to him. Just don't be late again, 'kay?" "Okay," he whispered, hands moving to my hips. "I won't be late again." "And don't go, okay? Don't leave me alone at night." "I never leave you at night, Ro." His voice was laced with confusion when he added, "I sleep here every night." Reaching up to cup my face, he wiped the tears from my cheeks with both thumbs and pressed a kiss to my lips. "I've got you, baby," he whispered, pulling back to study my face. "Always." Trembling, I leaned my face into his touch. "Can you do one more thing for me?" "Anything." Swallowing back a sob, I took one of his hands in mine and placed it inside the thin fabric of my nightie. "Ro, what are you doing?" He sounded nervous and unsure. Um, uh, should we be doing this right now? I thought we agreed we weren't ready for—" "Please," I begged, tears still trickling down my cheeks as I pressed his hand to my small breast and held it there. "I need you to make it go away." Shuddering, I rested my head on his broad shoulder, absorbing the feel of his hand on my skin as it eliminated the touch of the man from my dreams. "Make the dreams go away, Sketch." Breathing hard and ragged, Sketch hooked an arm around my waist and pulled my body flush to his. "Like this?" he asked, keeping his hand pressed to my bare breast, his touch achingly gentle. "Is this what you want?" Leaning close, he pressed his brow to mine. "Tell me what you need, Ro." "More?" I sobbed, reaching a hand between our bodies to pull at the hem of my nightie. "I need more." A deep shiver rolled through me as I yanked the fabric over my head. "I need to feel you everywhere." When I bared myself entirely to him, Sketch went completely rigid. "Ro." "It's okay." Still sniffling, I leaned in and pressed my lips to his before rolling onto my back and taking him with me. "We don't have to do anything." I breathed against his lips. "I just need to feel your skin on mine tonight." His breath fanned my lips as his touch caused my skin to break out in the most glorious goose pimples. "You know I'll give you whatever you want, right?" Pressing another soft kiss to my lips, he leaned his weight down on me, smothering my body in delicious warmth. "I'll do anything for you." Our lips brushed softly, slowly, sweetly. It was everything and not enough all at once. "Can you feel my heart?" he asked then, tone soft and coaxing. I immediately knew what he was trying to do, distract me. "It's bucking like crazy in my chest." He kissed me again, deeper this time. "Just for you, Ro. Since forever and for always." I finished for him, wrapping my arms and legs around him. "I feel you, Sketch. I feel all of you." "I've got your back, Angel. I'll chase your demons," he whispered against my lips, cloaking me in a blanket of security and love. "All you have to do is dream of us instead." Tenderly stroking my nose with his, he pressed his lips to my ears and began to recite the lyrics of the Everly Brothers, "All I have to do is dream," in my ear. Nuzzling me like I was his favorite person in the whole entire world, he quietly hummed my favorite lullaby in my ear. It was sweet and innocent, and the lyrics cloaked me in warmth. "Whenever you're scared, all you have to do is think of this song, Ro," he whispered. "Even if I'm not around, just sing the words and I'll hear it and protect you." "How?" "I just will." "You promise?" "Yeah, Ro, I promise." Shivering into his touch, I clung to his big body as he slowly comforted me back to sleep.
1. Sketch. I remembered once reading somewhere about the 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. 5 words, 5 stages. So many different meanings. Was that what was happening to me now? It sure fucking felt like it. God damn it. The world needed to stop spinning because I needed off. No, scratch that. Quentin Presley needed to stop talking. The pain in my heart was his fault, damn it. He was the one lying to me, spurting the most terrible things that made zero fucking sense. He needed to stop making it hard for me to breathe. Drowning in waves of too many tumultuous emotions, I barely blinked, keeping my eyes glued to my dead brother's lover, as he continued to blow my world apart with word after reckless word. Every asshole in the room was looking at me, waiting for a reaction I wasn't sure would come, because I couldn't take this in. Not one goddamn word. Stop talking. They were the only 2 words I could think in this moment. They were the only words my lips could form and say, "Please." Another word, this one laced with more desperation than I'd felt in my whole life. "Please stop talking." "I'm so sorry, Sketch." Releasing a pained groan, Presley kept a death grip on his pool cue as he paced the floor. "I hate that I'm the one who had to tell you all of this." "I thought you liked me." My throat felt like it was closing up. "I thought you were my friend, Press." He winced, looking genuinely pained. "I am your friend, man." No, he wasn't. He couldn't be. Not if... Then why are you doing this to me? The pain in my heart had grown to epic proportions, and I couldn't soothe the ache. Rubbing the throbbing part of my chest that was covered in bandages, I didn't dare look down for fear of seeing my own heart hemorrhaging through my ribcage. Because that's sure as hell what it felt like right now. My whole world had just been shot to pieces, my body included, courtesy of Cal the Dick Dillon. And I was reeling. Holy fuck. Was I dying? Was this real? Am I still in a coma? Fuck. I hope so. You're not a Capaldi sketch. Presley continued to torment me with his cruel words. You've been lied to your whole life. Chris wasn't your brother, and he was killed to prevent you from finding out. Hands balled into fists on my lap. I tried to concentrate on the words spilling from Presley's overactive lips. I really fucking tried. But it was hard to focus when I was wedged between my kidnappers. Can y'all back the fuck up? I bit out, trying and failing to free myself from Pinky and the goddamn brain. Seriously, dude. You need to learn about personal space. Wrinkling my nose up, I glared at the fat one with the yellow teeth. And you definitely need to learn how to take a shower. That's what I said, Presley chimed in enthusiastically. It's basic human hygiene, Mr. Gonzalez, sir. Soap, water, and a washcloth. Gonzalez slammed his fist on the table. One more word, and I will cut you open and feed your tiny bones to my dogs. Okie dokie. Presley held his hands up and chuckled nervously. No Christmas basket of scented soaps for you this year? Your boy here's not lying to you. The blonde one called Lucky flicked his cigarette butt in an ashtray and rubbed his stubbly jaw. You are up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, fullback. Drowsy as I felt, I knew I had to be on full alert around this one. There was something very off about him, much worse than the others. When I looked into his pale blue eyes, it felt like I was in the presence of death. I don't know who you are, or what your motive for helping Presley is, but I've got a girl back home who needs me, and I ain't planning on wasting another damn minute with you people. Yeah? He arched a brow. Then by all means, be my guest and leave, kid. But fair warning, you'll be dead before you reach the state line. Your girlfriend's daddy will make damn sure of that. I stared hard at Lucky for the longest time, before letting my gaze drift around the warehouse. Crooks and criminals, guns and knives, drugs and death. I was surrounded by it all. Fuck it, I finally replied, shoulders bunched tight with tension. I think I'll take my chances. This one is as ballsy as you, Bolillo. Gonzalez laughed. Spine of steel. He's a mob baby. Lucky replied with a smirk. Like that explained everything. See? Apparently, it did for Gonzalez, whose eyes lit up with interest. Catalinian. He gave his friend a pointed look. It could be beneficial for business to keep him. Hello? Earth to the criminal masterminds? Waving his hands around aimlessly, Presley eyeballed the man. I'm awfully sorry to disappoint you, Mr. G, but you can't keep my mob baby. I'm rather fond of him, and well, he's not for you. I think I know what's happening here, I interrupted, eyes shifting from the grisly-looking gangster to my left, back to Presley. You smoked something with these assholes, didn't you? That had to be it. A pained laugh escaped my cracked lips. Hell, I'll take a hit of whatever he had if it's an offer. Contrary to their physical appearance and our current location, they've been perfectly polite hosts, and I haven't been offered any illegal substances. Setting the pool cue down, Presley plucked a leather-bound journal from a nearby table and held it out to me. Look, just read the journal sketch. It'll help you understand. Chris wrote it all down in here. Keep that thing away from me, I spat, holding a hand up to ward the madness off. I don't want to read that shit. You have to. I shook my head. feeling weak to the damn bone. No. Nothing in Pocketful is what it seems. He repeated the words that had been thrown my way more times than I could count. Chris said it first, and then Romy. She's been prattling on about it for months. Now we know why. He winced again, looking a little green. It's because Pocketful is a cover-up sketch. It's a mirage, man. An illusion. Your families moved there because it was the one place on Earth they could, quite frankly, get away with murder without arousing suspicion. A one-horse town so far off the beaten track that no one would think to look too closely at it. Not the feds or the foes. Easily bought and even more easily conquered. The perfect HQ for an underworld organization. Pocketful was the perfect place to bury their skeletons and keep their secrets hidden. He swallowed deeply before adding, it was the perfect place to keep you hidden. A place to keep me hidden. I chewed on the words, tasting the poison that dripped from the accusation before shaking my head. From what? From the truth, he explained. From who you really are. And who am I? Well, you're not Holden Capaldi, he shot back. That's for damn sure. I don't believe you. No, you don't want to believe me, Presley corrected gently. And not wanting this to be real doesn't change the fact that it is. Numb. I was so fucking numb. Presley sighed wearily and scrubbed his face with his hand before saying, your name is Jacob Toretto. It was your name that Chris scribbled everywhere before he died. I thought Romy was the key in all of this, but I was wrong. It was you all along. You're the key, Sketch. You're the hidden piece of the jigsaw, hidden in full view. It's genius, really, when you think about it. He turned to the other men loitering around the room and waved a hand in the air. Can someone please get my friend some pants to cover his penis and something to drink for the shark? And I don't mean sweet tea. Yeah, I had a feeling that I would be needing a lot more than sweet fucking tea to calm my nerves. Fuck my life. 2. Presley. Slumped between two strangers, and clad in another stranger's clothes, Sketch looked completely lost while I blew his world apart by asking him to believe the impossible, that his life was a lie. His beloved twin wasn't even his freaking brother, and the people he had called his parents for the majority of his life were fraudsters. Add to the mix that Sketch's bio mom had been murdered, and his bio dad had been tossed behind bars, leaving him the last target from a family of mafia kings that had been overthrown from power, by Cal Dillon, no less. And you had a prescription for about 30 years' worth of therapy. Yup, that was more than a pickle. This was a freaking watermelon. I felt like crying for the boy he used to be, the one Chris had written about in his journal. The little boy that had been ripped from his mother's arms, only to be tossed into hell on earth. Beaten and starved, drugged and branded. He had been subjected to inconceivable childhood torture, intended to strip him of his sanity, and in doing so, his identity. Sketch had no memories of his life before the age of 4. He'd said so himself. Because they had needed him to forget who he was. They had wanted a blank canvas, so they created one. Fucking monsters. Against all odds, that same little boy had learned to fight for himself. He learned to love without being shown how, to care without having anyone care for him, and somehow morphed into the man before me now. But I could see the broken child buried just beneath the surface of those finely carved muscles and tattoos. Sketch Capaldi was beautifully broken, hauntingly vulnerable, and tragically alone in the world. A lifetime of neglect, abuse, and castigation had been forced upon him for a secret he was unaware of, an identity he never chose in the first place. His only reprieve from the suffering, his one crutch in his lifetime of misery, had been the one person who loved him back, until they took her away from him too. And just like that, all of the guilt I held inside for keeping what I caught Romy and Sketch doing on the night of the winter formal a secret from Chris disintegrated into nothingness. At the time, I couldn't understand how Sketch could betray his brother like that. But after spending so much time with him in Houston and discovering the harrowing reality of his life, I got it now, loud and clear. Romy Dillon consumed him. She was all Sketch ever had, and Chris, for all his good looks and intentions, had helped Cal Dillon take her away from him. Hell, it was a miracle the poor bastard hadn't snapped and blown up the town. "Are you okay there, buddy?" I dared to ask, knowing it was a ridiculous question to ask him, but needing to hear him say something. 15 minutes had passed by without Sketch uttering a single syllable, and I was growing antsy. Patience wasn't a virtue I'd been gifted with, and I loathed awkward silences. "Am I okay?" Sketch repeated flatly, attention locked on his hands. "Let me think about it for a sec. My girl is missing. I've just been told that my name isn't actually my name. My parents aren't my parents. The brother I was raised to believe was my twin wasn't my brother after all, and he was murdered to keep my identity a secret. More likely than not by the same man that killed my birth mother, framed my birth father, and shot me. Oh, and did I forget to mention that same prig just so happens to be my girlfriend's father?" He blew out a shaky breath. "So no, I think it's safe to say that I am not okay, Press." "Yeah, that was a stupid question," I wholeheartedly agreed. "Sorry." "Where's my dad?" My brows shot up in surprise. "You mean your adoptive dad, right?" Wincing, I chuckled nervously. "Because we've already established that Cal exterminated your birth dad from your life, and your birth mom from the earth." "Press?" I winced, knowing the word vomit that I just spewed wasn't helping matters. "Smooth, cowboy," Lucky muttered, face-palming himself. "Real fucking smooth." I swallowed deeply. "He's tied up out back." Sketch looked me straight in the eyes. "I want to see him." Do you think that's a good idea right now?" "I don't care." He deadpanned. "I want to see my dad." "Sketch." "Now." "Sweet mother of Madonna," I muttered in resignation, pushing my glasses up my nose. "Fine, buddy. Suit yourself. But when it all goes to hell in a handbasket, just remember that I was the one who told you that talking to that man was a really, really bad freaking idea."
Chapter 3. Romy. Placing the pea-covered, rectangular-shaped stick of terror on the sink in front of me, I clutched the porcelain vanity and dragged in several deep breaths. Breathe, Romy. Just breathe. The banging on the other side of the bathroom door I'd locked myself behind continued to drum through my ears, making my body jerk with uncontrollable shudders. I needed an out. I needed to just disappear. Switching on the shower, I peeled off my clothes before stepping under the blistering spray of hot water. I was trembling from head to toe, teeth chattering violently. I felt violated. I felt fucking ripped open. Everything was broken. Be alive, Sketch. Be okay. Please, come and find me. Numb, I grabbed one of the bottles of shampoo from the rack and lathered my hair. Taking a clean washcloth from the pile, I soaked it under the water and then pressed it to my face, breathing in the hot steam. Tearing at my face with the cloth, I roughly washed myself, streaking it with a concoction of dirt, tears, and terror. In the midst of my breakdown, I thought about the lyrics of the Everly Brothers classic, All I Have to Do Is Dream. It was the strangest and most inappropriate song to think about, all things considered, but still, it was the perfect distraction from the turmoil I was drowning in. It's okay, I chanted, keeping my face pressed into the cloth. I whispered the lyrics over and over again. You're going to be okay. Ramona, my captor said from the other side of the bathroom door. I played this very same waiting game outside of this exact door for only one woman in my life, and I have no intentions of doing it again with you. 3 more loud bangs filled the air. So, open the door before I break it down. I want to go home, I cried out hoarsely. Now. And where is home, Ramona? Raphael called back. Back to your father? The man who traded your life for his. No, I hissed, trembling violently. I want to go back to Sketch. Ah, yes, the boyfriend, I heard him muse. I hate to tell you this, but the probability of your companion still being alive after taking a bullet to the chest is slim. No. Terror sliced through me at the thought. You don't know that. Balling my hands into fists, I screamed. Sketch would never leave me. Open the door. No. Open it now. Fuck you. I instantly froze, my words dying on my tongue as the sound of a gunshot pierced my eardrums. Moments later, the door, minus its handle, swung limply inwards, and there he was in all his glory, dressed in Armani and armed with a pistol. My captor, the man I had no doubt would end my life. Strolling into the bathroom like he didn't have a care in the world, Raphael tossed a towel at me, looking entirely unimpressed with what he saw. Thank God. Unsure of what else to do, I draped the towel around my naked body and watched in horror as my captor moved for the sink, attention riveted on the plastic stick. Well, Raphael finally mused, turning to lean against the vanity. This is an unfortunate development. Shoving his hands into the pockets of his suit pants, he released a heavy sigh. When I agreed to take Callisto's daughter in exchange for his son, I did not anticipate that she would be carrying his grandchild. My whole world felt like it had fallen away beneath me. It's positive? I dared to ask, feeling weak to the bone. Si, Raphael replied, pushing off the vanity and moving for the door. Congratulations, Ramona. You are growing Callisto's bastard grandchild inside of your womb. With a shake of his head, he tutted softly to himself. What an unfortunate turn of events. What do you mean? I strangled out, terrified. It means that the stakes have changed, he replied, giving me his back as he walked away. I can never let you go now.
4. Sketch. I wanted to go home. It was the very last thing I should want, considering the fact that I didn't have one anymore. Never really had one to begin with. But that's how I felt. If I had a wish in that moment, I knew it would be to go back in time and unlearn everything I now regrettably knew. Christ, I was beyond messed up in the head. I didn't want to not be his son. I didn't want to not have a brother. I didn't want to be alone, more than I already was. When my father was dragged into the room a little while later by a couple of Gonzalez's goons, I didn't feel the burning resentment and anger that I had expected to feel at the sight of the man who'd lied to me for my entire life. Instead, I felt concern. Because he had been beaten. Because he was still bleeding. Because I was afraid something bad was going to happen to him. See? Completely fucked in the head. Holden, Dad acknowledged, when the man shoved him onto a chair. Though how he could speak when his mouth was that swollen and cut up was beyond me. You're okay. I watched them bind his hands and feet, and only then did I feel the delayed anger roar to life inside of me. It wasn't directed towards him, though. No, I felt it for the bastards pinning him to the chair. Do you really need to do that to him? Tie him up, I mean. He's clearly not in any condition to run wild and scamper off, Presley said, speaking the words I was unable to say, and eyeing my father with a look of concern. Come to think about it, was beating the pretty out of him really necessary? I honestly can't see how, especially considering he was obviously trying to keep Sketch safe from Cal by smuggling him across the border. Whoa, you've really done a number on his face, haven't you? Which, FYI, is a total travesty, considering he has, or at least used to have, an uncanny resemblance to his son. Shut up, creature, Gonzalez commanded. Okie dokie. Presley threw his hands up in defeat. Shutting up now. With the same level of regal composure he always presented, my father kept his body straight and his shoulders back, refusing to slouch even when he'd been beaten half to death. Are you all right? Ignoring everyone around us, he kept his eyes on me. Are you injured? Dad. The word came out hoarse and full of longing. Dad. Did you hurt him? Dad asked, attention flicking to the men sitting beside me. He's an innocent in this. No, they didn't hurt him, Presley interjected, sounding disgruntled. But you did. Is that what you think? It's what I know, Presley pointed out, shaking Chris's journal around in his hands. Unlike you, Mr. Aiding and abetting a psychopathic shooter. Uh-huh, that's right. I went there. Now, start talking, Capaldi. Press, I warned. Back off. Don't defend him, Sketch, Presley countered, furious now. That man's been lying to you all your life. Now, I'm sorry that your fake dad took a beating like that. I have never been one to condone violence, but let's call a spade here. He has done nothing but lie and hurt to you, Sketch. Your sympathy and protection is the very last thing he deserves. On the contrary, I've been protecting him all of his life, my father shot back calmly. He's alive because of me. Strangely enough, I think you're telling the truth this time, Lucky drawled lazily. Keep it up, old-timer. The kid deserves to hear the rest from you. It won't matter a damn if it doesn't come from the horse's mouth. He's too damn loyal. Shut the fuck up, I snarled, chest heaving. Leave him alone, damn it. Turning back to my father, I begged. It's okay, Dad. Just tell them you're my father and we can go. I won't let them hurt you again. My breath was coming hard and fast. I promise I'll get us both out of here. For the first time in my life, I saw genuine emotion flicker in my father's eyes. I can't do that, son. No. No. No, 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 no. Son, I hissed, trembling violently as denial sunk its claws deep inside of me. Exactly. I'm your son. No, you're not, he interrupted me. Not biologically, at least. Stop, I begged, physically twisting up in pain. Please don't say anything else. I tried to protect you, he continued. All these years, Cal wanted you dead, but I couldn't allow that to happen. You were his heir, the love of his life, his beating heart walking around outside of his body. I had to protect you.
You need to stop talking,
I warned, dragging myself to my feet.
You're talking shit. This is crazy. You don't mean any of this.
You need to hear this, he pressed, coughing again. You need to know where you came from, Jacob. It's vital.
Stop.
Shaking my head, I staggered away, desperate to be anywhere but here.
Don't call me that.
Feeling weak and disoriented, I leaned heavily against the pool table.
My name is Holden.
Your name is Jacob. My father continued to speak. You are a descendant of the oldest and most powerful family in Italy, and the one true heir of the Catalonian mafia lord.
Dad.
Tears trickled down my cheeks.
Please don't do this to me.
We share the same blood, but I am not your father, he said. You are the son of my cousin, Raffaele.
Stop it.
Your mother's name is Carmela.
Dad?
15 years ago, Cal burned your mother alive while you watched.
No, he didn't.
Sniffling, I shook my head and glowered at him.
My mother's name is Olivia.
I'm so sorry, Jacob.
Stop calling me that,
I snarled, crying like a fucking baby.
You're my dad, and Mama's my mom. I know I'm not much to write home about. I know I'm a complete fuck-up. But I'm your fuck-up, Dad. I'm yours.
That's why she's been treating you like a second-class citizen your whole life, Press added. Because in her eyes, you were—
Shut the hell up,
I hissed.
Don't talk about my mother like that.
Who? The woman who is nowhere to be seen? Press tossed back. You were shot, Sketch. Fucking shot. Your piece of shit fake dad's here. At least he tried to do the right thing. But where's your so-called mother? I flinched.
Don't.
That's right. He quickly carried on, gutting me with his words. She's not here because she doesn't care. Because you're not her son.
Shut your goddamn mouth, Quentin.
Olivia isn't your mother, Dad interrupted. Your mother's name was Carmela, and when you were 3 years old, you watched her die. 5. Sketch.
Bullshit.
I shook my head, vehemently denying his words.
You're a fucking liar just like the rest of them.
Heart gunning wildly in my chest, I moved to go to him, only to stagger backwards.
I didn't watch any goddamn woman burn, and the last I checked, my mother was alive and breathing, hating my guts but breathing all the same.
Banging up against the counter of the bar, I dragged in a pained breath and tried to steady myself. Pain. It was everywhere, and my head was spinning.
Screw you. Screw all of y'all.
Vision blurring, I grasped at the counter.
I just need Romy.
I needed my girl, damn it. She was the realest thing about my life. She was the realest thing about me. Without her, I was lost. You're in denial, Jacob. Dad choked out another wheezy cough. And that's my fault, not yours. You were conditioned to forget your past. It's the reason you're alive today. Like a cruel twist of fate, Images of a raven-haired woman flashed through my mind, causing my heart to thud violently and my stomach to churn. Accompanying those images was the unforgettable smell of burning flesh, the feel of sheer helplessness, and the sound of screaming.
Mama loves you, Jacoby.
Locked doors.
No, Papa, don't go.
Whiskey-colored eyes.
Sketch likes to sketch.
Red ribbons. "What are you doing to me?" I strangled out, dragging my hands through my hair. "How are you doing this?" "I'm not doing anything," Dad replied, ignoring the others as he concentrated entirely on me. "You're remembering all on your own."
Please, not my son.
Blood and smoke.
Want a cookie?
Flesh burning.
I'll be your friend.
The girl.
What's your name, boy?
The girl.
Who are you?
The girl.
Who is your father?
The girl.
Close your eyes, Jacoby. Do not watch.
The girl.
No, Mama, no.
Angel. "Make it stop," I demanded, clenching my eyes shut as memories of another lifetime flashed through my broken mind. I was terrified of the memories, the ones screaming at me to remember. "Please, just make it fucking stop." "I know this is hard for you, but you need to hear me, Jacob. You need to take this in. It's time for you to remember who you are and where you came from."
I can't,
I cried out hoarsely, breathing erratic.
I don't want to know any of this. I just want Romy.
15 years ago, when you were little more than a toddler, Cal Dillon committed the ultimate crime in our world and betrayed his boss. He double-crossed your father. He sent my cousin down for a crime he did not commit by framing Raph for the rape of a young girl, and in doing so, he took command of his army, of his family. My father's tone was urgent as he spoke. His face looked more weathered in this moment than I'd ever seen. But that was not enough for him. Not for a paranoid narcissist like Cal. He knew that even in his absence, your father was worshipped more than he could ever hope to be. Therefore, to enforce his power and control over the family, Cal eliminated anyone openly loyal to Raph, including his mother. Lucky offered quietly. "Including his mother," Dad confirmed sadly.
"Why not me?"
Blinking away the tears, I looked at my dad, feeling numb to the bone, and asked,
"Why didn't Cal kill me?"
"Because I convinced him that you would be far more useful to him alive than dead. You would be the perfect bargaining chip, should Raffaele ever be released from prison and seek revenge on Cal." Except I wasn't useful. My hands were shaking so badly that the vibration was ricocheting through my whole body. "He never came to get me. Only because he thinks that you burned with your mother."
Okay, can we pause the life-altering revelations until the gunshot victim is sitting down, please?
Coming to stand beside me, Presley wrapped a tentative arm around my waist.
"I got you, buddy."
Sketch. Feeling both weak and deflated, I leaned heavily against him, allowing him to lead me back to a seat, and surprised as hell that he could take my weight. "My name is Sketch."
"Damn straight,"
Presley coaxed.
"To hell with the name Holden Capaldi and screw Jacob Toretto. I never liked those names anyway. You're Sketch, buddy. Just Sketch, like Madonna or Rihanna, except cooler and,
You know, male. You rock the single name thingy anyway.
Yeah,
I breathed, consumed in my pain.
Just sketch.
So, now we've established that Cal is Dr. Evil in all of this, Presley said once we were sitting down. Care to break the rest of the madness into bite-sized pieces? You know, make it easier for my boy here to swallow all of this catastrophic trauma? Does he have a mute button? One of Gonzalez's men asked, staring at Presley with a look of bewilderment.
I can mute the creature,
Gonzalez replied menacingly, setting his gun on the table. Oh, give it a rest with the creature comments, Mr. Stretch Fatso Stinky, Presley shot back with a huff.
What did you call me?
Ever heard of the movie Casper? No? Too bad. It's a great movie, and I would have chosen one ghostly uncle nickname for you, but you know what they say about the shoe fitting.
Did you just call me fat?
Are you really surprised? Presley replied, gesturing to his stomach. You have the look of a man who is partial to a pie, or 10. I mean, let's be honest here. I can't be the first person to mention your weight issue. As for the stinky job, Presley shrugged. Well, I think we've already established your urgent need to bathe in some grade A disinfectant.
That is it,
Gonzalez declared, red-faced.
Bolillo, I cannot take another second of this creature.
Jerking to his feet, he grabbed his blade and stalked towards Presley.
I am going to cut your tongue out and wear it as a trophy around my neck.
Enough, Lucky interjected, stifling a laugh as he stepped between Gonzalez and Presley.
Cowboy, as entertaining as I find you, and I find you immensely entertaining, you're walking a thin line.
Duly noted, Presley replied with a nod, sinking closer to me. I know you're in bad shape right now, he whispered in my ear. But do you think you can protect me? I didn't answer him, because my entire focus was on my father. He's not your father, remember? He's your father's cousin. Why? I asked, hating the weakness in my voice. Christ, I hated crying, but right now I could hardly see through the tears burning my eyes.
Why would he think that I died with her?
Because that's what Cal wrote in the letter he sent Raph in prison, my father replied. My eyes narrowed.
Why would he do that?
Dad sighed heavily. What better way to torment a loving father than to taunt him with his only son's death?
That's completely fucked up,
I bit out, feeling broken and confused.
Aye,
Gonzalez muttered, stroking his beard.
It is a dirty trick.
Question, Presley blurted, holding a finger up. If Cal kept him around to use in the event of his gangster dad returning from his time out in the naughty step in the state penitentiary, then why fake sketch his death in a letter?
Italy.
Presley cocked a brow. Beautiful country, shaped like a boot, population of 60 million. What's your point?
Raffaele served his time in an Italian prison,
Dad bit out, looking bone-weary and worse for wear. Not the state penitentiary. Well, it must suck to be him, but that doesn't answer my question. Pushing his glasses up his nose, Press glowered at my father, tone laced with distrust when he asked, Why did Cal tell Raffaele that his son was dead if he was keeping him alive as a bargaining chip? Why did Cal give Sketch to you to raise? What the hell is up with that?
You think I'm lying, Quentin?
Only when your lips are moving, Christopher.
A snort escaped Lucky, who quickly smothered his amusement with a bottle of beer. Kid needs his own TV show,
he muttered, before placing the rim of the bottle to his lips. He's reality gold. Well, thanks for the compliment, but I consider myself to be more palladium than gold. It's rarer than gold and much harder to come by. Presley shot back before continuing with his interrogation. You said that Cal eliminated anyone who is openly loyal to this Toretto Mafia king. Standing up, he prowled around the room, looking like a scrawny state prosecutor. Well, smack my ass and call me Judy, but I know full well that if one of my cousins was in trouble, I'd be by their side in a jiffy. And trust me, I don't say that lightly, he added, widening his eyes in dramatic fashion. I have some seriously questionable cousins. I'm talking the illicit drug-taking, stripping, my body is not a temple kind of cousins. Oh, no offense, Luck. None taken. You know I was referring to your sister Hayden, right? Half-sister. Psh, semantics. Focus, cowboy. Focusing, Presley replied, before turning back to my father. Which brings me to the next question. Where was this Raffaele dude's cousin when Cal Dillon was testing out loyalty? He glowered at him. Where were you? Answer me this, Quentin. What would have happened to Jacob if I had been a martyr that night? Dad asked wearily. Would he be here to tell the tale, or would he have truly burned with his mother? Presley was quiet for a long moment, clearly working through his thoughts before reluctantly nodding. Well, shit on a stick. That's a fair point. Cal was always incredibly envious of my older cousin, even as small children back home in Sicily. Cal's jealousy had festered away inside of him. Their fathers were brothers in arms, with Ralph's father, Jacoby, the capo de capi of the family, and Donnie Dillon his capo bastone. Ralph was Cal's closest friend from babyhood, yet he always competed with him. I was 4 years younger than the boys, Ralph's annoying little cousin tagging along after him. But I remember it well, be it for the affection of girls, power in Cosa Nostra, or their father's attention. Callisto made it his life's mission to get one over on Ralph. It never happened, no matter how hard he tried. Cal always found himself second best. I whispered, reeling at the fact that all of this felt more familiar than I wanted it to. And Ralph second in command, Presley added. Well, hell, the sick bastard must have taken great pleasure in watching Ralph's son endure a lifetime of the same fate. More than you could ever know. What about the sworn-in vow of Omerta? Lucky asked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Didn't you all take a pact of silence before becoming made men? Leaning back in his seat, he rested his feet on the table in front of him and took a swig of beer. That's how it works, right? Omerta is compulsory in your world, and failure to uphold the vow is punishable by death. Snitches get stitches, or cement boots, and all that jazz. Dad nodded in resignation. Yes. Lucky cocked a brow. But not to Cal. It's complicated, Dad replied. When Raph came into power, and Cal became his underboss, the world was changing, and he wanted the family to change with it. Raph was adamant on upholding the code, one important factor in particular. Which was, Lucky drawled, women. My father replied simply. Please, Presley groaned, holding a hand up. Tell me that when you say women, you're not referring to sex trafficking? Yes, Dad nodded in confirmation. It's one of the most lucrative businesses in the world, and one Cal desperately wanted to steer Cosa Nostra towards. But Raph refused point-blank to even consider it. They clashed daily after that. "And to think I drank sweet tea in that pervert's kitchen," Presley groaned, shaking his head. "For shame." 6. Sketch. When Artabella left Cal shortly after the twins were born and took Seth with her, whatever little of good that was left inside of the man disintegrated. Because of his all-consuming hunger for supremacy, the malevolent streak inside of Cal slowly turned malignant. His resentment of Raph with his beautiful wife, a woman he had wanted for his own, and their baby son slowly poisoned him from the inside out. For 3 long years, he plotted and schemed to overthrow Raph until he finally became a rat bastard informant for the feds, fucked your Don over with a fabricated rape story, more than likely provided by some underage side piece he was banging, and betrayed the entire family. Lucky filled in lazily. "Well, shit." Flicking his ash on the floor, he took another deep drag of his cigarette before saying, "Your substitute Don sounds like a real stellar guy." "He was never my Don," Dad replied coolly, hackles clearly rising. "He screwed your cousin over, and you continued to work for him?" Lucky smirked. "Sounds like he's your Don to me." "Yeah," Gonzalez laughed. "It sounds to me like you're his bitch boy." "Wait, aren't you breaking your omerta by talking to us now?" Lucky asked then, attention clearly piqued. "Or did your most sacred vow fly out of the window when you turned a blind eye to Cal's discretions?" "Don't worry about my vows. I can handle myself," Dad bit out, before resuming his tale. After Raph's arrest, the family was in turmoil. Snakes were slithering in from the woodworks, and everyone was labeled a rat. Only a handful of us knew for sure who handed the boss in, and unlike Cal, we would rather die than break omerta. Trust me when I tell you that it was a fucking mess. Cal took that as his opportunity to rise to the top of the ranks and take the family on a far more lucrative path. "Let me guess," Press mumbled. "Sex trafficking." "Wait," I frowned in confusion. "Who's Artabella?" "Cal's wife, dude," Press replied with a heavy sigh. "No," I shook my head, rebuking the mistake. "Cal's wife's name was Loretta." Dad shook his head. "No, Jacob. Sketch." Mentally reeling, I dropped my head in my hands and mumbled, "My name is Sketch," over and over again. "Sketch likes to sketch." The girl. "I love you, Sketch." The girl. "You'll always be my favorite, Sketch." The girl. "I want you inside me, Sketch." Angel. 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 I tried to warn Raph. I fucking told him that Cal was a ticking time bomb. As his consigliere, he should have heeded my warning, but he wouldn't hear a word against his oldest friend. Dad pressed. "I was in Rome the night he was overthrown. The moment I got word of his arrest, I returned to Sicily. But I was too late. Carmela's body was still burning when I reached the compound, but she was unrecognizable. I only knew it was her because I recognized the little boy sobbing at the base of the makeshift pyre." His eyes flicked to me. "That little boy was you, Jacob." "No." Shaking violently, I rubbed my knees with my hands and desperately fought back the memories trying to burrow their way back into my mind.
No. No, Mama, no.
Close your eyes, Jacoby, Mama screamed, as the bad man held her down. Don't look, baby boy. Mama, no. Tears were stinging my eyes, but I didn't stop trying to reach her. Mama, please. Mama, no. The flames got bigger, and Mama's screams grew louder. Papa, help me, I cried, clutching her shawl in my small hands. Papa, Papa.
Your papa isn't coming to save you this time, Jacoby.
Uncle Cal sneered.
You're all alone now, boy.
Coughing and spluttering from the smoke, I pushed past him, only to be dragged back by the scruff of my neck. Orange flames. They were everywhere. Mama's on fire, I screamed at the top of my lungs. Stop burning my mama.
Your father is weak, and your mama is a traditore,
he snarled.
What happens to traitors, boy?
Mama.
What happens?
He roared, shaking me violently. They burn, I sobbed, dropping onto my knees, with Mama's shawl still clutched in my fist.
Callisto!
Papa's cousin marched toward Papa's best friend, looking furious.
What the hell is this?
Christopher, Cal acknowledged.
I was wondering when you'd show up.
What have you done, Cal?
I'm in charge now.
Where is the boy? He demanded, eyes bloodshot.
Where is my godson?
Still alive, Cal mused. For now, at least. Sniffling, I wrapped my arms around my legs and buried my face in my knees. They were coming for me next. Our home wasn't safe anymore. I knew that now. Daddy, no! Another voice cried out. Make it stop! Moments later, 2 small arms came around me. I didn't need to look up to know it was Ramona. My mama, I sobbed, throwing my arms around her waist. Jacoby, she wailed, falling to her knees beside me. We gots to go. We needs to run away from my daddy.
I'll remember you,
I whispered, body rocking back and forth.
The night they burned her alive.
Shaking my head, I blinked the tears from my eyes and looked at the man who raised me.
You called me your godson.
Releasing a pained groan, my father nodded slowly. Everything I have done, every lie I have told you, and every treacherous order from Cal that I have ashamedly followed, has been to keep my oath to your parents. I vowed before God and your parents to protect you, to be your papa's second. I'm only sorry that I didn't do a better job. This is why I wanted you to read the journal, Presley groaned, pulling me from my horrible fucking memories when he flopped back down next to me. I'm so sorry, Sketch. 1 year, Dad continued to destroy my world by saying, that's how long it took me to convince Cal to give you to me. For 12 long months, he kept you locked away on your father's ship, while I desperately tried to negotiate with him. Pain encompassed his features as he spoke. For 365 days you were beaten, starved, degraded, and tortured in your papa's private quarters. The scar on his hip? Presley demanded, sounding pained. The one shaped like a T? Burned into his flesh by Cal. The mark borne by the son of a family traitor.
Except that he wasn't a traitor's son,
Press hissed.
he was 3 years old, damn it. An innocent fucking baby.
By the time I finally persuaded Cal to give you to me, you had forgotten your own name. You had no memory of me or your parents. You didn't speak, nor could you eat with utensils. You even had to be potty trained all over again. He released a shaky breath. You were 4 years old by then.
Jesus Christ,
Presley growled.
Sick bastard.
I'm not entirely sure of what happened to you for that year, Jacob. But I promise, I did everything I could to get you back as soon as I could. How? I breathed, keeping my head in my hands, too fucking traumatized to look anywhere but my own lap. How'd you convince him to let me go? To be honest, I think the novelty of terrorizing you had worn off by then. He had all the power in the world, and Raffaele was rotting in a prison cell. He had finally bettered his greatest competition, and was in the throes of relocating Cosa Nostra to the States. He was so focused on taking the business to new levels that you were more of a hindrance than anything else. Besides, there was no pleasure in torturing the son of his enemy when the son didn't remember his father. He sighed heavily. In all honesty, I believe that he grew bored of you, Jacob.
Then why not kill me and get it over with?
I demanded brokenly. He may have lost interest in playing a leading role in torturing you, but you can be sure that Cal still took pleasure in watching you suffer, Jacob, was my father's answer. Just a little bit, every day, enough to satisfy the hatred festering inside of him. Every inch of my body rattled and shook. He was telling the truth. I could feel it. And still, I couldn't take it in. I couldn't let myself remember. He reveled in your misfortune, Jacob, he told me, in knowing that he had everything that was rightfully yours, and there wasn't a damn thing you could do about it. And Romy, her name spilled from my lips before I had a chance to register what any of this meant. He took Romy. And Romy, Dad confirmed sadly. He dangled her like a carrot in front of you, and then snatched her back time and again.
I loved her,
I croaked out.
I still love her.
I know. And it's not your fault that you could never see beyond the girl, Jacob. You were programmed to worship her. She was your intended before your father's fall from power.
When you say intended,
Presley began to say, looking green,
you don't mean
betrothed, my father filled in.
Yup,
Press whimpered.
He went there.
2 powerful Catalonian families were to become one when he took her as his bride. It took 7 days of negotiating before Raffaele agreed to the pairing.
Arranged marriage?
Presley gaped in horror.
In 21st century America? Between babies?
No, not America. Italy, and not babies. They were to marry on Jacob's 16th birthday, Dad replied. He is 2 months younger than Romy, and it was a good match, too, as close to perfect as I've ever seen. It would have been a prosperous partnership.
God damn it, Chris Capaldi Jr. You're a good-looking SOB, but your entire family is nuts.
Presley muttered to himself with a shake of his head.
You've sure left me in one hell of a pickle, buddy. Thanks a bunch. I did my best to protect you, to raise my cousin's son as my own."
Coughing violently, Dad licked the blood from his lips before adding,
"To protect both you and Chris, while still giving you some semblance of a normal life, a family. I know it wasn't easy for you growing up, Jacob, not with Cal watching your every move, and my wife's constant condemnation. But I tried." He exhaled raggedly. "In the end, it looks like I failed you both. You let Cal take her from me."
I squeezed out, feeling woozy and faint. It was too much to take, all of it. I couldn't process.
"Romy."
Breathing hard, I tried to find the words I needed to make sense of my thoughts.
"You let him give her to Chris, when you knew that I was the one who was in love with her."
Rage. It was coming hard and hot now.
"You watched Cal give my brother his blessing to be with my girl, and you never once stepped in. You didn't stand up for me, Dad. You just let him take her away from me. Romy, my Ro, the only thing I ever had. Believe me, I wanted to," he hissed, sounding pained. "But I couldn't. Why the hell not? Because I was trying to protect you."
Oh, would you give it a damn rest with the "I tried to protect you" bullshit? Press growled, tone dripping with disgust. You didn't protect Sketch, and you didn't protect Chris. One was shot and the other is dead. It's official. You suck at protecting people, dude, so just own it.
"You know, my wife never liked you, Quentin."
Oh, really? Well, that's a shame, because your son really liked my dick.
"Another reason Cal gave Christopher his blessing, and not you, Jacob," Dad replied calmly.
"What?" he added, turning his attention back to Presley.
"You don't think I know that my son was gay? And as for you two being secret lovers, I've known for years, Quentin."
"Stop." Presley's entire frame grew rigid, and then he was on the move, jerking out of his seat and pacing the warehouse like a madman.
"Don't go there." "My son loved you very much."
My father's tone was mild and laced with melancholy.
"I can see why. Loyalty. You have it in spades." He offered him a sad smile. "You were, as a romantic might say, the love of Christopher's life." 7. Sketch.
Looking physically wounded from my father's words, Presley staggered backwards and pressed a hand to his chest. Dad had struck a nerve deep inside of him, and he was trying not to hemorrhage. I knew how he felt. I was bleeding out too. I didn't know who the real me was, and it killed me.
"Then why didn't you say something when it mattered?" Presley demanded, visibly shaking. "Why didn't you stop all of this from happening?" "Tell me how I could have stopped any of this," was my father's weary response. "You could have stopped Cal Dillon from sentencing your son to death for one," Presley snarled. "I didn't expect Cal to shoot Jacob in the fucking chest." Nostrils flaring, my father's breathing quickened as his outrage grew. "I did everything I could to save his life," he added. "Everything. He's here right now because of my quick thinking. Not Sketch, you incessant prick. Chris!" Presley screamed, voice cracking as he threw his hands in the air. "You let it happen. You let him kill Chris and you did nothing to...
His voice cracked, and he dragged in a long, pained breath before hissing.
How could you do that, huh? How could you sit back and let that mob bastard have your son whacked?
You're mistaken, my father replied with a shake of his head. Chris's death was an accident.
Oh my fucking God!
Slapping the palm of his hand against his forehead, Presley barked out a humorless laugh.
You're unbelievable. After all he's done, you're still covering for him.
Quentin, I don't know who you've been speaking to, or where you're getting your information, but Chris's death was an accident.
He was assassinated,
Presley snarled, throwing my brother's journal at my father. When it fell to the floor at my father's feet, Press stalked over and snatched it up.
It's all in here,
he told my dad, hands visibly shaking as he flipped through page after page of Chris's thoughts, of his warnings.
He wrote it all down, every threat doled out, and every dirty damn attempt on his life.
I don't understand, my father whispered, eyes laced with confusion.
Oh, you don't?
Presley's tone dripped with sarcasm.
Well, let me spell it out for you so that there is no more confusion on the matter. Your son was murdered, as in slew, slain, executed, slaughtered. He was massacred, slowly, painfully, and in the cruelest of ways, by a bunch of goons on the orders of your old buddy Cal.
No. Dad shook his head, turning a deathly shade of white. You're wrong. His death was an accident. That I am absolutely certain of. I read the autopsy report. There was a car accident. Romy was driving.
He was killed, and it was no accident,
Presley seethed.
Who did y'all pay to cover it up, huh? Must have cost a pretty penny to bribe the sheriff and the coroner all in one night. Filing false police and autopsy reports, not to mention concealing bullet holes on a mangled corpse, had to have been pricey. Although, what am I saying?
He laughed humorlessly.
Money's never been much of an issue for y'all, has it?
He shook his head in disgust.
Did Cal hire the same crew to take us out at the dine in El Paso, too? Get a 2-for-1 deal? Pay for one son's death and get the other one free? Did they throw in mine and Romy's death for free, too? Or did y'all pay extra for those intended bullets?
Silent, my father remained completely motionless, eyes glued to the journal in Presley's hand. A beat passed, and still he didn't respond.
Nothing to say?
Presley sneered.
Is there nothing you would like to add to this delightfully depressing equation?
He can't, I replied, awareness dawning on me as I studied my father's stone-like expression. Because he didn't know.
Don't be naive, Sketch,
Press shot back impatiently.
Of course he knew.
Look at him, Press, I snapped, gesturing to the shock on my dad's face.
He didn't fucking know.
He killed Chris, Dad whispered, more to himself than anyone else.
Cal killed my son.
Okay, if you really didn't know, then I am terribly sorry for my inconsiderate drop of that particular bombshell, Presley groaned, slapping a hand over his eyes. But yeah, he totally fucking did, dude. And he had Romy terrorized into covering it up. It was at that exact moment that a loud knock erupted outside of the warehouse, drawing everyone's attention to the locked door.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are y'all expecting visitors?
Presley flicked his outraged gaze to Gonzalez, who was occupying himself with a line of coke. Perhaps another shipment of nose gangrene or How about another criminal to join this joyous reunion?
Not tonight, Gonzalez grunted, looking displeased. Bolillo, you can take it for me.
Fair enough, Lucky drawled, sliding a Glock from the waistband of his jeans before moving for the door. But it counts as one of your dozen.
What fucking ever,
the biker grumbled, waving a dismissive hand in the air as he cut another line of coke.
It?
Eyes bulging in his head, Presley threw his hands up in despair. I'm sorry, but did you just refer to a human being as an it? Balancing a cigarette between his lips and ignoring Presley entirely, Lucky cocked the hammer on his gun and pulled back the deadbolt. Yanking the door open, he stepped aside just as the body of an oddly familiar teenage boy was tossed inside, followed by a furious-looking giant who was colored in ink.
When I say I'm done with the underground, I mean I'm done with the fucking underground,
the man-beast roared, storming into the warehouse. Oh, sweet mother of all things merciful, Presley groaned, sounding pained. Sporting a sewn-on wife beater and gray sweatpants? Are you trying to kill me here, Noah? Moving quicker than any man should be able to, Lucky slammed the door shut behind them and pounced on the new arrival. Pressing the barrel of the Glock against his jugular, Lucky fisted his white blonde hair with his other hand and slowly dragged him to his feet. Who's your friend, Messina?
I found this piece of shit creeping around my property in the dark tonight.
The man Press had just called Noah snarled, looking genuinely terrifying.
Right outside the house my wife and kids are sleeping in.
Turning to Gonzalez, he hissed,
Is this your doing, G? Another fucking game? Because I thought we were done with this shit years ago. I told you I was done. What the fuck do you want from me, asshole? My resignation in blood?
Blonde white boy has nothing to do with me, Gonzalez replied, holding his hands up. Check the bitch for tags. Who sent you? Lucky asked, tone far too gentle for someone pressing a gun to another man's throat. How'd you get in here, kid? Turning to Noah, he said, Knife.
Do I look like your bitch boy?
Noah shot back, looking livid. Lucky grinned. Please, and thank you. Muttering a string of curse words under his breath, Noah relented and stalked over to his friend.
God fucking damn it, Luck,
he grumbled, pulling a blade from Lucky's other boot.
If my wife gets wind of this, I wasn't here. I know nothing whatsoever about any missing teenager, and you're a piece of shit for dragging me back into this crap a fucking again.
Shouldn't you be saying, if the cops get wind of this? Presley queried, holding up a finger.
You clearly don't know my wife.
Fisting the guy's shirt in his hand, Noah sliced his shirt open in one swift move. Clean, he announced, studying his bare chest before moving to check both of the guy's arms. Nothing. No tags, no tats, no marks. Interesting, Gonzalez mused, stroking his beard almost thoughtfully. Looks like you've walked yourself into the lion's den, kid, Lucky mused, pressing the barrel of his gun deeper into his throat. And we haven't eaten in days. You don't scare me, the guy countered, in a heavily accented voice, as he jutted his chin out defiantly. I came here for a purpose. Was the purpose getting your brains blown out of your pretty yellow head? Gonzalez quipped. Because no one walks into my club without an invitation. I'm not looking for an invitation, the boy replied coldly. I'm looking for a person. Then who exactly might you be looking for? Him, he said, pointing straight at me. His gaze flicked to my face, and I didn't miss the keen interest in his brown eyes, or the oddly familiar whiskey-colored irises. I narrowed my eyes. He smirked in return. You look just like him. Whiskey-colored eyes. Hair like the sun. No fucking way. It was him. The other twin. It had to be. He had her eyes. Jacoby, he hissed at the same time I demanded, where is she? Jacoby, Toretto, he repeated, watching me with the same level of hostility as I watched him. It seems that you and I have a lot to talk about. Well, this just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? Sweet Sasha Fierce, I feel like I'm trapped in an episode of Dr. Freaking Who, Presley declared in dramatic fashion, turning his attention to the guy being held at gunpoint. Okay, he said, pressing his fingers to his temples. Going off your uncanny resemblance to a dear friend of mine, I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark here and assume that you're Seth? You can take your assumptions and shove them up your ass, pretty boy. No thanks. It's rather difficult to give it to my... Hold up. Turning to grin at me, Press asked, did he just call me pretty? With my adrenaline pumping and my heart gunning wildly in my chest, I staggered to my feet, completely ignoring Presley's hormone-induced question in the process. Do you know where she is? Maybe. Call off your guard dog, and I might have an easier time remembering, he answered. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. How about you tell me what you know before I break your face? He smirked. Are you always this reckless? Usually. Are you always this much of an asshole? Whoa, Sketch. What the hell is that? Presley demanded, breaking the stare down between me and Seth, and looking a little mystified in the process. How are you doing this? I frowned. How am I doing what? He was speaking to you in a completely different language, Press breathed, looking rattled. And you were answering him, man. I stared blankly at him. I was? Yeah, Sketch, you were. Not a foreign language. Not to Jacob, at least. It's his mother tongue, my father said, sounding proud. It's all coming back to him. Well, I'll be goddamned, Presley breathed, eyes like saucers. That's one hell of an impressive party trick. Let him go, I ordered with a tilt to my chin, never once taking my eyes off the male version of Romy. You sure about this, fullback? Lucky asked. This one has killer instincts. I'll take my chances, I replied coolly. If it meant finding Romy. Whistling softly to himself, Lucky slowly withdrew the gun from Seth's throat. Keeping his gun drawn, he backed all the way up to lean against the closed door. Now, I said, eyes locked on Seth. Start refreshing that memory, asshole. Call me asshole again, and I'll put another hole in your chest, Seth countered coolly. And unlike the man who put that bullet in you, I won't miss my target. Bristling with tension, I forced myself to keep my temper in check, knowing that he was my best chance at finding Romy. Where is she? Trying to keep my tone even, I clenched my jaw when I spoke. What did he do with her? If you are referring to our piece of shit father, then she is no longer with him, Seth replied flatly, completely unfeeling. He traded her life in for both his and mine several weeks ago, right along with the life of our mother.
Now my father was the one to speak. Arabella is still alive.
What the fuck do you think? With a look of pure repulsion etched on his face, Seth flicked his gaze to my father. Of course she's not alive. He put a fucking bullet in my mother's temple. She bled out on the floor at my feet.
What about Romy? I demanded, not giving two shits about this Arabella woman. Is she dead? I couldn't say it, feeling winded at the thought. I dragged in several steadying breaths before asking, Is she okay?
She's on board the Carmela, Seth blew my world apart by saying. With your father.
I couldn't breathe. I couldn't fucking move. What did you say? Raffaele, Dad gasped. He has Ramona. He turned to look at me. Jacob, it's okay. He would never.
If you are about to say that he would never hurt her, then you have not met the man who kept me captive, Seth interrupted coldly. He will hurt her. I can promise you that. A man with nothing left to lose has everyone left to wound.
Jesus Christ. I couldn't take this in. I couldn't deal. Well, where the fuck is he taking her? I demanded, clutching at my chest to stem the pain spreading through it. What does he want?
You think I'm going to tell you that, without getting what I came here for first? Seth deadpanned, looking at me like I was stupid. Raffaele wants what he has wanted for 15 years. What I have wanted since my father closed my mother's eyes forever. His eyes darkened. Revenge.
Seth, where have you been all this time?
My father asked, looking like he'd seen a ghost. I've been wherever the wind took me, Seth countered, entirely uninterested in entertaining my father's questions.
What do you want? I demanded, trembling. You said you came here for something. What is it?
I can help you get her back, he replied, brown eyes locked on mine. But only if you help me to kill my father first. 8. Presley. Okay, my mind was officially blown. The boy who couldn't pass a basic calculus test at school was standing in front of me, holding a conversation in fluent Italian. Now, I was anti-guns and even more anti-drugs, but right about now, I was seriously considering sitting my ass down with the grisly gangster in the corner of the room and asking him to defile my nostrils with some of his white powder. I was struggling to take all of this in, so I could only imagine what was running through Sketch's mind as he locked eyes with his girlfriend's secret twin. Heck, screw being mind-blown. The big, blue ball we call the Earth was officially spiraling out of control, and I was an unwilling passenger. For the briefest of moments, I thought about checking the warehouse for hidden cameras, thinking this would make for one hell of a YouTube video, but managed to refrain. Sliding my phone out of my pocket, I quickly loaded the translator onto my internet browser and tapped in every word I could make out while Sketch, Seth, and Chris Sr. continued to converse in double freaking Dutch. Tapping out word after random word, I discovered that Jacoby was Italian for Jacob, and the Italian word for revenge had definitely been thrown into the mix.
I will help you, Jacoby,
Chris Sr. declared thickly, eyeing his surrogate son with more affection than I'd ever seen him offer Sketch in the past. Sketch, who had been completely immersed in whatever Seth was saying to him, ignored his father, turning to me instead.
What do you think?
What do I think? I repeated, eyeballing him. Well, I think that I would love it if y'all could speak English. You know, the language we've conversed in every day since pre-freaking K. I shook my head, feeling flustered. Trust you to know the one damn language I didn't take at school. Am I really doing that? What? Terrifying me to my core by speaking in your apparent mother tongue? I shot back. Why, yes, Harry Potter, yes you are. But I'd be awful grateful if you, Professor Snape, and Tom freaking Riddle over there could help a guy out with a copy of your minutes in English. Jesus Christ. Looking rattled, Sketch blew out a shaky breath. He said she's not with Cal anymore. Pain flickered in his eyes. He said that Romy's with my father, Press. His voice cracked. Cal gave her to him. She's on a fucking boat with him, man. In the middle of the goddamn Atlantic. Say what now? My eyes widened in surprise. Cal just gave Romy away? To your dad? As in your real dad? The Mafia King? Apparently. Looking sick, Sketch groaned like he was in physical pain. Fuck, man. What am I going to do? This is my girl, Press. My Romy. I need to get her back. Well, hell in a handbasket, I gasped. And Creepy Creeperson over there told you that? Because I don't trust him, Sketch. Not one damn bit. Yeah, he's sexy as sin, but damn it, we don't know a thing about him. And sure, there's a high probability that he's packing more than just attitude in those jeans. Don't pretend you haven't noticed that big damn dick bulge. But how can we trust a word he says? I speak a fluent English, pretty boy, Seth interrupted, sounding amused. And I have had no complaints regarding the size of my cock. He arched a brow. Or my ability to use it. Well, this is incredibly awkward. Red-faced, I cleared my throat. I'm going to put your questionable cock comments on the back burner until I have time to scrutinize them in peace. But I appreciate the confirmation. Smirking, Seth let out an air of cockiness. No pun intended. When he winked right freaking at me. Any time. My sincerest apologies. But if that was your attempt at batting your come-to-bed eyes at me, it's a hard pass. I pushed my glasses up my nose. I'm a third date kind of guy. Too bad. Because I am a find them and fuck them until they're broken kind of man. He counted, not missing a beat. I would ruin you, pretty boy. Well, hot damn. Well, hell, you're a little forward, aren't you? Seth shrugged. Stop looking at me like you want to eat me, and we won't have a problem. Fuck my life. Are they going to fuck? Gonzalez asked, looking mildly amused. White powder still smudged on his nostril. Is this how it is done? Who the fuck knows with kids these days? Lucky chuckled from his perch against a door. I'm out of touch with this millennial generation, man. I almost want him to follow through on his promise. Gonzalez half chuckled, half slurred. I would enjoy watching your pet break, Bolio. In the midst of this unusually erotic conversation, no one was focusing on Sketch, who had made a beeline for Gonzalez's gun. Quick as a cat, he swiped the Glock off the table. Whoa, kid, are you sure you should be handling a man's toy? Gonzalez laughed. Looking entirely enraged, Sketch flicked off the safety, checked for ammo, and then cocked the trigger with a level of speed and expertise that proved he was anything but a boy when it came to handling firearms. Aye. Gonzalez held his hands up. Forget I said anything. Now, y'all can go back to making your pillow plans once this piece of shit starts talking. Sketch snarled, nostrils flaring, cheeks flushed with temper.
Where the fuck is my girl?
Well, aren't you every inch your father's son? Seth replied, tone laced with sarcasm. Raphael would be so proud to see what a big boy his precious heir grew into. If he knew that you were alive, he smirked. Which he doesn't. Aiming the barrel of the gun directly at Seth's head, my reckless pal didn't hesitate when he pulled the trigger. Bang!
Whoa, motherfucker. That was hella close,
Lucky grunted, stepping sideways to study the bullet embedded in the door, looking more impressed than pissed off.
You're not the only one with a good aim, fucker,
Sketch growled, keeping his vexed stare locked on Seth, who was cupping his bleeding ear, expression laced with shock.
Fuck with me again, and the next bullet I let loose is going straight between your eyes.
He cocked the trigger again.
And here's a little friendly tip,
he added in a deathly cold tone of voice.
I never miss my target.
Sensibly, Seth kept his mouth shut, realizing that poking this particular bear could be fatal. Meanwhile, I did the opposite and tried to plead with his good nature, or what was left of it. Are you sure you should be aiming a gun at anyone? I asked him. I mean, you've had a harrowing few weeks. You're not in your right frame of mind here, Sketch.
Damn straight I'm not in my right frame of mind, he roared,
moving straight for Chris Sr.
I've been lied to, and attacked, shot at and kidnapped. I have a hole in my chest and an asshole taunting me with my girl's whereabouts.
Keeping his gun aimed at Seth, he one-handedly set to work on untying the restraints that bound the man who raised him.
I ain't playing these goddamn mind games anymore,
he continued to rant, sounding a little irate and looking a lot deranged.
And I ain't interested in taking another damn trip down memory lane. It doesn't matter to me. I don't give two shits about mobs and mafias and Catalonian fucking anything. All I want is my girl. And I want her now. That's it. That's all I fucking want. Just Romy. Everything else can go to hell, and the rest of y'all can go there too if you even think about getting in my way.
I told you. I will help you get her back, Seth replied. Once you helped me first.
By helping you kill your daddy?
Sketch sneered.
No fucking problem. I'll do it with my own bare hands. But I want my girl back first.
No. Seth shook his head. That is not how this works, Jacoby.
Sketch looked truly livid. Who's the one with the gun here, asshole?
Kill me, and her location dies with me. Seth shrugged. Defeats the purpose, don't you think?
A shudder rolled through Sketch's huge frame, and just like that,
all of the fight seemed to go clean out of him. Lowering his gun, he released a pained sigh, shoulders slumping.
I won't be worth shit to anyone until I know she's still alive.
He blew out a breath, looking more wounded and grief-stricken than any person I'd ever seen.
I just need her to be okay.
There was a time when we would have been capo de capi and sotto capo of the Cosa Nostra, Seth urged, tone thick with emotion now. It was our birthright, one that was snatched away from us. I know you do not like me, and I like you even less, but we need to help each other, or neither one of us gets what we want. Return to Pocketful with me, and help me take that bastard down. Help me to avenge my mother, and I will help you to find my sister. Decide now, Jacoby Toretto, he added gruffly, because when it comes to our fathers, both yours and mine, time is of the essence. What do you want him to do?" The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to think twice about it. "You know the property better than anyone," Seth replied, speaking directly to Sketch. "I can only assume that you've scoped out his house 1,000 times. I need you to get me in there, undetected." "And then what?" I asked, knowing there was more. Because there was always more. "Help me get to him," he replied simply, never once looking my way. "Be my second. Watch my back. I am not foolish enough to believe that a coward like my father lives unprotected." "He doesn't," Sketch bit out. "Exactly." He looked my friend dead in the eye. "Do this. Be my sotto capo Jacobi. Help me to destroy the monster that killed both of our mothers, and I will never stop searching until we find my sister."
Chapter 9. Romy. Before my world imploded around me, when I thought of the word war, I would imagine guns, bomb shelters, explosions, and uniformed soldiers. Now that I was living in the aftermath, I realized just how naive and sheltered my life had been. War came in lots of different shades and forms. Evil didn't just come in the form of horrid dictators in foreign lands. It was right under my nose. It was in my blood. Finding a way out of the revenge-fueled war zone I'd been thrust into and escaping the clutches of my strangely charismatic captor should have been my one and only priority. However, the recent discovery of the intruder making itself comfortable inside my uterus took precedent over the madness. I was pregnant. It wasn't a guess or a maybe. Confirmed by the countless pregnancy tests I had been forced to pee on at the hands of said captor, and confirmed even further at the hospital I'd been taken to in Italy, where no one spoke a word of English, I couldn't deny what was coming down the tracks in a few short months. Motherhood. Sketch's baby. If Presley were here, he would tell me that I was in a pickle. He would say that I had the worst luck to get knocked up on our very first time having sex, and that Sketch had to possess some seriously overachieving super sperm. He would be so freaking right. At least you're off the ship of horrors, I reminded myself, taking comfort in the knowledge that I was on dry land and far away from the ship my world collapsed in. More than once. Everything about the exquisite country estate Raphael had taken me to screamed familiar. Inside the mansion, I somehow knew every corridor I walked down. I knew exactly what to find behind each intricately carved oak door. After everything I had learned this past year, I knew that my feelings of familiarity with this place couldn't be passed off as coincidental. Not when this felt like home. I hadn't seen or spoken to my captor since our arrival at the estate some weeks back, but I had been given permission to roam the mansion and gardens to my heart's content. It wasn't like he had to worry about me breaking out and escaping. The property was heavily guarded 24/7. I couldn't slip away if I wanted to, and besides, everyone spoke Italian, something I regrettably did not. I tried not to think about what was going to happen to me. I forced all thoughts of my future as far from my mind as possible, knowing in my heart that there was a very good chance I didn't have one to look forward to. I had no idea of what Raphael intended to do with me, but I doubted it was good or painless. Not when my father had slaughtered his entire family. The stakes have changed. I can never let you go now. A horrible wave of impending doom washed through me whenever I thought about what Raphael had said to me that night. That feeling of doom escalated even further when I thought about the growing swell of my stomach and the absence of Sketch. Don't think about it, Ro. He's out there somewhere. He's alive. Just stay calm. Determined not to allow my fear to take hold of my ability to function a minute longer than it already had, I forced my mind to go blank and wandered into the one room in this sprawling mansion of a home that was out of bounds to everyone. It also just so happened to be the one room where I found comfort. Slipping inside the toy-ordained bedroom I assumed had been occupied by Raphael's late son, Jacobe, the one my father had butchered and my former betrothed, I quietly closed the door behind me and moved straight for the impressive fort in the corner of the room. I had been in this room before. I had played with the toys it housed many times. It had been another lifetime ago, but I most definitely remembered. Lowering myself onto my knees, I crawled through the tent opening, careful not to disturb its tender foundations with my less than childlike frame. The moment I was inside, I rolled onto my back and settled down on the dust-ridden cushions that carpeted the floor. Like every day since I started sneaking in here, I reached for the weathered-looking, half-torn woman's shawl strewn on the floor and brought it to my nose. Inhaling deeply, I absorbed the smell of musk, dust and smoke, ash and cinders, flesh and bones, raven hair, blue eyes. No, Mama, no! Jacobe. Forcing the unwanted images from my mind and refusing to delve any deeper into mental desertion, I draped the moth-eaten shawl around my body inside. Closing my eyes, I rested my hands on my growing stomach and immersed myself in my happy memories. I immersed myself in Sketch, refusing to think about anything but the boy next door. All you have to do is dream of us instead. Releasing a sigh of temporary contentment, I began to recite the lyrics of the Everly Brothers' All I Have to Do Is Dream in my mind over and over again, envisioning I was back in my bedroom in Pocketful and Sketch was singing me back to sleep after one of my awful nightmares. Before I knew it, I was singing the words aloud, using my fired-up imagination to take me back home, back to Sketch. We were together again, back in my bedroom. I was his and he was mine. Hey, Ro. Sketch, you're back. I never left, Angel. I'm so scared. What did I tell you? All you have to do is... This room is out of bounds to you. Raphael's furious snarl reverberated through the room, causing me to snap out of my daydream. Those were the first words he had spoken to me in weeks. This was the first time he'd come close enough to speak to me. The watery mirage I had dreamt up of Sketch slipped away, and I snapped my eyes open, feeling genuinely bereft. Tearful and forlorn, I crawled out of the tent, not realizing that I was still clutching the shawl in my hand. Raphael was standing in the doorway when I climbed to my feet. When his gaze landed on the shawl in my hand, his face took on a shade of anger I'd never seen him wear before. Where did you get that? Confused, I glanced down at the tattered silk and shrugged. It was in the tent. His eyes were wild and full of undiluted hatred as he held his hand out. Give it to me now. I didn't think twice about it. Stumbling towards him, I quickly thrust the old shawl into his hands, feeling more frightened of my captor in this moment than any other time I'd been in his company. There was something very off about him now. Something very dark. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for, but it felt like it needed to be said. I didn't mean to upset you. Raphael snatched the fabric up in his big hand, and I watched as a deep shudder rolled through his body. Just like I had, he put it to his nose and inhaled deeply. It's gone, he said, voice deathly cold. What's gone? I managed to whisper. Her scent. Fisting the fabric tightly in his hand, he glowered at me. It's gone. His blue eyes flashed with temper. It smells of you now. Like a switch had flicked off in his brain, Raphael lunged for me. Before this moment, he had never put a hand on me, not one finger in all of the weeks I had been at his mercy, but I knew my presence in this room had detonated whatever patience he had for me. Terror coursed through my veins. This was bad. This was so fucking bad. It was not enough for your father to take her from me, he roared, gripping me by the scruff of the neck and steering me towards the doorway. But you had to steal all I had left of her. I could feel the tension emanating off him in waves as he marched me down the hallway. That room is a shrine to my wife and son, and you sullied it with your presence. He continued to snarl, tightening his grip on my neck. You had no business stepping foot inside there, Ramona. You had no right to take that from me. I'm sorry, I strangled out, scrambling to keep up with him. I didn't mean to. Please, don't hurt me. Why do you think I have stayed away all this time? He demanded, furious, as he kicked a door at the end of the hallway open and marched me inside. I didn't want to hurt you. We were in his bedroom, I realized. Oh no, my body coiled tight with terror. I was trying to be a fair man. I was trying to separate the hatred I feel for your father from my lack of hatred for you. Dragging me further into the room, he kept a death grip on my neck. I tried to show you the mercy I wish had been shown to my boy, but I cannot do it. My hatred is too strong. I'm sorry, I cried, falling to my knees when he roughly shoved me to the floor. Gasping for air, I watched him turn back to lock the door before storming into the adjoining bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled my ears. On my hands and knees, I scrambled to my feet, knocking several picture frames off a dressing table as I went. Ignoring the sound of glass shattering against the marble floor, I rushed for the bedroom door, knowing I could never escape this man, but needing to try anyway. For Sketch, for our baby. I didn't want to do this, not to you, never to you, but maybe it will give me some semblance of peace. He called out from the bathroom, sounding maniacal. Maybe when Cal loses his child and grandchild, some of my pain will be taken away. Please don't, I cried out, yanking fruitlessly on the locked door. I didn't hurt your wife. Fear clawed at my throat, making it hard to breathe. I'm sorry he did this to you. Frantic, I looked around for an exit and spied the double glass doors that led onto what I presumed was his and his late wife's private balcony. I hate him too, but killing me won't bring your wife and son back. Racing across the bedroom floor, I lunged for the balcony doors, only to release a choked sob when I found them both locked. No, 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 damn it, no! A pained cry escaped my lips and I crumpled to the floor in defeat. I will not torture you, but I cannot make it painless. Not when my wife and son did not receive the same mercy, Raphael announced, returning to the room with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up to his elbows. It will only take a few minutes for the water to overtake you. You'll lose consciousness quickly. It will be over before you know it. You're going to drown me? I squeezed out, shaking violently now. What about my baby? It does not matter to me. He quickly interrupted, looking both wholly enraged and completely grief-stricken. Not anymore. I know you're a good man, Raphael, I tried to reason. Better than my father will ever be. You didn't hurt me on the ship when you so easily could have, so don't do it now, please. Tears trickled down my cheeks and I fought to catch my breath. My father took your child from you. You know how that feels. Please, don't take mine from me. With blank eyes, he looked straight through me, not hearing a word of my pleas, and I knew it was over. He was going to end my life. He was going to drown me in a bathtub. I would never meet the baby I was growing in my womb. I would never see Sketch again. Be glad I didn't allow my men to rape you like your father did to my wife, Raphael declared heatedly. Be glad I spared you that much. When he grabbed my arm and began to drag me towards the bathroom, my flight or fight instincts kicked in, and for the first time in my life, I chose to fight. Reaching wildly for anything I could use as a weapon, I latched onto one of the picture frames I had knocked to the ground in my rush to escape earlier. No! Clutching it tightly in my hand, I swung the wooden frame at his legs, hitting him as hard as I could. Let me go. Ripping the frame out of my hands, he tossed it on the floor beside the tub. Crying hard and ugly, I clutched the sides of the tub and clenched my eyes shut, praying for an intervention that I knew would never come. Whenever you're scared, all you have to do is think of this song, Ro. Even if I'm not around, just sing the words and I'll hear it and protect you. Like a deranged lunatic, I started to sing at the top of my lungs as I desperately fought against the pressure of Raphael's hand until he managed to shove my head under the frigid water. Clawing at the porcelain rim of the tub, I held my breath as I struggled to free myself, fighting for a life I wasn't sure I could survive without Sketch. Finally breaking the surface once more, I coughed and spluttered mouthfuls of water out before dragging precious air back into my lungs and continuing to scream the words of the song. Water quickly replaced the air in my lungs as my head was forcefully shoved back into the water without warning. My chest threatened to explode between my burning lungs and the side of the tub digging into my breastbone. It's okay, Ro. I'm here. Keep on singing, baby. I'll chase your demons away. The hand forcing me down suddenly vanished, and I didn't waste a second of precious time. Ripping my face out of the water, I scrambled away from the tub, slipping on puddles as I frantically made my way to the corner of the bathroom where I proceeded to vomit out the water I had swallowed. Once I had expelled all of the fluid I had unintentionally inhaled, not to mention any food I had eaten from my body, and collapsed on the floor, I realized Raphael never tried to stop me or pull me back to the water. In fact, he didn't move at all. He remained completely motionless, his knees beside the bathtub, staring down at his hands like he had seen a ghost. You don't have to do this, I managed to croak out, shivering violently. Teeth chattering, I once again grabbed the picture frame and wielded it like a weapon that could somehow protect me from the man determined to take my life. You're a good man. That song, he whispered, gaze still locked on his wet hands. That was Jacoby's favorite song. His mama sang it to him at bedtime every night. He shook his head as if snapping out of a daze and looked at me. It is an old song for a young girl. Why would you know it? Sketch, I strangled out, throat still on fire, body still racking with shudders. Used to sing it to me when I had a bad dream. Pain flickered in his eyes, and his big shoulders sagged in defeat. I fear I am losing my mind. It's okay. I lost mine a long time ago, I whispered, feeling a strange swell of sympathy for the man who had just tried to take my life. Sometimes a person's mind comes back to them. Has yours? I expelled a pained breath. When I'm with him, sometimes I think it has. the boyfriend. Yes, I nodded, feeling weak. You're not the only person whose life my father destroyed, Raphael. Drenched to the skin and with my blonde hair matted to my face, I stared at the broken man before me. He has done terrible things to a lot of people. As have I. But you're a better man than him. He shook his head. I am no better or worse. You stopped, I croaked out. You didn't go through with it. Only because I heard you sing that song. Whatever your reasons, you still stopped, I urged, still keeping a death grip on the picture frame. My father could never stop. Pain flickered through me. Look at what he did to Chris. Mr. Capaldi is supposed to be his best friend, and he still did that to his son? Confusion filled his blue eyes. What did he do to his son? He didn't know. He had him killed. Now, Raphael couldn't mask his surprise. When was this? A year ago, last Christmas. Another shiver racked through me, and Raphael tossed me a towel. He tried to have Sketch killed, too. Confusion laced his eyes. The boyfriend. Yeah, Sketch is Mr. Capaldi's other son. I replied with a small nod of my head. I was not aware that my cousin had another son, he replied quietly, looking lost and sad. He doesn't. Well, not biologically, at least. Sketch was raised as his son. I expelled a pained breath. It's a really weird and complicated, not to mention messed up story. Weird and complicated? Raphael repeated quietly. Maybe I can tell you about it sometime? I dared to offer, watching him like an anxious gazelle stares down a hungry lion. If you plan on letting me live, that is. Raphael held my gaze for so long that it made me feel unnerved. Finally, he spoke. I will let you live, Ramona Dillon. He slowly stood, drawing himself to his full height and towering over me. For now, at least. I'll take for now. Sagging in relief, I quickly moved out of his way of the door. Thank you. I will send for a doctor, he added, to check on your baby. Mentally reeling by this strange turn of events, I nodded in response and let my attention shift to the picture frame I was still holding. Raphael, I breathed, heart thumping wildly in my chest. Can I ask you a question? Yes, he replied, pausing in the doorway to look back at me. Holding up the picture so that he could see, I whispered, Why do you have a picture of Sketch? Chapter 10. Romy. Raphael's attempt at taking my life in his bathtub felt like a distant memory, even though only a handful of minutes ago. It didn't matter anymore, not to him and not to me. Too stunned to feel anything other than shock and surprise at the sight of seeing Sketch's picture, I let the feeling of resentment go. Jacobe, Raphael whispered over and over. Sinking to the bathroom floor, he snatched the picture out of my hand and clutched it to his chest. My baby. This is my Jacobe. No. I shook my head and snatched the picture right back from him and cuddled it close. This is my Sketch. We both stared at each other, neither one of us daring to breathe too loudly, while awareness came crashing down on both of us. You say this boy is Sketch? A pained groan slipped from his lips. But how can that be when this boy is my son? I don't know. I finally breathed, too scared to voice the unbelievable. But I know that boy on your shoulders in that photograph is Sketch. A shiver rolled through me. I would know that face anywhere. I could pick it out of a crowd of thousands in the pitch dark, and I'm telling you, that boy in your picture is the boy I've spent my life adoring. That boy is my best friend. My hand slipped to my stomach. He's the one whose baby is growing inside of me. It cannot be, Raphael choked out, chest heaving. He died. He was murdered, damn it. Killed for the sins of his father. His eyes flashed with fury. For the greed of your father. Sketch was raised with the Capaldis in the house right next door to mine, I declared as a desperate urge to explain everything overtook me. When I was little, I used to have these awful dreams about a little boy trapped behind a locked door. It was always the same dream, the same boy, the same locked door. Shivering at the thought of those horrible nightmares, I forced myself to continue. Sketch had the same dreams, but his were about a little girl locked behind the same locked door. I never knew what any of it meant until recently. I never knew that the dreams we shared weren't dreams at all, but memories. I blew out a shaky breath. Right up until the night Sketch was shot and I was taken, we believed that he was Chris's twin brother. But it was a lie. It was all a cover-up that Chris was killed to keep hidden. Sketch was never Mr. and Mrs. Capaldi's son, and his name has never been Holden Capaldi. Ramona? My father admitted it before he took me away that night, I hurried to tell him. He told me to wake up. He called me a little fool. He said that I needed to look around me. I told him that I knew the boy from my dreams was Sketch. I shook my head, thinking back to that night. I told my father that I knew they weren't dreams, but he said that I was wrong. Trembling, I tucked my tangled hair behind my ears and whispered, He told me that the boy was Jacob Toretto. Raphael's face had turned a deathly shade of white. And this woman, I added, pointing to the woman in the picture, your wife? I remember her. It was all coming back to me like a dam had been broken inside of my mind. I forced myself to feel everything, to remember everything I had fought so hard to forget. I was there the night she died, the night they burned her in the courtyard of this very estate. Raphael dropped his head in his hands. Jacobe. Sketch was there too, I strangled out, breathing hard and fast. I remember. Frantic, I tried to explain my tangled thoughts. He was holding that shawl, wasn't he? I didn't need anyone to confirm what I knew to be true. He was crying for his papa. A sob escaped my trembling lips. He was so scared. I tried to comfort him, tried to make it better, but she was screaming so loud and it made him worse. Enough! Raphael groaned, sounding like my words were physically wounding him. I cannot hear this. They took him away after that, I choked out, tangling my fingers in my knotted hair. Put him on the ship. I was with him, but they wouldn't let me see him, so I would sneak out, bring him cookies, try to make him feel better so he would stop crying. But then they burned him really badly, and those men started coming into my room at night to scare me. I stopped short and felt every ounce of air leave my lungs. The men. Katochi. Pretty little princess. Katochi. One little taste. It wasn't a dream. No. I wasn't dreaming, I repeated, feeling numb to the bone. Every bit of it was real. Tears filled my eyes, and I looked at him. He used to sing to me when the dreams scared me. I sniffled and wiped my cheeks. The Everly Brothers. All you have to do is dream. Sketch would sneak in my window every night, and if I was having a bad dream, he would sing it to me. I let my shoulders droop in defeat. It always helped. My son is still alive, was all Raphael said in response. Sniffling, I whispered, I hope so.
11. Presley. Since my arrival in Boulder, Colorado, I found myself growing oddly accustomed to the beautiful city. It was a world apart from the small town of Pocketful I'd grown up in, and in all honesty, I was sold. If it wasn't for the fact that Cal the Freak Show Dylan was still on the loose, Romy was still on the missing list, Sketch was on the rampage, and nowhere in the whole city of Boulder had I found a restaurant that served a decent bowl of gumbo, I would have been securing a swanky penthouse apartment in the suburbs of the city and getting ready to sink my teeth into the psychology undergraduate program at the University of Colorado in the fall. Of course, there was also the small matter that I had yet to finish high school, but I deemed that a minor technicality considering I had already earned enough credits to graduate 3 semesters ago. "You okay there, cowboy?" Lucky asked from the passenger seat of his truck. We were on the way back from his father-in-law's hotel, where good old Lucky Boy had a few whiskeys too many to get behind the wheel. Hence my promotion to designated driver of the hitman. "You're being freakishly quiet tonight." "Yeah," I sighed heavily. "I'm just thinking." He snorted. "When aren't you thinking?" "I'm worried about him," I blurted out. "Fullback?" Nodding, I gripped the steering wheel a little tighter. 12 days ago, when we blew his world apart with some serious, debased home truths, a still wounded Sketch had bolted from the warehouse and hadn't been seen since. What if something bad is happening to him? "Don't take his silence personally, kid. Fullback's dealing with some pretty heavy shit," Lucky replied, sparking up a cigarette. "You know G has eyes on him. Kid's safe. He's just out there trying to find his girl." "Yeah, but it's not exactly safe for him to be out there in the world. Not now that we know who he really is, and certainly not with Cal Dillon out for his blood," I replied, worrying myself to death at the thought. "And it's not like he's going to be able to find Romy on his own. She's not in Pocketful. She's not with Cal. Y'all checked. It's like she fell off the map. He's a teenage boy. How the hell can he find her if y'all can't?" I blew out a frustrated breath. "I just need him back, look," I admitted quietly. I need my friend, you know?" "He'll be back," he replied, fiddling around with the truck stereo and settling on one of his daughter's Disney songs. "When the time is right, and he's ready to accept his future." "And that rat bastard surrogate father of his," I growled, jaw clenching at the thought of Christopher Capaldi Sr. Before Sketch bounced, he had demanded his pathetic excuse for a father be set free. "An update on his whereabouts?" "Boarded a flight out of JFK to Heathrow, London, the morning after he let him go," Lucky replied. "Could be anywhere in Europe by now, and my jurisdiction doesn't stretch that far, kid." "So, you're a continental U.S.-only kind of killer?" I shot back sarcastically. He smirked. "Something like that." "Jesus. And what the hell is up with the freakishly beautiful brother just showing up here?" I grumbled, eyes narrowing at the thought of Romy's identical twin. I knew why I was still lurking around Boulder. Hello, creepy killer by the name of Cal Dillon on the loose in my hometown. But that didn't explain why Seth Dillon was still here. Sketch clearly hadn't accepted his murderous offer, so why was he still here? A solid education, and countless hours of my youth spent reading crime novels and thrillers led me to assume that Seth Dillon had an agenda. He was here for a reason. He'd found us for a reason. And frustratingly, he refused to speak about those reasons with anyone but Sketch. It was a pickle, and I was beginning to loathe pickles. "I don't trust him," I muttered under my breath. "Not one bit." Was Lucky's non-committal response. Why the hell is he still sticking around? And how the hell did he know where to find us in the first place? I continued to rant, but when Lucky started to sing along to the music, I realized that, for him, the conversation was over. Left in a semi-state of silence to mull over my thoughts, I allowed myself to brood over the catastrophic predicament I had somehow found myself in. The way I saw it, I had two horses in this dastardly race of life or death. Sketch and Romy. One was AWOL. The other had dropped off the face of the earth. Everyone else could go to hell. Big Dick Dillon, as pretty as he was, didn't come into the equation, because, bros before ho bros and all that jazz. "Roll down the window, cowboy," Lucky instructed, cutting his drunken rendition of Frozen's "Love is an Open Door" short and dragging me from my thoughts. "What?" Confused, I cast a sideways glance his way. "Why?" "Just do what you're told and roll the fucking window down," he repeated calmly, reaching for something under his shirt with one hand as he lowered the volume on the stereo with the other. "Please." Morbidly curious, I did as he asked. "Are you feeling sick or something? Because if you need to throw up some of the poison you drank tonight, then I can pull the car over." Bang! "Jesus fucking Christ!" I roared, both startled and deafened by the sudden explosion in my ears. Slamming on the brakes, the truck skidded from one side of the ice-ridden mountains road to the other before coming to a halt in the pitch dark. "What the hell was that?" "That was me assuring that I'm around to enjoy morning sex with my woman tomorrow," he replied calmly, before climbing out of the truck, still humming along to the freaking song as he walked. Wide-eyed and bewildered, I switched off the stereo and unfastened my seatbelt, before quickly scrambling out after him. Love is most definitely not an open door, Lucky Casarazzi, and neither is your right to use firearms that have both the noise level and ability to give me a heart attack. Two things. Pausing, he sparked up a cigarette and took a deep drag before continuing. First, you need to calm down. And second, it was either he went home to his woman, or I went home to mine. Lucky added, stopping at the steep embankment to the side of the road. I know what I'm choosing, kid. Every single time. His? Oh, holy fuck. My stomach churned violently when I reached where he was standing and saw for myself who he was referring to. That's a dead man, Lucky. You're sharp, cowboy. With a bullet in his throat. Again, a plus for observation. I thought you were drunk. I am. But you shot that man in the throat. I shook my head in disbelief. In the dark of night, from a moving car. I know. A drunk man shouldn't have that deadly an aim. I looked up at him, waiting for an explanation. Yeah, I know. I'm disappointed in myself, too. He shrugged. I was aiming for his head. My mouth fell open. You're a freaking lunatic. Seriously, you need locking up. Again, in a padded cell with no goddamn firearms. Duly noted. Rolling his shoulders, he slid his gun into the back of his jeans before crouching down next to the body. All right, let's see who we've got here. He reached into the dead man's pocket and withdrew his wallet. Oh my good lord, are you actually looting the corpse? Roman Katochi, he mused, flipping through the cards in his wallet. Can't say his bullet was meant for me. Flicking his driver's license into my hands, he asked, Ring any bells? Only the bells of Notre freaking Dame, I strangled out, immediately recognizing the name. He's one of Cal's goons. You sure about that? Positive. Eyes glued to the piece of plastic in my hand, I felt a tremor roll through me. He's the one who killed Chris. I narrowed my eyes, feeling my temper rise and my sympathy vanish. He tried to shoot us in El Paso. Fury. It was all I could feel. If Katochi was here, it means that Cal knows we're in Boulder. I looked at Lucky, horror encompassing my features. It means that he knows Sketch is here. Like a sadistic form of Satan's clockwork, Lucky's cell phone began to chime in his pocket. Dragging it out, he glanced at the screen once before swiping his thumb over it and putting the sleek device to his ear. Gee, I've got some firewood for your men to collect about 4 miles south of the warehouse, he said in an eerily cheerful tone of voice. I'd take care of it myself, but my woman's ovulating or some shit, and I need to get home pronto. I eyeballed the hitman who was standing over the body of a man whose throat he had just opened up to the night sky. He genuinely didn't seem to have a care in the world, and I mentally stewed over the safety of the citizens of Colorado. Should he be successful in procreating another little miracle? Chuckling into the phone, he kicked out a piece of snow. Yeah, she's doing good. Still pumping out those bestsellers. Nah, we haven't seen that one yet, but I'll put it on the list for date night. Oh my freaking God. These people were outrageous. Say what now? A frown quickly replaced Lucky's carefree expression. When did this happen? Okay, he was definitely scowling now. And he's gone with him? You're sure? He dropped his head. Well, shit. Uh-oh. This was bad. So freaking bad. All right, keep me updated, Lucky said before finally ending the call. He turned to look at me, expression grim. One of Gonzalez's informants called. Your boy Sketch's truck was identified crossing the border of Texas yesterday. No. I closed my eyes and groaned. Tell me he's not going back there. It gets worse, he added with a heavy sigh. Seth's missing. I stared blankly. Come again? This is bad, cowboy. Muttering a string of curse words under his breath, Lucky stalked back to his truck. This is very fucking bad. Yanking the door of the truck open, he climbed into the passenger seat, looking a hell of a lot more sober now, and a hell of a lot more pissed. Tell me your thoughts, I asked, jumping into the driver's seat. You're the criminal mastermind. No offense intended. What do you think's happening here? Evil twin shows up out of the blue and persuades fullback to take on a glorified suicide mission with him. All the while, this Katochi piece of shit comes sniffing around my neck of the woods. Both know exactly where to find us. Is that merely a coincidence? Or do they both have one mutual advisor? Or should I say, one common interest? Cal Dillon, I gasped, doing the math while I cranked the engine. Cal fucking Dillon. Releasing a frustrated growl, Lucky slammed his fist against the dashboard. God damn it to hell. Your boy Sketch just got played, cowboy. He looked me dead in the eye. And he's in serious fucking trouble, kid.
Chapter 12. Romy. I thought I saw the devil in my dreams last night, but it turned out that I was only remembering fragments of my past. Remembering a man who had cloaked himself in shades of light to conceal the true darkness of his soul. My father. All day, I had tried to shake the horrible dream from my mind, but it wasn't easy. I couldn't concentrate on anything other than my father and what he was up to now. I could only pray that Sketch was somewhere safe, that his father had taken him to a hospital far away from Pocketful. Before our revelation in the bathroom, I was free to wander the estate, left alone to my own devices, but now Raphael never let me out of his sight. If he needed to leave the estate, I had to go with him. If I stepped outside for some fresh air, he was 5 steps behind me. If a doctor visited, he was right beside me. If I needed to use the bathroom, he stood outside. It was almost like we were joined at the hip. Paranoid was an understatement for the man's behavior, but I really couldn't blame him. My father had betrayed him in the most despicable way, shattering his faith in the people around him and making it impossible for him to trust a single soul. His presence was stifling, his demands overwhelming, but I didn't complain. I was grateful not to be dead. And besides, we had 2 common interests: his son and said son's child growing inside of me. When he wasn't following me around, he was interrogating me on every memory and sliver of information I could give him about Sketch. For most of our conversations, I did the majority of the talking. They usually consisted of him asking me question after mundane question about Sketch, and I dutifully answered each and every one. Raphael's ranged from what his son's favorite movie was, to his height, hair, and eye color now that he was 18, how well or not so well he did at school and the sports he played. Raphael Toretto hung on every word I said, listening intently to every minuscule detail I could provide him that related to Sketch, and luckily for him, I had plenty. "We have a visitor," Raphael announced, strolling into the kitchen where I had been attempting to keep down a bowl of pasta. It wasn't coming easy to me, though. Every morning for the past week, I had woken with terrible nausea that had lasted well into the evenings. Food was the last thing on my mind. I mumbled, playing with my uneaten food, entirely uninterested in having a visitor in a foreign country where I couldn't speak the language. Unless that visitor is Sketch, I really don't care. I knew he was looking for him. It was the only reason I was remaining calm. Weirdly enough, I trusted Raphael. I was banking my entire future on him finding his long-lost son and bringing him back to me. "Close," Raphael replied, shoving his hands into the pockets of his tailored suit pants. "It is Christopher." "Columbus?" I tossed out, bored. "Capaldi," he corrected, causing me to drop my fork and almost fall off the stool I was lazing on. "Now, come, Ramona. I have a feeling that you will want to hear what he has to say." Beaten and bruised to a pulp, it took me several moments for my mind to register the weathered-looking man standing in the foyer as Mr. Capaldi. He looked a shadow of the man he used to be, with his nose clearly broken and his face swollen and purple. 2 of Raphael's well-dressed soldiers stood on either side of Mr. Capaldi, both armed with guns and ready to fire at their boss's order. "And the prodigal cousin returns to the scene of the crime," Raphael said coldly, folding his arms across his chest. 15 years too late. Mr. Capaldi bowed his head. In shame or respect, I couldn't be sure. "Cousin," he whispered almost reverently, "you're home. I didn't know, couldn't believe it. I had to come see for myself." "And now you have," Raphael replied flatly. "Seen me, that is." Unfolding his arms, he shoved his hands back into his pockets. "Now, was there anything else you wanted to see before I put you down for being a traitorous bastard?" "I need your help." Raphael laughed humorlessly. "You have a lot of nerve, cousin. I'll give you that. Asking me for help after betraying me and kidnapping my son? Where is he?" I snarled, barreling forwards, both unable and unwilling to listen to another word. "Where's Sketch?" "Ramona," Mr. Capaldi replied, sagging in relief at the sight of me. "You're all right. Thank God." "I'm all right, but Sketch isn't." Nobody tried to stop me when I lunged forward and slapped Chris's father across the face. "You let my father do that to him, you sick son of a bitch. You let that monster shoot Sketch." Furious tears burned my eyes as I continued to push and slap at Mr. Capaldi's chest. "And worse, you let him kill Chris. Why? Why would you do that, huh? And what about the way y'all treated Sketch's whole freaking life, you and your horrible wife? Did it get you off torturing Sketch, letting your wife treat him like he was scum of the earth, letting my father make his life a living hell?" I hit him again, harder this time. "He better be okay. I swear to God, if he isn't, I will kill you. Do you hear me? I will kill you with my bare hands, damn it. Now tell me where he is." "Pocketful." Mr. Capaldi choked out, holding a hand up to shield his mangled face from my attack. "He's gone back." "No!" I staggered backwards, hand snaking up to clutch my chest. "No, no, no. My father is there. Sketch wouldn't go back there." "He has." "Why?" I demanded, voice breaking. "Why would he put himself in danger like that?" "Because he's going to kill your father." Shoulders slumping in defeat, Mr. Capaldi slipped a bruised hand into his pocket and withdrew his phone. "He sent me this." I moved to take the phone, but Raphael stepped forward and swiped it out of his hand before I could. With a look of utter consternation, Raphael glared at the screen for several beats, multiple emotions flashing in his eyes before he finally looked back at Mr. Capaldi. "You trained my son to call you Dad?" His words were laced with spit and venom. "Does he know yet? Does my son know that you are not his papa?" "He knows," he confirmed, "but only recently." "How recently?" Raphael demanded, eyes darkening like thunderclouds. "A few weeks," Mr. Capaldi replied in a weary tone. "Listen, Raph, you have to understand." "Don't listen, Raph, me," he sneered. "I do not have to understand a damn thing. The words of a traitor mean nothing to me." "I kept him alive," Mr. Capaldi urged. "I protected Jacoby when you weren't around to do it yourself." "When I wasn't around?" The vein in Raphael's temple bulged. "You mean when I was betrayed and thrown for a crime I did not, have not, and would never commit?" Looking wholly enraged, he continued, "Were you there? Did you watch them burn my wife? Did you hear her cries? Did you do nothing like the rest of them?" "I did what I had to do to ensure Jacoby's survival," Mr. Capaldi shot back. "I couldn't save Carmela, Raff. She was already dead when I got here, but I did protect your son. I did that much." "Who cares?" I screamed, delirious with fear. "That's in the past. Fighting about it won't solve anything. We need to focus on Sketch, okay? He's the one who needs y'all right now." Breathing hard and fast, I turned back to Raphael and swiped the phone, desperate to read whatever message Sketch had sent Mr. Capaldi. "I should hate you, but I don't. I should want to kill you, but I don't. I don't feel any of the things I should be feeling. I guess that makes me completely fucked up in the head, worse than you and Mama already thought. Listen, I need to do something, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it off. If I do, then you can forget about this message. But if I don't, I need you to find Romy for me. I need you to make sure that she's okay. I shouldn't be asking you to do shit for me, considering all of the lies, but I am. I'm trusting you to have my back if shit goes south. I'm heading back to Pocketful with Seth. You know what he wants me to do. You know that I have to try. He's my only chance to find her. So I guess what I'm saying is goodbye. Hopefully, not forever, but who the fuck knows anymore. Oh, and if I don't make it back, look out for Presley for me. He's a good guy. Don't let him get shot, okay? Bye, Dad. Sketch. What the hell is he doing with Seth? I demanded, waving the phone in front of their faces. Sketch doesn't know Seth. Hell, I don't even know him, and he's supposed to be my twin. What does Seth want with him? Seth wants to kill your father, Ramona, Mr. Capaldi replied, and he wants Jacoby to help him. It's a trap, Raphael announced. A wild concoction of fury and terror flashed in his steel-blue eyes, aroused to lure him into the lion's den. His gaze flicked to Mr. Capaldi. They're going to kill him. What? Feeling frantic, I turned to Raphael. No, 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 no. Mr. Capaldi paled. Raph, how are you so sure? Cal murdered his mother right in front of him. Maybe the boy wants... The boy wants power and nothing less. Raphael roared, cutting him off. I should know, damn it. He was my prisoner for 4 months. He added, hands balling into fists. Revenge and power. It is all he knows, all he thinks about, all he seeks. His eyes darkened, just like his father. Then you have to stop him. Hurrying towards Raphael, I gripped his arm with both hands. Please, I can't lose Sketch again, and my father will torture him. It didn't bear thinking about. Throwing myself at the mercy of my captor turned ally, I begged, Raphael, please, you have to stop him before he gets himself killed. If my son is with that boy, then he is already dead. Pain encompassed his features, and he staggered forward, clutching the windowsill. It is already too late.
13. Sketch. If Seth Dillon thought that I would do his dirty work for him without getting confirmation of Romy's well-being first, then he thought right. It took me 2 weeks to come to terms with that. 14 days and nights of frantically searching for Romy, and coming up empty before finally accepting the fact that I wasn't going to see Romy Dillon again without her brother's help. In order to receive the help I desperately needed, I had to take a life. Cal Dillon's life. No fucking problem. A small part of me wanted to run away like a child. The prospect of facing both Romy's father again and the man who was apparently mine scared me half to death. But I couldn't run away. I had to find her. I couldn't go back in time and erase those horrible months after Chris's death that I spent tormenting Romy. But I could help her now. I could find my girl and set her free. I loved her more than she could know, than anyone could comprehend. The power she wielded over me was something fierce. Knowing that she was out there somewhere in danger and alone, well, that made it hard to function. When I lost her the first time, I went through the same stages of grief that I had when I lost Chris. This time was much worse. She was like the ocean and I was the sand, always being swept away and torn apart, but relentlessly chasing each other, touching, seeking, tasting, loving, waiting. It was a painful state of affairs. She was the painful love of my life. I just wanted her to know how sorry I was, that I regretted every cruel word and bad look I'd ever given her. I needed her to know that I'd loved her all along, that I'd never stopped loving her, and I never would. I just needed her to know these things. I couldn't stand the thought of her never knowing the truth. I'd made a lot of mistakes, and most I couldn't take back, but fuck. I loved her, right down to the core of me. I loved that girl. Now she was gone. I felt like someone had taken a knife to my body and carved out half my heart. Pain enveloped me 24/7, making it hard to breathe. Like a reliable beating drum, my heart continued to thump in my chest, keeping me here, but fuck. I needed to find her, or I needed to find an out. At least if Cal was dead, we could finally be together. She couldn't hate me for that, right? At least, that's what I told myself. It was how I eased my conscience. Resigned to my fate, I found myself back in my hometown of Pocketful, and back to the beginning of the end. It felt weird to be back and normal all at once. It had been so long, and not nearly long enough all in one breath. Chris was right. Nothing in Pocketful was as it seemed. Nothing about my whole damn life was as it seemed. I got that now. Oh yeah, I got that loud and clear. Questions? I had millions of them. Anger? I was drowning in it. Fuck me. Whoever said the past tastes bitter was dead on the money. Slumped against the familiar gravestone, I folded my arms behind my head and stretched my legs out in front of me, imagining that I was lying in the exact same place and position as my brother 6 feet beneath me. Something that had always given me some morbid sense of relief. I cast my gaze up to the storm-ridden, gray sky. Well, Chris, if all of this goes to shit, I'll be joining you soon enough. And I thought about what lay ahead for me and released a heavy sigh. I have to do it, brother. After all these years of wishing I could hurt Romy's dad, I actually have to kill him. Not if he kills you first, a familiar voice answered me. Something that you will make so easy for him to accomplish, if you continue to laze around in the wide open and throw away our advantage of taking him by surprise. Do you mind? I deadpanned. I was having a private conversation with my brother. Your dead brother. Or should I say your pretend brother? Seth came to stand over me. Either way, I'm sure it was wonderfully stimulating. Fuck you. Hackles raised. I rose to my feet and readjusted the beanie cap I had on. I was saying goodbye. Why bother? If this ends badly, you'll be seeing him, Seth replied, falling into step beside me as we walked towards the parking lot. Besides, the dead can't hear us, Jacoby. That's why we bury them, because they cannot hear us anymore. They cannot speak. They are dead. You don't believe in heaven or hell, Seth? A wise man once told me that we need not fear hell, because on earth, we are already living it. For real? Frowning, I watched him climb into the passenger seat of my truck before climbing in after him. That's a pretty piss-poor view of life. Perhaps. He rubbed his jaw. But the man who spoke those words had endured more hell than most. Yeah, well, haven't we all? I muttered, stabbing the key into the ignition and cranking the engine. Kneading my jean-clad thigh with my fist, I attempted to calm the nerves building up inside of me while I concentrated on the road ahead of me. The road back to hell. So, I said, trying to distract myself. Who was this man with the incredibly pessimistic view on life? His lips twitched. Your father. My entire body coiled tight with tension. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight, I was surprised the bones of my knuckles didn't tear through my snow-white skin. For my whole life, I'd been on the outside looking in, watching from a distance as the world moved on around me, never truly fitting in or finding my place in a family of liars. The reason was clear now. They were never my family. But to a 5-year-old child who felt insecure and unloved, hindsight was little comfort. And Chris knew. He knew we weren't twins. Cal killed him to keep the truth buried. He was my cousin. They both were. My father and twin brother were distant relatives. What the actual fuck? My whole fucking life, I had been misled and deceived. I didn't even know my real name, damn it. It stung. My whole life tasted bitter and toxic, and I felt like I was bleeding out. Screw it. I didn't want to think about Raffaele Toretto and his Catalanian mob. I didn't want to acknowledge anything I'd learned these past few weeks. I just wanted to continue believing that my brother was dead and my parents were cold. Hurtful as that existence was, the other prospect, the one where I watched my mother burn to death, was too bitter a pill to swallow. But I knew that blaming and shaming wasn't going to help me. It wouldn't make a damn thing better. I needed Romy. Just Romy. The rest of the world could go to hell. They could all burn in their world of sin. I was getting my girl, and getting the fuck out of here. I would survive just as long as I had her. So, where to next? I asked, pulling out of the parking lot of the cemetery. I think it's time to make a bolder statement, Seth mused. I think it's time for you to go home, Jacoby. Smirking, he added, I would love a tour. Well, shit. For real? A shiver rolled through me. You really want to do this right now? No. Tonight, we plan. Tomorrow, we finish this, he replied, expression darkening. Once and for all. Ah, hell.
Chapter 14. Romy. Well? Raphael demanded as he paced the floor of his office like a caged animal. Nothing, Mr. Capaldi replied, tossing his phone down on the huge oval table in the middle of the room. Slumping forward, he placed his elbows on the table and dropped his head in his hands, straight to voicemail. Then try again, Raphael roared, shoving a hand through his tousled dark hair. And keep trying until he answers the fucking telephone, Christopher. What do you want me to do? Mr. Capaldi hissed back at him, swiping his phone back up. I can't fucking teleport into the boy's mind and make him pick up the damn phone, Raph. Eyes bulging in his head, Raphael threw his hands in the air, looking about 2 seconds away from bursting into flames. I should have killed you the moment you stepped foot back in my home. It was in that moment that I recognized the uncanny behavioral traits he shared with his son. Sketch was a loose cannon, he always had been, and it looked like Raphael wasn't much different. What are you doing now? I asked, wary, as I watched Mr. Capaldi place his cell in the middle of the table and switch on the speakerphone. Calling your father, was all he replied. Are you completely insane? Raphael demanded. We have to do something, Raph. You cannot negotiate with terrorists, cousin, he hissed. It's a trap. You do realize this. I don't care, Mr. Capaldi replied stubbornly. He's my son. No, Raphael seethed. He's my son. My son you took from me. I didn't want this life. Mr. Capaldi roared then. I have never wanted any part of Costa Nostra, not for me and not for my son, but you dragged me in, Raph. You sucked me into this hell. I have done everything in my power to be loyal to you, to honor my vow. I buried my own son because I was protecting yours. Blowing out a ragged breath, Mr. Capaldi's shoulders sagged in defeat. I need to see this through. I need to help him. Raphael was quiet for a long pause before finally speaking. I will find a way to save my son, make no mistake about it. But you are playing right into that bastard's hands. If Seth is working with him, then your phone call is exactly what Cal will want, what he will expect. Do not give it to him, cousin. Christopher! My father's cheerful voice boomed from the speaker of Mr. Capaldi's phone, and all of the air left my lungs in a rush. Too late to hang up, I gripped the oak table for all I was worth, chest rising and falling quickly as my father's voice filled my ears. I've been expecting your call. Rolling his eyes to the heavens, Raphael gestured wildly at the phone as if to say, "See, I told you so." "What do you want, Cal?" Mr. Capaldi asked, tone impressively emotionless. "You're the one who called me," came my father's taunting response. "So, why don't you tell me what you want, old friend?" "You already know." My father laughed. "You didn't do a very good job raising him, Chris. The boy is all heart and no brains, just as reckless as always." Mr. Capaldi stiffened, and Raphael looked like he was about to have an aneurysm. I had never seen a man's face turn such a deep shade of red. Wait, scratch that. I had. Sketch's face. Whenever he used to see me with Chris. "What do you want, Cal?" Mr. Capaldi repeated, and this time my father answered the question. "I want him to suffer," he replied simply. "I want to destroy every trace of joy that ever existed for him and wipe it from the earth." There was a short pause before my father spoke again. "Did you hear that, Raph?" "I heard you," Raphael spat, gripping the back of a chair. "I want your anger. I want your tears." My father continued to taunt. "I kept your son alive all these years just to prolong your pain. It was not enough for me to let you agonize in the knowledge that I burned your whore alive. I kept your bastard alive just so that I could taste your suffering when I slowly peel the flesh from his bones, carving your heir piece by piece. I want to revel in the fact that you know he's dying, and there isn't a damn thing you can do about it." My father sighed in contentment. "That is what I want." "All of this because you are still sore that she chose me?" Raphael hissed, looking tortured. "She was my wife, Cal, and she should have been mine." My father roared down the line. "But you stole her away from me, blinding her with your charm and looks before I had the chance to show her what I had to offer." "You cannot steal a woman from a man who has never owned her heart," Raphael countered, livid, "and Carmela was never yours." "And you will never hold your son in your arms again," my father retaliated cruelly. "I hope his death haunts you until you take your last breath." "It won't work," I blurted out then, breathing ragged. "Even if you kill Sketch, you can't take Raphael's family from him because I'm pregnant." "You idiot," Raphael snarled, fury emanating from him. I didn't care what he called me just as long as I stopped my father from doing the unthinkable. "I'm growing his grandchild inside of me, Daddy. Yours too. So your plan is a waste of time. Hurting Sketch won't change a thing. This baby is a Toretto, and whether you like it or not, their bloodline will continue." My father was silent for so long that I thought he had hung up. When he finally spoke, his words sent a chill down my spine. "I am prepared to make a deal with you after all, Raph. Come to my home and bring my daughter. We can talk then." "Do you think I am that naive?" "I think you love your son," my father replied. "If I'm right and you want to see him alive again, then you will come." The line went dead, and Raphael released a furious roar. "Congratulations, cousin," he sneered, glowering at Mr. Capaldi. "You just handed our one advantage over to the man who wants to kill us, the element of surprise. You have really outdone yourself this time." Furious and cursing in Italian, he pulled his own phone out and tapped furiously against the screen. "What are you doing?" "What do you think I'm doing, jackass?" Raphael hissed. "I am organizing the plane." He placed the phone to his ear and stalked out of the room, leaving me all alone at the table with Mr. Capaldi. It was taking everything I had inside of me not to reach across the huge oval table and slap him upside his head. I managed to refrain, but only just. Finally, Mr. Capaldi broke the tension. "Say what you need to say, Ramona." Sketch never deserved any of this. Placing my small fist on the table, I leaned forward. "You allowed him to be treated like a dog. He was owed so much more than that. He deserved a better life than the piss-poor one you provided for him." He remained silent for a long beat, obviously mulling over my words. "I agree," he finally replied, lifting his head to look right at me. "Both of my sons deserved better." How could you lie to them all these years? My throat felt tight with emotion. How could you just sit back and not do something? A heavy sigh of defeat escaped him. "It may look that way to you, Ramona, but believe me, I did a lot of somethings and made a lot of sacrifices." "You let him break us up," I wheezed, feeling the air rush from my lungs. "You let me date Chris. You never said a word when you knew Sketch had been coerced by my father." My lip wobbled. "You knew he was going to trade me off to Raphael, and you did nothing to stop him." "I knew that Raph would never hurt you," he replied, tone thick with emotion. "I knew you were safer with your father's enemy than your father himself. And as for not stepping in when Cal broke your relationship up, well, let's just say that it was in his best interest to stay far away from you." "Why?" I demanded. "For what possible reason?" "You were his ornament, Ramona, his pretty little princess. Cal's prized bargaining chip. He needed to keep you polished and clean. Your father was only looking for a reason to kill Jacoby, and he would have done it for the very reason you're cradling your swollen belly as we speak." He countered heatedly. "Telling your father about this was beyond stupid, by the way. If he gets his hands on you, he won't allow it to live." "It?" I hissed, teeth grinding together. "My baby is not an it." "To your father? That's exactly what your baby is," he replied, eyes locked on mine. "He will eliminate any threat or claim to the power he is obsessed with, and you just gave him another target." My cheeks reddened, and I sank back in my seat. "Oh." "Yes, oh." "It really is his baby," I croaked out, feeling oddly defensive. "Sketch, I mean. He's the father. I wasn't lying." "Yes, Ramona, I know. I don't doubt the paternity for a moment." A weary smile ghosted his lips that was quickly replaced with a pained grimace. Cal and I both knew about Chris's sexual preference. He was never going to lay a finger on you. He was no threat to what Cal needed from you. He cleared his throat. "When I told Chris that he had to date you, I did it to keep you and Jacoby safe. You were never going to leave him alone, and he was never going to be strong enough to resist you. So I placed a wedge between you and prayed for both of your sakes that it was enough to keep you apart." "Chris," I breathed, finally understanding. Mr. Capaldi nodded in resignation. That was a mistake that cost me his life. What do you mean? Chris had questions. He replied brokenly. When I didn't answer them, he clearly went about finding them himself. A shudder racked through his slumped frame. I didn't know what Cal was planning to do to my son, but if I had, I would have killed him with my bare hands. Looking both remorseful and resigned, he added, not having the foresight to predict the sheer depth of your father's ruthlessness is the regret of my lifetime. I remained silent, unsure of what to say. Was it quick? He asked then, voice breaking. You were with him that night. Tears filled his eyes. Did my son suffer for long? Too long. No, I whispered, barely audible. It was quick. The relief that flooded Mr. Capaldi's eyes made the lie easier to swallow. I hope you are ready to meet your maker, cousin, Raphael announced, returning to the room a moment later, because once we board that plane, neither of us are coming home.
15. Presley. I was seriously ticked off. Not only had I put my life on hold for sketch-freaking Capaldi these past few months, but I had also put it on the line for him. And how does the sexy son of a gun repay my brave and generous nature? By skipping town with a delinquent fuckboy, that's how. I was so mad I could taste it. Hopping, in fact. Oh yes, I was Bugs Bunny in Space Jam kind of hopping. Except instead of chasing a basketball around a court, I was chasing a mob king's baby spawn across 3 states. Oh Lord. How Sketch could be so freaking naive was truly beyond me. Sure, I wanted to get under Seth Dillon and jump his bones like a horny cat in heat, but I trusted him about as far as I could throw him. And with all of that tightly packed muscle, I could only assume that throw would be not far. Maybe I was being far too cynical and wary here, and he was a genuinely good guy. But I'd rather be wrong than foolish. With the pedal to the metal of my rental car, I sat back as the sweet motor ate up the miles back to Pocketful, Louisiana. Population 4,879. 4,878 if I didn't hurry my ass up. My phone vibrated from its perch on the passenger seat, and I picked it up and swiped accept without checking. It was a mistake. Noah's furious voice came down the line. I don't know if I should congratulate you on your balls finally dropping, or tell you to find a very good hiding place, because if I hunt you down and find a mark on my Lexus, you're a dead man. I'll have you know that I am the poster boy for safe and sensible driving, Mr. Messina, I replied, pulling at the collar of my shirt. And well, for the want of a better word, YOLO. YOLO? He growled. The fuck is YOLO? YOLO, dude. It's an acronym. You know, for you only live once, I explained, rolling my eyes. And don't worry, I'll return it in perfect condition with a full tank of gas. Not the point, he grumbled. You didn't ask before you took. That's a big fucking no-no in my book, kid. Well, Lucky's woman, as he, so not 21st century, refers to her, is ovulating, and I can't wait around for a week while he inseminates her. This is my friend's life we're talking about, Noah. Then why didn't you steal his wheels? He growled. I shrugged. Hey, I'm spontaneous, not suicidal. You think he's more dangerous than I am? Yes, but I think you're hotter, if that's any consolation.
Does Lucky know you're gone?
Nope, I replied. Last I heard from good old Luck, he was giving it to his woman at full throttle. I'm talking some seriously impressive, not to mention loud as hell, headboard banging kind of giving. Big house, but the walls are thin. Kids are probably scarred for life.
That's my niece you're talking about.
Uh-huh. And your thoroughly fucked niece by the sound of it.
Jesus Christ.
TMI? I asked. Oh, that's an acronym for too much information.
I know what it means,
Noah snapped.
All right. You've got 3 days,
he grunted, thankfully relenting.
I want my damn car back in my garage in 72 hours. You got that, kid?
I've got it, I replied cheerfully.
So, are you nearly there?
Yep. The lights of my hometown are coming into view as we speak. There was a pause.
Are you scared?
Sufficiently shitting myself, I replied, sounding manically upbeat.
Christ,
Noah chuckled.
Well, stay safe, kid.
Will do.
And try not to get yourself killed before you get my car back to me.
It's on the top of my agenda.
16. Sketch.
Tell me, Jacobi Toretto, are you brave enough to die tonight if this does not go our way?
Seth asked, as we lay on our stomachs in the overgrown shrubbery at the back of my father's property. Call me that one more time, and you won't be around to ask dumb fucking questions, I warned.
Why not, Jacobi? He drawled. That is your name, is it not?
G-I-C-B.
I mocked his accent, rolling my eyes. I didn't know this guy. I trusted him even less. But my desperation to find Romy trumped everything. Dude, you are getting on my last goddamn nerve. I ain't fucking around here. Quit it. At least we will meet our mothers, he mused, popping a piece of gum into his mouth. My mother was a brilliant woman.
Quiet, I growled, spying Giuseppe,
one of my father's guards, through my binoculars. It was growing dark out, and I was growing anxious. Waiting for the shift swap and the 15-minute gap between watchdogs had never made me feel so damn sick. I guess the prospect of having another lead-ridden bullet lodged in my body was the causing factor. I knew this place like the back of my hand, and Romy's place with it. I could walk every square inch of this property blindfolded, and not put a foot wrong. I knew where every guard was stationed, where every security light, laser, and alarm were positioned. Being the black sheep of the family with a penchant for sleeping with the girl next door, I had made a career out of getting in and out of both houses undetected. Who knew it would come in handy now that I actually needed it? You sure Cal's in there? I asked, not feeling sure about a damn thing. Next door, I mean. Where else would he be? Gee, I don't know, asshole. Maybe a million different places. He's home, he growled, stiffening beside me, and I am going to enjoy watching him take his last breath. Whatever you say, dude, I muttered, desperately trying to keep his sister out of my thoughts. If I was going to do this, I needed to keep a clear head. I couldn't do that when it was clouded by Romy. So, is my beloved twin sister the love of your life? He asked then, tone morphing to one of amusement. Or do you believe in that sort of thing? Get fucked, Seth. Hey, I am simply trying to make some friendly conversation here. We're not friends. No, but we are allies. Nope, we ain't that either. We have a common interest, Seth. A mutually beneficial arrangement. That's all. Once I get what I want from you, I couldn't care less if you live or die. Cal Dillon. Cal Dillon, he explained. The common interest we share. Romy Dillon, I corrected. I couldn't give two shits about your dirtbag dad, dude. No offense. You have no interest in avenging the family he took from you? He asked, sounding genuinely curious. Of course. Then why not take more pleasure in this? When I didn't respond, Seth let out a surprised laugh. Oh, you mean my sister, don't you? She's the only family you're interested in. You do not care about the mother and brother he slaughtered? I stiffened, but didn't respond. I cannot decide if I envy Ramona for having a man who loves her this fiercely, or pity you for the weakness she exposes in you. Neither, I deadpanned. You don't know shit about me, Seth, so don't bother trying now. We won't be in each other's company for much longer. And after tonight, you and I will never run into each other again, right? Humor filled his voice. With any luck, he chuckled. You are fascinating, and you are fucking annoying. Don't let many people in, do you? I rolled my eyes. Wow, nothing gets past you, does it? Who taught you how to shoot? Seth asked then, steering the conversation to another random topic. My ear is not very grateful. Be glad it wasn't your brain, I muttered. And it was my dad. I mean my dad, jackass, I snapped, as in the man that raised me. You got it? Well, he taught you well, he replied, thankfully not pouring salt on that particular open wound. To shoot, that is. Relaxing, I nodded. Yeah, he dragged me and Chris down to the shooting range every Saturday for 12 years. I shrugged. Hunting trips, too. Hell, he even used to send us to these super intense month-long survival training boot camps each summer. Character building, he used to call it. I smirked to myself. More like hell on earth. Sounds to me like he was training you to be the warrior you were born to be, Seth offered in a mild tone. I had no answer to that. The thought had crossed my mind a time or 10 in the past few weeks. Before I could think about it any more, though, a piercing light shone in our direction. Who's out there? Busted, I groaned, dropping my cheek to the earth when I recognized Giuseppe's croaky voice. Motherfucker. In all my years of slipping in and out of here, my father's ancient god was the only person that had managed to catch me out. Fucking figures. Holden, is that you? He continued to call out. Boy, you better show yourself before I take my gun out. I'll take this, Seth whispered before springing out of his spot. Seth, wait, I hissed. No, he's one of my dads. You don't have to. My words died in my tongue when Seth lunged towards our family's elderly security guard and plunged a knife into his throat. Giuseppe collapsed on the ground not a moment later. Horrified, I gaped at his lifeless frame as he bled out on my mama's withered geraniums. What the hell did you do that for? I demanded, rushing to his side. Jesus Christ, you killed him. Wow, nothing gets past you, does it? Rolling his eyes, he recited my earlier words. He was in my way. He was harmless, I spat, anger swelling in my gut. I've known that man for most of my life. He has a wife, damn it. And now he has a widow, was his cold answer. What is your point? You're a real piece of shit. Do you know that? I snarled, climbing to my feet just to shove the bastard. God damn it to hell. I must have been crazy agreeing to help you. Not crazy. Just in love, he replied. Or maybe that means the same thing. Either way, you will help me. If you don't, you'll never get her back. I hated him. I honest to God hated this guy. I am going inside, he continued to say. Wait out here until I give you the go-ahead. You still have the burner phone I gave you? The moment I texted, you will follow me. His tone was hard, matching his darkening expression. Do not fuck this up. What a dick. 17. Presley. Skulking around a house that aligned with the home of a madman had to be an all-time low for me. Yeah, my stupidity at following my friend into the pits of hell wasn't my brightest idea. I was more likely to end up on a Netflix true crime original than rescue sketch. Knowing my luck, my life would be portrayed in a sidekick/secondary character role by the likes of Dylan O'Brien or Robert Sheehan, while the show focused on Sketch and Romy's epic love story. Sketch would probably get played by Stephen James or some other divine-looking god, while Britt Robertson played cute-as-a-button Romy. They would get laid plenty while I remained unsexed and offering up all of the necessary humor provided by the token gay BFF on a hit show. Ugh. Somebody needed to find a stick and beat me with it. Sketch? I whisper-hissed, as I crept around his house in the darkness. Something didn't feel right. Every light in the house was off, and not one member of staff was looking around. Add that to the fact that I wasn't stopped by security at the gates, and you had a recipe for a Presley pancake. If you're in here, then you better show yourself, buddy, because I've had a lot of coffee, and I can't guarantee my... A hand grabbed me in the darkness, covering my mouth and cutting off my air supply. Moments later, my back slammed against a hard wall of stone, and the hand on my mouth was replaced with lips. Warm lips. Soft lips. Welcome lips. Too stunned to do anything but hold my hands up in the air, I sagged against the wall at my back while a skilled tongue probed my lips to duel with mine. Arousal roared to life inside of my body, and it took my brain a few seconds to put the pieces together. Once I did, I shoved against the powerful chest encasing me and gasped for air. Did you just kiss me? Yes. Unperturbed by my rejection, Seth didn't step back. He didn't give me an inch of personal space. Are you complaining? Was I? My dick certainly wasn't. Wait, I shook my head, desperately trying to clear my lust-ridden thoughts and gain some clarity and control of the situation. What are you doing here? And where the hell is Before I had a chance to finish, Seth's mouth was on mine again, our lips crashing together violently as he kissed me hard and rough. Biting down hard on my lip, he reached for my hand and placed it on the bulge in his jeans. Feel that, pretty boy? He growled, tugging on my lip. I'm going to rip your tight little asshole in half. Oh, sweet mother of Madonna, I didn't think you were actually gay. I'm not. What? I pushed his face back. Then what the hell is this? I fuck who I want to fuck, he explained, pressing me harder to the wall. And right now, I want to fuck you. So, you're bisexual? 2 things you should know about me, Seth purred, grinding his hips against mine. 1, I don't like labels. 2, I like small talk even less. I'm here for Sketch, I strangled out, trembling with a mixture of lust and fear. Where is he? He is where I need him to be. Enough with the questions, Seth commanded, before slamming his lips against mine again. He thrust his tongue deep inside my mouth, commanding me to obey him with his dominant moves. And I was ashamed to say that I was lost. I was completely and utterly caught up in the madness as Seth shoved me into a coat closet under the Capaldi staircase and slammed the door behind us. Controlling me with his lips alone, he pushed me deeper inside the small space until my back was, once again, plastered to a wall. Snaring me with his hips, he roughly thrust against me, letting me know in no uncertain terms what his agenda was. "I told you that I was a third date kind of guy," I panted against his lips. "Did I give you the impression that I cared?" He shot back, growling against my lips. Ruined. This guy was going to ruin me. "You should know that I'm a lot like that Kelly Clarkson song. You know, the one where she sings about not wanting to hook up because she falls deep. While I find your rambling oddly endearing, pretty boy, it's not the time. But this is complete madness," I continued to protest and ramble, heart racing wild in my chest. "There's a freaking madman on the loose who wants to kill my friend, and for all I know, you could be an even bigger lunatic than your psycho dad." "I am. Now drop your pants." He pushed off me and moved for his belt. "I want to fuck. And if I don't," I breathed, chest rising and falling quickly, "if I know you're a bad dude, what then?" The laugh that escaped his lips was so fucking sexy. I hardened to the point of pain. "I am bad. But you still want this." Well, shit. I think I finally understood what Genuine was thinking about when he wrote the song Pony. I was in some serious trouble here. Ye fucking haw. My hands moved to my waistband of their own accord, pushing both my jeans and boxes down. "Good boy." His voice was laced with lusty approval as his hands moved to his jeans and he flicked the button open. "Now, turn around and take me like a man."
Chapter 18. Romy. "There's something I need to warn you about," Mr. Capaldi announced when we drew closer to my old neighborhood, a neighborhood that consisted of our 2 houses and not a lot else within a 6-mile radius. "Something you should be prepared for before you walk in there." "Let me guess. You're a lying piece of shit, and we're both going to die tonight," Raphael offered lazily from his perch on the opposite side of the stretch Hummer. "No need to warn me, cousin. I am well aware." "The girl Cal coerced into accusing you of rape all those years ago?" Mr. Capaldi looked right at him. "She is his fiancée now." Raphael stiffened. "I see. What?" I asked, eyes widening in horror. "You mean Victoria?" Mr. Capaldi nodded. "Oh my God." I felt sick. "Oh my God." "What is it?" "Chris," I strangled out, pressing a hand to my chest. "All of this started when he started looking into Victoria's past. I felt sick because I asked him to, because I didn't trust her." "As well you shouldn't," Raphael stated. "She is a conniving snake, just like the family she comes from." When I looked at him in confusion, he explained, "She is the granddaughter of my father's greatest enemy." Chris must have dug the old police report up and put 2 and 2 together. Mr. Capaldi mumbled, more to himself than us. He was always too smart for his own good. Raphael looked at me. For the record, I didn't lay a finger on her. "I believe you," I replied without an ounce of hesitation. I'd been with this man for months, and never once had he put a hand on me. Raphael was far too wrapped up in the ghost of his wife to even contemplate being with another woman, so I could only imagine how devoted he had been to Carmela when she was alive. But if it's any consolation, your son refers to her as Victoria, I offered with a shrug, because she's so desperate and skanky. His lips tipped upwards. Smart boy. Yeah, he is, I replied quietly before turning to look out the window. I was trying so hard to hold it together, but the thought of Sketch filled me with a different level of dread. The fear I had in my heart for him was all-consuming. Panic churned inside of me. Do not worry yourself, Ramona, Raphael said, detecting where my thoughts had taken me. You'll stay here, fully protected. If we do not return, my men will take you somewhere safe. He gestured to the 6 grim-looking men in black keeping us company in the back of the Hummer. You will start over. You and my grandchild. I give you my word. But I don't want to stay here with these men, I choked out, swinging my head back to look at him. And I don't want to start over on my own. I just want to help find Sketch. I gripped my head in my hands. I just want Sketch. You need to keep his baby safe, Mr. Capaldi interrupted. You are stronger than you think, Ramona Dillon. You will survive this, even if we don't. If this is such a lost cause, then why bring me here at all? I cried, wiping my cheek with the sleeve of my sweater. Why not leave me in Italy? Because if I fall tonight, you will not be safe in Italy, Raphael replied. You won't be safe in America either. Mr. Capaldi twisted the knife by saying, This isn't a game, Ramona. There are no second chances in our world. There is no pause or reload button, and you only get one life. Raph's men will take care of you. All you have to do is everything you're told. I trust only a handful of men, and they are right here, Raphael continued. They are honorable and will protect you with their lives. Emotion flashed in his eyes. They will protect my grandchild. The car pulled through the steel gates of the Capaldi estate, and I couldn't stop the tears from trickling down my cheeks. So, what are y'all saying here? I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. You're just going to walk to your deaths? There's no hope? I wanted to scream in frustration. This is so unfair. There is always hope, Raphael replied, eyes burning with emotion. You showed me that. His gaze flicked to my stomach for the briefest of moments, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, every ounce of emotion that had been burning in his blue irises was gone. The car door opened, and he looked to Mr. Capaldi. Let's go, cousin.
19. Presley. Jesus, I panted, hands and cheeks still pressed against the wall. Breathing hard and fast, I tried to find some semblance of composure, but it wasn't coming easy. I wasn't sure how I felt right now. Dirty, guilty, violated, thoroughly fucked and satiated. All of the above and more. Completely freaking reeling. I dressed and turned around to look at him. You did good, Seth said as he pulled his jeans up his hips and snapped his belt into place. I might just keep you around, pretty boy. I didn't have an answer for that. For once in my life, I was genuinely speechless. Sauntering towards me, he closed the space between us, pinning me to the wall. I knew there was a reason I liked you the first time I saw you. Gripping my chin in his hand, he tipped it up forcefully, giving me no choice but to look at him. Now, I know why. Leaning in, he gave me a rough, punishing kiss. It is why I haven't killed you. He pinned my hands above my head, and his tongue snaked out, parting my lips and massaging my tongue with deep, erotic strokes. I am going to take you again. Losing my freaking mind in his lips, I let him kiss me until my mind was racing wildly, right along with my heartbeat. Click. Startled by the strange noise, I broke our kiss and looked around wildly, eyes landing on the handcuff binding me to the metal rail of closet. Okay, I don't know what first impression I made on you, but I am so not ready for BDSM, dude. Relax, Seth whispered, tugging on my bottom lip with his teeth. When all of this is over, I am going to keep you as my lover. I blinked rapidly. Come again? Oh, I intend to. Winking, he dragged his shirt over his head and moved for the door. See you soon, pretty boy. Wait, what? My eyes bulged in my head as I watched him walk out of the closet, letting the door click shut behind him. So, you're just going to lock me up in here? I listened for a response and came up empty. Oh my God. Had I been played? Seduced by the devil? Oh my God. I had. He fucked me and chucked me. In a coat closet, no less. That big-dicked bastard. Sketch? I hollered at the top of my lungs. I know you're busy and stuff, but if you can hear me, I'm trapped in a closet against my will, and I need you to come save me.
Chapter 20. Romy. I watched both Raphael and Mr. Capaldi climb out of our car and into a waiting black sedan before making the short journey to the estate next door. Time came to a still after that. Minutes felt like days, and hours felt like years. I couldn't sit still, even though I didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Still inside the Hummer and surrounded by 6 burly Italians dressed in the finest of suits, I fidgeted restlessly, hoping and praying for a resolution that involved nobody dying. I knew it wouldn't happen. Couldn't if they wanted to. These men were mobsters. They paid their debts with blood and settled their feuds by taking the lives of their aggressors. Problem was, Sketch and I didn't belong in this world. We might be the children of violent men, but we weren't raised to live by any code or survive in this world. Curling my hand around my belly protectively, I closed my eyes and said my prayers. Keep him safe. Please, Lord, keep my Sketch safe from these monsters. I'll do whatever you want. I'll go to church every Sunday. I'll be a good Christian woman. I'll be the best mama I can possibly be. Please, Jesus, I'll never ask you for another thing, but please, please keep the child growing inside of me and his father safe. We're under attack. What? My eyes blinked open and my entire body seized with terror when the door of the Hummer was ripped open and the sound of gunfire pierced my eardrums. I said, move! One of Raphael's men repeated, dragging me out of the Hummer and shielding me from an onslaught of flying bullets. Now, now, now! Shoving me to the ground, the burly bodyguard dragged me around the side of the property, continuing to shield my body with his. Run! He hissed, thrusting a gun into my hands. Go, now! But, I don't... Run or die, he hissed, shoving me towards the backyard. Find somewhere to hide. 4 of our men are down. If I make it, I will come find you. I promise. His dark eyes burned holes in mine. Go now. And then he was gone. Moving on basic primal instinct, I did exactly what I was told and ran away from the house as fast as my legs could carry me. I didn't know where to go. Nowhere was safe anymore, but I didn't stop moving. Run. Move your ass, Romy. Don't you dare stop. Choking on my own fear, I fought the urge to curl up in a ball and pressed on. Even though I was fairly certain I'd never been more scared in my life, I fought my fear and kept going. Maybe I'd had enough of being pushed around by bully men, or maybe it was my prematernal instinct kicking in, demanding I protect my unborn child. Whatever it was keeping my mind clear and focused. It was making my feet move forward. Armed with a gun I didn't know how to use and only my wits to protect me, I rounded the outdoor pool, my feet taking me on a journey I had taken 1,000 times. Feet pounding through the neatly trimmed gardens and shrubbery, I ran straight for the tree line at the end of the Capaldi's property and slipped through the tiny, child-made gap in the bushes that linked their backyard to ours. My muscles burned and my legs protested, but I didn't dare stop to catch my breath. Finding somewhere safe to ride out this bullet-ridden storm was my first and only priority. I could breathe later. Bobbing and weaving between trees, I ran deeper in the woods, not stopping until my hands had a firm grasp on the old ladder. Feet finding the rickety steps, I didn't hesitate to climb the ladder I had fallen off only a few short months ago. Moving quickly now, I ignored the burning explosion in my knee and kept moving, dragging my body to the very top. I was breathing so hard I could hear the gasping sounds coming from my throat, a mixture of fear and exhaustion, the cause of my burning lungs, no doubt. It doesn't matter. Find safety. Protect your baby. When I reached the top, I dragged myself through the tiny entryway. Falling onto my hands and knees, I desperately gulped in mouthfuls of air as exhaustion crept into my bones. I did it. I actually freaking did it. My relief lasted only a millisecond before a large hand covered my mouth, and then I was being dragged further into the treehouse, deeper into the darkness. Chapter 21. Romy. My back hit the floor of the treehouse not a moment later, followed swiftly by a hard body landing roughly on top of me, and I dropped my gun. One large hand came down on my mouth again, and the other gripped my throat. Unable to scream or call for help, not that anyone was coming to help me if I could, I ripped and tore at the hand, cutting off my air supply, digging my nails so deep into the skin I could only pray that I had drawn blood. Fiercely fighting for my right to live, for my baby's right to live, I bit down hard on the hand and sucked in a ragged breath when my attacker released me. Twisting onto my hands and knees, I scrambled away, putting as much space between me and my attacker as I could in the small space. Jesus fucking Christ! A familiar voice hissed in the darkness, cradling his hand. I froze. Completely freaking froze. Eyes glued to the dark silhouette in front of me, I shuffled forward on my hands and knees, not stopping until my knees brushed against his. Taking a wild leap of faith, I reached up and pushed his hood down. Blue eyes landed on my face. They were full of fire and venom, but quickly morphed into relief and recognition. Every ounce of air in my poor, neglected lungs fled my body in an audible gasp. My entire frame started to shake violently. My heart, my poor, fragile heart, almost beat its way out of my chest. Sketch? He was here. He was alive. He made it. Ro? Sketch? I sobbed, unable to contain my feelings. Oh my God, Sketch! Holy fuck. Ro? My whole face caved in. Every emotion I'd been battling to control burst clean out of me. My heart went wild at the sight of him. I couldn't make it stop. It was hammering in my chest like I had run a marathon. The relief in my veins was flooding me. I wasn't sure who moved first, but we both lunged for the other, bodies fusing in the tightest hug humanly possible. Sketch! Ro. His breath was coming hard and fast as his arms came around my body, wrapping me up in his embrace. I've been looking everywhere for you. You're okay. My tears ran freely down my cheeks as I cried hard and ugly, feeling more gratitude and relief in this moment than ever before. Oh, thank God. My hands roamed all over his face and chest, seeking confirmation that this wasn't another cruel mirage or dream. You're here. We're both here. We're going to be okay. Baby. His fingers were caked in dry blood, but he still reached up and wiped my tears away. I can't believe you're really here. His voice cracked and he pulled my face to his. Kneeling in front of each other, he rested his brow against mine, breathing hard and fast. Fuck, Ro. When I woke up and found you gone, I lost my fucking mind. Cradling my face in his hands, he pressed a hard kiss to my lips before pulling back to just look at me, his breathing fast and ragged. Where'd you go, huh? His voice was thick with emotion. I was so scared. I looked everywhere for you. I thought I'd never see you again. Yeah, I know the feeling. I half panted, half sobbed, mirroring his actions by clutching his face in my hands. I've been so scared I could hardly breathe. When I watched that bullet... No, I couldn't talk about it. I couldn't even think about it. I had to believe you were okay, I sobbed. It was the only way I could keep going and not lose my mind again. Yeah, he replied gruffly, mirroring my words. I know the feeling. What the hell are you doing back in Pocketful, you big jerk? I demanded, shaking his shoulders, furious with him for trusting Seth, but too in love to let him go. You came here to kill my father? Are you completely insane? Maybe, he replied honestly, or at least I was when I agreed. He blew out a breath. I had to find you, baby, and Seth said that he knew where you were. He looked so lost as he spoke. I knew that I couldn't find you on my own, and God knows I tried. Presley tried. He had Lucky and his goons try to find you too, and nothing. You were just gone, Ro. His shoulders slumped in defeat. I'm crazy for you, Ro. You know that. There ain't a damn thing I wouldn't agree to if it meant that I got to see this pretty face one more time. His thumb stroked my cheek. But I know that I screwed up, okay? I get that. You think? He's dangerous, Ro, Sketch admitted. Like, completely fucking unpredictably dangerous. Seth? He nodded slowly. He gave me this. He pulled a cell out of the pocket of his hoodie. He said that when he texts me, I have to go inside and help him. He cringed in shame. He wants your dad dead, Ro. He's so bitter that I think it's poisoned his mind. Well, you don't have to help him, I blurted out, fury filling my veins. You're not going anywhere near my father. He sighed heavily. I said I would, Ro. I gave him my word, baby. And I'm saying no, I snapped. It's not happening, Holden. You are not going into that house to get your head blown off by my deranged family. Shh, he coaxed, holding me tighter. Okay, relax. I mean it, I added, clinging to him. I don't trust Seth. Your father thinks this whole thing is a trap, and I agree with him. My father, he replied in a flat tone. Which one? Both, I offered weakly, feeling a world of sympathy for him wash through my heart. They're both here, I added, snuggling deeper into his chest when he stiffened. They want to help us. Fuck them both, he bit out, shaking off all notions of help. I don't need a damn thing from either one of them. I only need you. The rest of the world can get fucked. My dad wants to hurt you, I said. He wants you dead. You should have heard the things he said, the things he wants to do to you. I shook my head, rejecting the memories. You can't trust either one of them. A shiver rolled down my spine. Your dad and Raphael went in there to negotiate with him. Raphael? He whispered the name softly. That's who you were with? Swallowing deeply, I nodded. Yes. Did he? Grimacing, he blew out a pained breath before finishing. Hurt you? No. You sure? I'm sure, Sketch. Oh, thank fuck. Releasing a ragged breath, he pulled me into his lap and stretched his legs out. I came willingly, choosing death than to be separated from him again. It's okay. I nuzzled his chest with my chest. I'm okay. I'm sorry, Ro. Cradling me in his big arms, he rocked our bodies back and forth. So fucking sorry, baby. My breath hitched in my throat. For what? For being such a piece of shit to you? He groaned, tightening his hold on me. All you wanted was a decent apology, and I couldn't give that to you. All of the hell I put you through, and I couldn't get the fucking word out when you needed it. Sketch, it's okay. No, it's not, Ro. It's not okay at all. He replied, tone urgent. I made a promise to myself that if I was lucky enough to get the chance to see you again, I would fall at your feet and beg your forgiveness. So, I'm sorry, Rummy Dillon. I'm so fucking sorry for the things I said and didn't mean, for the worthless way I made you feel, for standing back and allowing those pricks at school to call you names, for calling you those names myself. He visibly flinched, his shame and remorse stifling. I am so sorry for being the very worst version of myself during a time in your life when you needed my best version. His eyes burned with sincerity as he spoke. When we were apart, it was like the best part of my soul got lost and all of the good in me had been snuffed out, except that it wasn't lost, Ro. It was stuck to you. You took it with you. Sketch. I nearly broke down so many times. I wanted to scream fuck you at your dad and just snatch you up and run. So many goddamn times, baby, you have no idea. He sighed. But my pain was never an excuse to treat you like I did, and I am so sorry for that. My heart, it squeezed so tight in my chest I could barely breathe. I loved this boy. I loved him with everything I had inside of me. None of that matters anymore, I replied, nodding my fingers in his hoodie. And I forgive you if you forgive me. Tender affection filled his eyes. I already have. What are we going to do, Sketch? A shiver rolled through me. How are we going to get out of this? They're shooting out there. There are men with guns everywhere, and my father wants you dead. It's a freaking war zone. I don't know. I'm really scared, I admitted, of this world we've been thrown into. Yeah, Ro. His arms tightened around my body. Me too. Do you think we're going to make it? I squeezed out. Survive this. Find a way out. Sighing heavily, Sketch reached out and stroked my face with the back of his hand, his bloodied and bruised hand. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Instead, he tucked a wandering tendril of hair behind my ear before catching my chin in his hand. Come here, he finally whispered, twisting me around to straddle his lap. His hand moved to the back of my neck as he pressed his forehead to mine. You're going to make it. He clamped his free hand on my hip, fingers digging into my flesh with his obvious desperation. I'm never going to let anything happen to you. You're going to get out of this, Ro. You're going to survive all of this bullshit, I promise. Please, don't make promises, I begged. You can't know that, Sketch. Fine, then. Here's what I do know. He growled, hands clamping down possessively on my hips. I'm in love with you. I always have been, and I always will be. I don't want anyone else. I want all of your messes, and I want all of the fucked up complications that come with you. I want you to love me back and keep loving me back, even when it's not good for you. I want to be with you. I want to be inside you. I just want you all the time, day and night, forever and always. It might be unhealthy and wrong, but there it is. Hell, maybe I'm codependent on you and my feelings are all kinds of fucked up. Or maybe this is what being in love feels like for everyone. I honestly have no idea. He touched his brow to mine, his breath fanning my face. All I know is when you're hurting, I'm hurting. You call and I come running every single time. That's how deep our connection runs, Romy Dillon. So yeah, I do know you're going to be okay. I can say it because I know there's no other option. Not in my life. You have to be okay. He stroked his nose with mine. No Romy, no Sketch. See, that's the thing, I strangled out, cupping his beautiful face between my trembling hands. You say that I'm going to make it and that I'll be okay, but I don't want to be okay if you're not okay. Exhaling shakily, I pressed my tear-stained lips to his. I don't want any of this without you. Breathing against his lips, I absorbed the taste of salt, tears, Sketch Capaldi. So, either you make it too, or you take me with you. Emotion flashed in his eyes. Is that so? I shrugged. Well, we are betrothed after all, right? Yeah, he grunted, wrinkling his nose. I heard something about that. Kinda makes sense now, huh? I whispered, trembling. The dreams? The connection? I shivered. The way we've always been with each other? Nothing makes sense, Ro, he replied hoarsely. Just you. Only me? His eyes burned with heat. Yeah. Since forever and for always? A pained groan escaped him, deep, guttural, and full of need, as he tightened one hand around my waist and buried the other in my hair. Fuck, Ro, it hurts. Concern filled me. What does? Having so many feelings, he admitted gruffly, noses pressed together. Feeling too much. Your nose kissing me again, I croaked out, chewing on my lip. Yeah, but I can't help it, he replied with a smile. You're a habit I never quite learned to quit. Good, I replied, shifting closer. Don't ever quit me. I won't quit you if you don't quit on me, he replied in a melancholic tone. You are so wanted, Sketch, I blurted, needing him to hear my truth. So freaking wanted, baby. Not by them, he replied, and I knew exactly who he meant. Never by her. Screw your mother, I hissed. I want you. Me. I want you, Sketch. You are wanted by me. You always have been, and you always will be. All my life, I've been told that I'm not good enough, he whispered, that I'm unlovable and unwanted. I could feel his pain. It was emanating from him in waves. Then you came along and everything changed for me. I had someone in my corner, a friend, my only friend, my whole world wrapped up in one little girl, and then you were taken, and then they took you again. He groaned like he was in physical pain. The thought of not being with you makes me sick. It makes me want to kill something. I'm so invested in this relationship, Ro. I'm so invested in you. You're all I see. I fly right off the ledge with you, Romy, every damn time. We have our own world, and that's where I want to stay, right there with you. He sighed wearily. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is just... He clenched his eyes shut and sagged against me. Just don't give up on me, okay? Not ever. I won't, I told him. I promise. Fuck. A violent shudder racked through his huge frame. I know, this ain't the time or place, but I just... His lips crashed down on mine, hard, warm, and entirely welcome. Every fear, thought, notion, and worry I had was washed away when his tongue plunged into my mouth, stroking mine with passionate reverence, drowning me in the familiar taste of mint. Moaning into his mouth, I reached up and wrapped my arms around his neck. Please, I begged against his lips, unsure of what the hell I was begging for, but knowing I never wanted him to stop. Sketch, please. Fucking love you, Ro. He groaned into my mouth as his lips attacked mine almost viciously. Want you like no one else. Me too. Whimpering into his mouth, I bit down hard on his bottom lip, hungry for more of him, dying for all of him. Oh, God. Frantic to feel his skin on mine, I ripped and tore at his hoodie, desperate to just have him. Please, Sketch, I need you so bad. I want you, Ro. I want in you so fucking bad. He sounded conflicted, wary, and reluctantly excited. But here, in the middle of this fucking mayhem, he shook his head and blew out a pained breath. It's too dangerous. I don't care. I breathed. I need to feel you in me. His eyes flashed with hungered uncertainty. Here? We were both marked in crime, both bruised and bloody. I got it now. I finally understood what Chris had died to protect us from. There was a war raging outside, but this treehouse had always been our fortress, and it was our sanctuary tonight. Here, I confirmed, reckless. All common sense had left my brain, instinct taking the driver's seat of my thought process. I loved him, I needed him, that was all I knew, all I could feel in this moment. His conflicted gaze burned through me like molten lava. But what if... Here, I repeated, covering his mouth with mine. Our limbs tangled together in a heady rush after that, fingers moving quick and restless to rid each other of the clothes that separated our flesh. Closer. That was all I could think of. I needed to get closer to him. I needed to join my body with his. When every stitch of clothing separating our skin had been shed, discarded carelessly around us, I found myself on my back with the only boy I'd ever loved between my legs. With my back crushed to the floor, I hooked my leg around his waist, crying out when I felt him slide all the way inside me. He was thick and long and so unbelievably hard. Feeling my eyes burn from the pressure I was absorbed in, I exhaled a ragged breath and arched my back, letting my head fall backwards, smacking against the timber. I felt his teeth on the lobe of my ear, dragging the flesh into his mouth with a sharp tug. I groaned, rocking my hips into his thrust, wanting him to break me in half because I could think of no better way to go. His lips scorched a burning trail from my neck to the tips of my straining breasts. His fingers dug into the fleshy part of my thighs before hitching my leg higher, giving him more access to what he owned entirely. My body. Restless and impatient, I dragged my fingernails up and down his back, desperate to get closer, to feel more, to drown in everything he was. Don't stop. Fisting his hair in my hands, I rocked my hips upward, my entire body jolting with every delicious foreign invasion of his body in mine. Please don't ever stop. I couldn't breathe. My heart felt like it was bursting out of my chest. I've got you, Ro, Sketch told me as he dropped a hand between our joined bodies and began to thumb my clit. Fuck, he groaned, never breaking his rhythm as he plunged inside of me with reckless abandon. You feel so fucking good it hurts. I could hardly stand the pressure he was drawing to life inside of me. I was close. I could feel it in the way my body jolted violently. Every time he touched that tiny bundle of nerves or ground his pelvis against my pubic bone, I toppled closer to the edge. Sketch, I cried out, breathless, as his hand trailed from my clit to grip my hip before making the journey back between my legs. His fingers grazed my stomach as they made their descent and then quickly backpedaled. I tensed. He continued to kiss me, hips still thrusting, but I could tell he was distracted as he poked and prodded my belly as inconspicuously as he could. I stiffened, tensing beneath his big body as reality came crashing down on me. I had to tell him. I should have told him earlier. I couldn't do it now, damn it. What the heck was I supposed to say? Oh, God. Finally, Sketch's curiosity got the better of him, and he broke our kiss. Keeping one hand firmly clamped on my hip, he slowly drew himself into a kneeling position, still thrusting himself deep inside of me. I watched as his gaze trailed down my body, knowing exactly where it was going, but I said nothing, having no freaking idea of how to drop this particular bombshell. When his gaze finally reached my swollen stomach, he faltered, his hips losing their rhythm. Something's changed. Brows furrowed in a mixture of pleasure and confusion, he flicked his eyes to mine. Don't take this the wrong way, but there's something in your stomach, Ro. His voice was strained, his breathing hard as he never stopped moving inside of me. Something hard. Yeah, I squeezed out, feeling faint. I know. You do? He stilled inside of me and blew out a ragged breath. Oh, thank fuck for that. I was afraid you would think that I was calling you fat. It's a baby, I blurted out and then held my breath, waiting for his reaction. He froze above me. What? It's a baby, I repeated, petrified of his reaction. His frown deepened. A baby. I nodded weakly. Your baby. My baby. With his hands still clamped on my hips, he remained on his knees between my legs, with his cock inside of me, looking stunned. You're really pregnant, Ro? Another nod. A torrent of emotions flashed in his eyes. You're sure? Shrugging, I forced a small nod. Fuck. He blew out a ragged breath. Okay. Fuck. It's okay. Is it? I whispered, barely breathing. Guess. He looked as unsure as I felt. You're really pregnant. I'm really pregnant, Sketch. But we only... He shook his head. And that was over 3 months ago. Yeah, I exhaled heavily. I know. Fuck. He bowed his head, breathing hard and fast. Fuck, Ro, I'm so sorry. For what? For doing that to you, he hissed, gesturing to my stomach. And look at me now, damn it. He thrust his hips, pushing his fully hard cock deeper inside me before letting out a pained groan. Christ, I am such a reckless asshole. Clenching his eyes shut, he dragged in several calming breaths before looking back at me. Okay, it's gonna be fine, he said hoarsely. I'll be there. He placed his hand on my stomach. I'll look after you, both of you. I'll get us out of here, take you somewhere far away from this hellhole, and then I'll get us a house and I'll get a job and I'll buy a ring. He blew out another shaky breath. I'll fix this, Ro. I'll do right by you. Never in my life had I loved someone as much as I loved him. Something inside of this boy strengthened me. We found a love inside of each other, a connection of indestructible measures. We were fated, an old-fashioned notion, I realized, but it was true. I felt it in the deepest part of my soul. I belonged with Sketch Capaldi in this life and all the ones that followed. I reached a hand up to cup his cheek. Sketch? Trembling, he allowed me to guide his face back down to mine. Yeah, Ro? Can you do something for me? Anything, he vowed gruffly. I pressed a kiss to his lips. Keep moving inside me?
22. Presley. There was a general rule of thumb one should follow when locking their newly acquainted lover in a coat room. Make sure said lover doesn't have access to the internet. Yeah, that's right, you big dick devil. I have a fully charged iPhone with 4G connection. I grumbled bitterly. Using my one free hand, I dug said phone out of my pocket and furiously hunted for a remedy to the most inconvenient of predicaments. Scrolling through a stream of different how to escape the clutches of evil YouTube videos, I hit the jackpot. All I needed was a paperclip. I was locked in a freaking coat closet. Where the hell was I going to find a paperclip? Yodeling in despair, yeah, I went there. I rummaged through the pockets of random coats and jackets, and could have cried out hallelujah when I found a bobby pin in one of Mrs. Capaldi's Chanel coats. A freaking bobby pin. Oh, thank you, Jesus. I strangled out, heaving in relief. And thank you, Olivia Capaldi, you homophobic ice queen, for your vibrant attention to detail when it comes to your glorious, albeit unnaturally colored, locks. Dutifully following the instructions of some creepy dude that vaguely resembled Gonzalez on a YouTube video, I picked at the handcuff. I did every damn thing the big, hairy bastard on the other side of the screen instructed, and nothing happened. Nada. Nil. Zilch. Fuck my life, I wept, tossing my phone across the small space, only to immediately regret my actions. Ah, crap. Not thinking twice about it, I dove towards my phone with my full weight and felt the wall give way behind me. Crashing to the floor, I was buried under a mountain of coats. Holy shit, I breathed, wide-eyed. Either I've gotten freakishly strong in the past 20 minutes, or the walls of this house need some serious renovation. Renovation press. Definitely renovation. Scrambling to my feet, I moved for the door, only to halt when I noticed my hand was still handcuffed to the damn railing. Sweet mother of Madonna. Trying and failing to wedge my wrist free, I muttered, "To hell with it," and took the damn railing and all of its fixings with me. Screw creeping out quietly, I came tumbling out of the closet. Not wasting another minute, I tightened the buckle of my belt with my free hand, pushing my glasses up my nose, and then hauled my ass for the front door, with the metal railing still dangling from my bound wrist. Freezing in the doorway when I heard that seductive devil accent, I sprinted behind the old grandfather clock and crouched down out of sight, Relax. Jacoby is doing exactly what I told him to do, Seth told the man beside him as they strolled through the Capaldi's foyer like they both owned the damn place. Like the loyal dog he is. I recognized the man was Seth as head of Cal Dillon's long-running security team. Lance something or other. The creepy Italian dude who used to follow Romy around when we were kids. Jesus. It all made sense now. "And the homo?" Lance demanded. "Did you put a bullet in Chris Capaldi's queer, misfit sidekick like your father told you to?" Homo? Queer? Misfit sidekick? I narrowed my eyes in outrage. I gave that jerk a card for Christmas. That bastard. "Already taken care of," Seth replied nonchalantly, and I wasn't sure who the bigger bastard was. "Have Raffaele and Christopher joined the party yet?" Lance snorted. "Yes, goddamn fools. And my sister escaped when we took out Toretto's guard dogs. I have my men looking for her. Find her." There was a hard bite to Seth's tone. "I want her there to watch." "We will, sir." "Well then," Seth mused as they opened the front door and stepped outside. "I suppose it's time to bring Jacoby into the mix and finish this, once and for all. Oh, and as soon as you find my sister, bring her to me." "Yes, sir." "Oh, and Lance?" "Yes, sir." "Feel free to rough her up a little," Seth said grimly. "She has a Toretto growing in her belly that my father and I need gone." Romy's pregnant? No fucking way. "Consider it done, sir." "Yeah, I don't think so, buddy." Chapter 23. Sketch. I took her on the floor of our childhood treehouse, uncaring of the dirt and the pain, drowning in my feelings for the only person who'd ever loved me for me. I let her love wash over me, making me whole as our bodies joined and my heart healed up for just a little bit longer. When she clung to me like this, I could almost forget that we were doomed. For a brief moment in time, I could forget about the carnage awaiting us and just be here with her. Breathing hard, I stared down at the only girl I have ever loved and prayed to God that I could keep her safe, keep our babies safe. I was going to be a father. I'd put a baby in her. It was a beautiful mistake that I knew I would never regret, no matter how much trouble or pain it would cause. It was terrifying. I didn't know anything about being a parent, and I wasn't shown how to do this. I never had an example. All I had in the world was a fake twin brother and the girl beneath me. Still, I had no regrets. "I'm yours." Fuck. She had no idea how badly I needed to hear that right now. I already came inside of her, set off when she came hard on my cock. But I couldn't pull out. I couldn't bear the thought of our bodies separating. Her hands came up to cup my face, causing my body to ignite in an almost pained sensation. It was too much. She was too fucking much for me. "I love you, Sketch Capaldi," she whispered, her whiskey-colored eyes snaring me, one blink at a time. "So damn much it hurts." Pulling my face down to hers, she pressed a kiss to the corner of my mouth. "Since forever and for always." Exhaling heavily, I rested my forehead against hers and closed my eyes, absorbing this moment, taking it all in. I tried to loosen my hold on her waist, desperate not to hurt her or our baby, but I only ended up tightening my hold on her instead. Christ, I was drowning in my feelings for this girl. "I love you more, Romy Dillon. I admitted hoarsely, with everything I have inside of me. I know you do, she replied, her voice a breathy whisper, barely audible above the sound of our frantic heartbeats, but I heard it. Her hands were still on my face, thumbs tracing my cheeks, as she locked her legs around my waist. Fuck, it's not enough, I groaned, aching all over with need. I need to get deeper. Deeper? Nodding, I tugged her closer. Deeper. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen, but she was ugly and fractured on the inside, just like me. Her broken pieces matched mine. We completed our own jigsaw. I just want to fall into you, Ro. Imagine if we could just get lost, she said thoughtfully. God, that's appealing. I can get you out of this, I promised. I know I can. You just have to trust me and not hate me for doing the hard things that nobody wants to do, because I will fix this for you, Romy. Her eyes bored holes deeper inside of me than any bullet ever could. What kind of hard things? I opened my mouth to answer her, but the sound of the ladder creaking caused my entire frame to turn rigid. Oh my God, Romy hissed, eyes locked on mine in horror. They found us. I had my dick out of her in an instant. Balls naked, I shoved her roughly behind me and reached for my gun. Sketch, Romy sobbed, fingernails digging into my arm from the force she was using to grip me. Shh. Shielding her body with mine, I pushed her into the corner. Quiet, Ro. Keeping her small body tucked behind mine, I slowly cocked the hammer, hand steady as a damn rock, gun aimed at the entrance. Come at me, fuckers. I dare you. Oh, well, this is just fucking lovely, isn't it? A metal railing came through the small entryway first, followed swiftly by a flustered-looking Presley. I'm running around into life-or-death situations, trying to save your ass from extinction, and all the while y'all are copulating in the damn treehouse like a bunch of horned-up lab rats. Chest heaving from exertion, Press crawled into the treehouse and then collapsed face down on his stomach. Congrats on the impending bundle of sleepless nights and vomit, by the way. I can't wait to tell little Sketchy Jr. that I was there the night his hung-like-a-horse daddy tapped his mama's ass. Alas, another family based on teen sex. He sighed dramatically and offered a weak thumbs up. Weird question, but you wouldn't happen to have some aspirin up here, would you? Or an ice pack? No? Didn't think so. He whimpered loudly. That's okay. I'll just shut up and die now.
Chapter 24. Romy. Prez? I couldn't believe my eyes. Oh my God! Slipping around Sketch's broad back, I rushed towards him, only to be quickly yanked behind Sketch's big body. You're a little naked there, Ro. God! Mortified, I scrambled to catch my clothes that Sketch was thrusting behind his back. Sorry, I mumbled, dressing quickly. Miss Dillon. Prez wheezed from his perch on the flat of his stomach. How the hell are you, baby girl? I left you in Colorado for a reason, Sketch growled, eyes locked on Presley. To keep you safe? What the hell are you doing back here, dumbass? The same reason you are, Prez groaned, rolling onto his side. To save someone I love. Except I love you both, so I guess I have two reasons. Presley's words obviously caught Sketch by surprise, and it took him a few moments to compose himself. It's not safe here. Snatching his jeans and boxers off the floor, he quickly threw them back on. God damn it, Prez, I can't watch your back as well as Romy's. No shit, Sherlock, Prez countered, still breathing hard like he'd just run a marathon. and you don't have to. Rolling onto his back, he waved his handcuffed hand in the air. Surprisingly enough, I can take care of myself. Like hell you can, Sketch hissed. What the fuck happened to your arm? What, this? Prez dangled the metal railing attached to his wrist. Romy's evil twin lured me into a closet, and then he locked me inside of it. Sketch frowned. He lured you inside a closet with handcuffs? No, Sketch, he didn't lure me inside with handcuffs. Prez rolled his eyes. My name isn't Georgie Denbrough, and I don't have a penchant for paper-freaking boats, dude. Then why would you— Dick, Sketch, Press declared miserably. He lured me with his big damn dick. Sketch's mouth fell open. You let him fuck you? Only a lot, Prez admitted sheepishly. But he's a bad fucking devil, buddy. He wants to kill you. Getting y'all here was all a big ploy he thought up with Cal. They're going to kill your dads, and then they're coming for you. And you were alone with him in a damn closet. Sketch looked like he was about to blow a head gasket. Dude, are you insane? No, but I was horny. Wait. So let me get this straight here. Sketch growled, reaching for the railing still attached to Presley's wrist. You let a guy you know wants to kill me fuck you. I'm weak, okay? Prez wailed dramatically, holding his wrist out for Sketch. I'm an unfaithful friend, but you can't break up with me. No, sir, not when I've come to warn you. I am breaking up with you, Sketch snapped, twisting and jiggling the bobby pin sticking out of Presley's handcuff. Consider yourself dumped, you little cheater. Click. The handcuff opened and clattered to the floor. How the hell did you do that? Presley demanded, eyes glued to his free wrist. I tried everything to get that off. I even watched a damn YouTube tutorial. Maybe I would have told you if you hadn't cheated on me. Sketch huffed, pulling on his shirt and hoodie. Now you can go fuck yourself. Enjoy the feeling of finally not knowing everything, nerd. Okay, I know you're pissed, but can we at least hug it out? Prez asked, holding his hands out to Sketch. I've missed you, buddy. Quentin Presley, if you touch me with those hands after I know where they've been, I will throw you out of this damn tree. Well, Presley huffed, looking outraged, I could say the same about you, pussy fingers. I could use a hug, I offered, closing the space between us and throwing my arms around Presley. God, I'm so glad you're okay, Prez. A little violated and a lot tender, but I'm good, baby girl, he replied, squeezing me back. We need to move, Sketch announced, sliding his gun into the waistband of his jeans. Edward fucking Scissorhands over there made enough noise climbing up that ladder to wake the dead. Reaching for the gun I had dropped, he swiped it up, pressed some buttons that made weird clicking noises, and then held it out to Presley. Without thinking twice about it, Presley mirrored Sketch's actions and slipped the gun into the waistband of his jeans and then concealed it with his hoodie. Catching a hold of my hand, Sketch looked at us both and said, Let's bounce, y'all. Yes, let's, an eerily familiar voice said, causing all three of us to spin around. The air deflated from my lungs in an audible gasp when my eyes landed on Seth, blocking the entryway of our treehouse and armed with a gun that was pointing straight at me. Drop the gun, Jacobe, Seth ordered, glaring at my boyfriend who had drawn his gun in defense. Or I will put a hole in my lovely sister's face. Ah, hell, Sketch grumbled, dropping his gun instantly and putting his hands up. Yep, Presley sighed heavily and held his hands up too. I would call that the understatement of the century, buddy.
25. Press. That was it. I'd made my decision. I had to take a vow of abstinence. Sex had no place in my life anymore. Nope, not when it always led to unparalleled danger. My first lover had been blown to shreds by a loaded gun. Now, my second lover was threatening to do the same to my friends. Ugh, I had the worst taste in men. Carrie freaking Bradshaw couldn't hold my coat. Can we at least talk about this? I tried to negotiate when a group of men led by Lance and Seth marched us through the doors of Romy's childhood home. I was walking to my death. That I was sure of. Still, instead of freaking out like I had always assumed I would, I managed to keep it together. Besides, the knowledge that there was a pregnant girl being shoved along with me was sobering. Sketch and Romy had been separated by the gods, and every time one of them put a hand on her, Sketch snarled like a ferocious lion protecting his lioness. He looked truly livid as he tried and failed to break free from the 4 men holding him back from her. "She's pregnant, you fucking cunt!" Sketch roared when one of the goons shoved Romy so hard that she fell forward, landing roughly on her knees. "Ro, baby, I'm okay, Sketch," Romy croaked out, staggering back to her feet. "Touch her again, and I'll slit your throat. Do you hear me? I will gut you like a fucking pig." "You'll do nothing of the sort, Jacoby," Seth chuckled darkly, "because we have your beating heart walking around outside of your body, in the form of my sister. One wrong move, and she will suffer." A truly feral roar of pure anguish ripped from Sketch's throat, and I had to turn my head away. I couldn't look at the pain in his eyes. It was bad enough that I had to hear it. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded then. "Helping Cal. He's a piece of shit, Seth. You know this. For Christ's sake, he killed your mother. On whose orders?" Seth hissed. "Who ordered him to kill my mother?" "He had a choice." Romy was the one to respond, and her voice was laced with venom. "He could have let us all walk free. You, me, and our mother. He didn't. He chose himself, Seth. Our father will always choose himself." "Then he and I have that in common," Seth sneered. "Now, keep walking." "Fuck you," Sketch hissed, resulting in both him and Romy getting shoved and pushed around by the gods. "Not him," Seth commanded, when one of the gods grabbed the back of my neck. Pointing right at me, he growled, "Any man that puts his hands on this one will be skinned alive." I gaped at him, stunned by his possessiveness. Seth winked back at me. "Well, all righty then."
Chapter 26. Romy. "Ah, our final guests have arrived," my father declared in feigned cheeriness when we stepped inside the great room. I called it the great room because it was the biggest room in the house and was always used when Daddy threw balls or dinner parties. "I can't tell you how wonderful it is to see both of my children in one place without a gun pressed to their heads," he added. "Well, without a gun to my son's head, at least." His eyes flicked to me. "Sweet pea, you are simply glowing. Pregnancy clearly agrees with you. Too bad it doesn't work for me." "Touch her and I'll fucking kill you," Sketch roared from the other side of the room where the men had taken him to keep us apart. Presley had been ordered to the corner, and I had been left in the middle of the room with my so-called twin. "Do you hear me, asshole?" He continued to roar. "Lay one finger on her and I will fuck you the hell up." "Yes, we all hear you, Jacoby," Seth drawled in a bored tone. "Smoke and mirrors." "To you, maybe." "You're not having her back." "Then you might as well kill me now, because that's the only way you'll keep me from her," Sketch roared. "So just do it already." "Sketch, No! Jacoby, my father stated, and I could hear the hatred in his voice. His eyes were poisoned orbs of venom and directed entirely at Sketch. I have a special gift for you. Or should I say, a special game for us to play? Fuck you. Sketch countered, enunciating each word before hacking up a phlegm ball and spitting it in my father's direction. No good piece of shit. One of my father's guards rewarded Sketch by cracking him on the side of his head with his gun. Don't! I screamed, terror filling my chest when blood immediately began to trickle down the side of his face. Sketch! I'm all right, Ro, he called back to me. Your daddy's bitch boy hits like a girl. Another blow to the head, and Sketch fell to his knees. This bitch boy will bash your brains in, the guard hissed, kicking him in the back and causing him to fall flat on his face. My father laughed in delight. Go for it, bitch. Sketch recklessly challenged as he spat a mouthful of blood on the floor and climbed unsteadily to his feet. You wouldn't be the first to try. Don't. My father warned when the guard moved to strike Sketch again. I want him in his full senses for the next part. Dad, what are you doing? I croaked out, trembling. This is madness. No, Ramona, this is business. He corrected, coldly, inclining his head to one of the guards. Moments later, the double doors of the great room opened inward to reveal Raphael and Mr. Capaldi, both badly beaten. Mr. Capaldi had a look of resignation etched on his face, while Raphael had one of pure hatred. Both men were flanked by guards and had guns pressed to the backs of their heads. Trailing after them were both Victoria and Mrs. Capaldi. The minute they noticed our presence, both Raphael and Mr. Capaldi's attention switched to Sketch. I could see relief, love, and utter reverence shining in both men's eyes. Immediately, my gaze shifted to Sketch, frantic to gauge his reaction. Surprisingly, he wasn't looking at his bitch mom or either one of the men that claimed him as their son. Instead, his entire focus was on me. His wild blue eyes kept shifting from my face to my stomach and back again. His entire body was trembling with the need to inflict violence as he clenched and then unclenched his hands over and over. It's okay, he mouthed, snaring me with his heated stare. I'll get you both out of here. No, I mouthed back, giving a small shake of my head in warning. Don't be reckless. Now, isn't this a lovely family reunion? 3 generations of Dylans and Torettos all under the same roof, my father announced. What has it been, Raph? At least 15 years since you saw your baby boy? Does he match up with the image you painted in your mind? Does the boy whose only talent in life is drawing pictures pass the bar for you? When nobody answered him, my father turned his focus on Sketch. What about you, Jacoby? He goaded. Has everything become a little clearer for you now that you are standing in the same room as the mirror image of yourself in 30 years? Nostrils flaring, Sketch reluctantly tore his gaze off my face and locked eyes on Raphael. I held my breath, fearful of what might happen. Sketch was unpredictable. He could and would say whatever he was feeling in that moment, and I didn't want Raphael to get bruised in the explosion, because I just knew that Sketch was going to blow soon. Sketch surprised me again by turning back to my father and shrugging. Am I supposed to feel something? Are you expecting me to fall at your feet and beg for a stranger's life? Because I won't. Because I don't give a damn about him. Instead of looking crushed by his son's words, which I had expected him to be, Raphael beamed with uncontained pride. I could imagine he was saying, "That's my boy," in his head. Oh, so you don't care about your father, Dad hedged, taking a menacing step towards both Raphael and Mr. Capaldi. You have no feelings on whether your father lives or dies? Nope. Sketch deadpanned. Couldn't give a damn. Well, Daddy mused, that's a shame. Not a second later, he withdrew a blade from his pocket and slashed it across Mr. Capaldi's throat. Blood gushed from the opening in his throat, thick, red, and oozing. No! I screamed, hands shooting up to cover my mouth, when the man that had raised my two best friends collapsed in a heap on the floor. What did you do? Sketch roared, breaking free from his captor's hold. Dad! Barreling towards where Mr. Capaldi lay face down on the red velvet carpet, Sketch collapsed on his knees beside him. Dad! His voice cracked and his pain poured out. Dad! No, no, Dad! Crying hard and ugly, he pulled the older man's lifeless body onto his laps, smearing his hands, face, and clothes with blood in the process. Wake up, Dad. Please wake up. Cradling his dead father in his arms, Sketch bowed his head and continued to whisper to himself as he rocked their bodies back and forth. It's okay. You're okay. Just find Chris, okay? He'll look after you. Fuck. Dad, I'm so sorry I brought all of this horror to your door. Sniffling, he pressed a kiss to Mr. Capaldi's sunken cheek. I love you so much. Jacobe, Raphael choked out, voice cracking with emotion. Son. Dad. Sketch continued to chant, fruitlessly willing his father back to life. Please come back. How can you just stand there? I cried, glowering daggers at Olivia Capaldi, who looked on emotionlessly. He was your husband. He chose the wrong side, was all she replied, and it was a cold, heartless response. No, you're the one who did that, I squeezed out, desperate to get to Sketch, but the hold my brother had on my arm made it impossible for me to do so. And you, I seethed, glowering at the red-haired whore in the flesh. You should be ashamed of yourself. Victoria sniffed the air like I had insulted her. Never. Enough, Daddy commanded. The show, as they say in theater, must go on. Turning to Raphael, he smiled. I have a proposition for you, Raph, identical to the proposition you offered to me. Raphael narrowed his eyes in disgust. Callisto. You and your son can walk free from this room tonight. All you have to do is kill the girl who houses your grandchild. Sounds like a fair trade? 2 lives for the price of 2 lives? My father's words, so similar to the ultimatum Raphael had given him, caused every drop of blood in my body to turn to ice. Or you could do us all a favor. Put a bullet in your own brain, and they all go free. Grinning like a maniac, Dad retrieved a silver pistol from one of his guards and handed it to Raphael. And remember, there is only one bullet, Raph, so choose wisely. Seth snorted beside me. Meanwhile, I died on the inside. I was going to die. Raphael didn't have a choice. It was his life or mine. That was no competition at all. Just like his son did before him, Raphael hacked up a ball of phlegm and spat at Cal. Then he turned to look at Sketch, who was still cradling his lifeless cousin on the floor. I failed to protect you once, Jacoby, Raph announced in a gravelly tone. He placed a tentative hand on Sketch's bowed head. But I won't fail you twice. And then, Rafael Toretto, the grandfather of my unborn child, made the ultimate sacrifice any father could make for his son. He pressed the barrel of the gun against his head and pulled the trigger just as Sketch cried out, "No, Papa, no!" Fragments of Raphael's brain matter splattered everywhere, and then his lifeless corpse joined the equally lifeless corpse of his cousin on the floor. Shaking violently, Sketch knelt between both dead men, body swaying back and forth, his vacant eyes wide as saucers. Shock, I quickly realized. He was going into shock. "Oh my God!" I sobbed, breaking free from my brother's hold. Surprisingly, Seth let me go, and I ran straight to the boy with the bleeding heart. "Sketch!" Falling on my knees beside him, I threw my arms around his big body. Shh. Cradling his head to my chest, I tried to cover his eyes with my hands. I didn't want him to see this. I didn't want him to have to remember this moment or have it haunt his dreams every night for the rest of his life. "I'm here." Well, I didn't expect him to do that, Dad said, sounding thoughtful. Raph loved his son. I hissed through my teeth, tears falling uncontrollably, which is more than can be said for you, Cal.
27. Sketch. Cold and merciless, Cal Dillon took everything from me. Again. Unfeeling and uncaring at all. He reveled in my anguish. Again. Without thinking twice about it, he took away the life of the man that raised me, and then forced the hand of the man that never had the chance to. By the time my mind came to terms with what my eyes had witnessed, I was reeling. Completely fucking reeling. All I could see was a red mist around me. It was everywhere. Blood was on my hands, and vengeance was on my mind. Breathing labored, I carefully lifted my father's head from my lap and placed it on the floor. I didn't dare look at the other one, the real one. If I did, I knew I would never find my way out of the darkness. And I had to climb out of that dark hole of depression. I had a girl and a baby on the way that needed me, needed my protection. Lying down and dying wasn't going to work for me. It wasn't an option. Romy's arms were draped around me, and she was holding me just as tightly as she did all those years ago. When he set my mother on fire. When he burned my mother alive. "No, Mama, no. Papa, come back. We gots to go, Jacoby. We needs to run away from my daddy." Sketch. Romy sobbed, crying on her knees beside me. "We have to go. We need to get away from my father." "I ain't running," I muttered under my breath. "I ain't fucking running anymore." Furious, I forced myself to get back up on my feet, to stand up and face my own personal demon. "Do you hear me?" I snarled, shoving Romy behind me and protecting her body with mine. "I ain't running from you, Cal. Ever. Again. So, if you want me, then do it. Just leave her out of it. Kill me if you have to. Just let her live. She's that important to you. She's everything to me." Well then. Cal Dillon cocked the hammer on his gun. "Let's see if you really are brave enough to die for my daughter, boy." "Don't touch him," Romy screamed, and I had to push her back down to stop her from throwing herself in front of me. "Please, Daddy, take me instead." "Shut the fuck up, Ro," I warned, pushing her back down. "You want me, Cal? I'm right fucking here.
I'm more than willing to give it all up for her. Do you get that? You don't compare. You don't come close to how important she is to me. She will always come first to me. So fucking shoot me, asshole. Do your worst. You can't scare me anymore. He raised his weapon and aimed it at my head. Beyond fucking reckless, I took a step toward him, toward my death, and pressed my forehead against the barrel. Do it, I hissed, eyes locked on his. I fucking dare you.
No, Romy screamed. No, Sketch, no. Moments later, a gunshot rang through my ears. Hot droplets of blood sprayed my face, but I didn't feel an ounce of pain. Blinking rapidly, I watched as Cal Dillon crumbled in a heap at my feet. We are still playing the revenge game, no? Shoot or suicide? Seth drawled, eyeing the horrified expressions etched on Cal's frozen soldiers. As you can tell, it was my turn. His expression turned dark. And I chose shoot. It took a few moments for reality to dawn on Cal's men, but once it did, all hell broke loose. Some of the men turned on Seth, seeking revenge for a man who deserved a far worse death, while others put their body on the line to protect their new boss. Diving on top of Romy, I covered her body with mine as a shower of bullets rained down around us. Laughing like a deranged maniac, Seth moved like the wind around the room, ducking and dodging bullets intended for him, while he opened fire on anyone who stood against him. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted my mother of all people coming towards me with a gun raised. "This is all your fault," she screamed, cocking the trigger. "You should have died with that whore Carmela." Bang! My mother dropped to the floor, as lifeless as the corpses around us. On his knees, Presley scrambled towards us, the gun I gave him in the treehouse still hot in his hands from releasing a round. Into my mother. "Dude, you can thank me later," he choked out, before dropping like a sack of potatoes and burying his head under my arm. "But right now, you have to help me protect my brain." "Enough," Seth commanded, as the violence slowly dwindled to a stop. "No one else needs to die here tonight." Like hell. Grabbing the gun out of Presley's hand, I swung my attention to the catalyst of all this suffering. She was backed up in the corner, attempting to go unnoticed. I noticed her. I suffered the repercussions of her lies every day of my life. Without a flicker of doubt or remorse, I raised my gun and aimed it at the red-headed whore. "This is for my mother," I told her. "And this is for the father you stole from me." And then I sent a bullet straight through Victoria's skull. "Well done," Seth cackled, applauding my heinous. "About time someone put that woman down. I've only known her for a short time, but she is, or should I say was, dreadfully unpleasant." On edge, I continued to shield both Romy and Press, while keeping my eyes locked on Seth, who was watching me with a look of deranged admiration. "Well, are you going to thank me, Jacoby?" he asked, tucking his gun back into his holster. "I did save your life, after all." "Yeah," I sneered, not trusting this piece of shit one damn bit, as I carefully lifted my girl to her feet and checked her over. "Let me guess, you saved my life just to kill me yourself." He grinned wolfishly. "Now you're thinking like the man you were born to be." He was out of his damn mind. Shaking my head, I turned back to Romy, and physically sagged in relief when she squeezed my hand in reassurance. Uncaring of who the hell was watching me, I pulled her into my arms, tucking her body under my arm. I have a proposition for you, Jacoby, Seth continued. And no, before you ask, it is not the same kind of proposition our fathers gave one another. We are their heirs, not their mirror images. I tensed. I'm listening. I will fight you right here and now, and the winner will be named the rightful leader of Cosa Nostra, he declared. Or I will give you 1 week to take my sister and vanish. After that, I will come looking for you, and I will never stop. Or how about I pick option 2, and you forget that we ever existed? I offered, heart leaping wildly in my chest at the prospect of getting out of this room in one piece. Option 2 works for me, he agreed, but Cosa Nostra would never forget that the Toretto still lives and is the rightful head of the family, which, unfortunately, makes you, not to mention any and all of the children that my sister bears for you, my number 1 enemy. I don't want it, Seth, I told him honestly. Cosa Nostra. The mob? I shook my head. I don't want any of that shit. You might, he hedged. In time. I won't, I refuted. Not ever. I didn't want to join a damn mob. I had no intention of doing anyone's dirty work for them. I had one goal in life. One dream. I only want your sister, I told him. As far as I'm concerned, the rest of y'all can go to hell. Tact? Presley muttered, standing up. Please try a little tact, buddy. I don't have tact, I shot back, keeping my eyes on Seth. I am what I am. Yes, Seth mused thoughtfully. You are Jacoby Toretto, heir of Cosa Nostra, the strongest family of all time, one hell of an opponent, and my biggest threat. No, I replied. My name is Sketch Capaldi, and she is my family. I reached for Romy's hand. I'll take option 2, Seth. I'll disappear. I blew out a breath before adding, but I want your word that you won't hurt him. I inclined my head towards Presley. Give me your word that he's safe, and I'll walk away from it all. You have it, he replied, brows furrowing. I exhaled heavily and offered him a clipped nod. Then this is goodbye, Seth. 1 week, Jacoby, he called after me, when we turned towards the door. The clock is ticking. Don't worry. I squeezed Romy's hand tightly in mine. You'll never see us again.
Chapter 28. Romy. Will I ever see you guys again? Prez asked as he sat motionless in the driver's seat waiting on Sketch, who had gone inside the bus station to get our tickets. Maybe, I offered, loathing the lie. Quentin Presley was our best friend. He had saved my life. He had saved Sketch's life. He had saved the life of our unborn child. He was the reason we were both here, and I was telling him goodbye for what I knew in my heart would be the final time. There would be no returning to Pocketful. I'm going to miss you, Prez, I offered, knowing it wasn't nearly enough, but all I could say in this moment. Shuffling forward, I wrapped my arms around his chest, hugging him awkwardly from my perch in the back seat. Not as much as I'm going to miss y'all, Press replied gruffly. Moments later, Sketch returned to the car. Swinging my door open, he helped me out before grabbing our lone duffel bag and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Taking my hand in his, he offered me a reassuring squeeze before finally addressing our friend. So, I guess this is goodbye. Yep, Press sniffled, wiping his glasses. Guess so. Yeah. Sketch blew out a pained breath. So, I guess I was wrong, huh? Well, You usually are, Prez choked out, unable to contain his emotions now. About that stuff I said before, about us not being friends, Sketch reminded him. When I said all of that, I didn't realize that I was looking at the greatest friend I never knew I had. Please, don't. Holding a hand up, Prez waved us both off. Just go before I completely lose it. Thank you, Presley, I whispered, for everything. Wrapping an arm around me, Sketch tucked me into his side. Take care, Prez. And then we walked away. From our friend. From our families. From our hometown of secrets. Boarding a bus to God knows where, with only each other to lean on, we took that leap of faith. We took it together. Don't worry about the future, Ro, Sketch said, entwining our fingers together. Because wherever it takes you, I'll be 2 steps behind you. He smirked, tailing your ass, just like always. I smiled up at him. Since forever? He squeezed my hand. And for always.
Epilogue. 6 months later. Dear Presley, it's been a while since we last talked. And no, before you think it, I'm not trying to sound like an Eminem track when I write this. I actually come bearing good news for once. She did it, Press. She gave me a son. You should have seen her, man. Romy was incredible. You've got to see him, Press. He looks just like his mama. I couldn't love him more if I tried. Shit. I hope I can do this, man. Be a good father to my kid. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that our son is healthy and well. We named him Christopher Raffaele. I won't write our last name on paper, but just know that we're all safe. We're doing okay. We're in Europe for now, but we'll be moving on soon. Gotta stay on our toes, you know. I'm sorry I can't give you more information than that, but it's not safe. Not with Seth still out there, holding a grudge. He'll kill my family, Press. His own sister and nephew, first chance he gets. So please burn this letter as soon as you've read it. Oh, and thank you, by the way. I don't know if I ever told you that when shit was going down. You helped when you didn't need to, and I'm grateful. Like I told you the last time I saw you, you were the greatest friend I never knew I had. Still are. And who the hell knows? Maybe we'll luck out and Seth will forget all about us. Anyway, I hope this letter finds you well. More than that, I hope that one day I get to give you that long overdue hug. From Sketch. P.S. Romy said that I had to give you kisses at the end of this letter. Kiss, kiss, kiss. P.P.S. Not in your wildest dreams, nerd. Rolling onto my side, I reached a hand out and grabbed a lighter off the nightstand. Without hesitation, I ignited the flame and held it up to the crumpled piece of paper in my hands. Your secret's safe with me, buddy. When the flame engulfed the paper, turning it gold before darkening, I leaned over the edge of the bed and tossed it in the nearby metal trash can, watching as the paper slowly turned to ash and cinched out. The shower motor in the adjoining bathroom switched off. Moments later, the door clicked open. Are you turning into a pyromaniac now? My part-time lover stepped out of the bathroom in nothing but a towel. Should I be concerned? Rolling onto my back, I folded my arms behind my head and smirked as he prowled towards me. No more concerned than your wife should be when she finds out whose bed you've been sleeping in. I do not sleep in this bed. His eyes flared with heat when he reached me. I fuck in this bed. I rolled my eyes. I hate you. Yes, but you love my cock. Climbing onto the bed, he straddled my hips. And you love every minute of my fucking. Pinning my hands to the headboard, he leaned in close. Most of all, You love the fact that you hate me so much that it makes you hard. Regrettably true. Shivering, I sagged against the pillows at my back. Did I ever tell you that I have lousy taste in men? Well, good thing I'm not your man, he replied. I arched a brow. Oh, you're not? No, he smirked. You're mine. You're the devil. Welcome to hell, pretty boy.
You've been listening to Pocketful of You and Pocketful of Us by Chloe Walsh, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. Published by Whole Story Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. House Limited. This work is copyrighted 2014 Chloe Walsh. This recording is copyrighted 2020 W.F. House Limited.